Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Just wait and see, yeah. they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more, all about eating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep sliding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Europe and MENA. I am Trav, and I, of course, am joined by the wonderful Ready Set. How are you doing today, and how are you feeling about this first Challenge Day season number 1?
Feeling fantastic, man. It's always a pleasure to be here in EU. It's great to be back here for Snapdragon as well, and it's been interesting to see how things have switched up as far as which teams are in the lead and which ones are looking really, really good for the next competitive season, which starts right here at SPS.
Yep, different metas, a little few roster changes, obviously different teams. So I'm really looking forward to what we have lined up today for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Challenge Day number 1, obviously we're kicking things off strong with some great games today. We'll take a quick look at the format just shortly, but up until then, do you have anything that we're really looking forward to today?
Well, especially Tribe versus Totem, that's our very first matchup of the day. Of course, when we go through how this all happened as well, it started with an open bracket. Now we're in that second phase, the challenge season. If you do well in the challenge season, you qualify for the finals, and then, of course, to Masters, playing at that live event. It's going to be huge. We already saw it happen at Gamescom, and man, that was an absolute blast. I can't wait to see that happen again. And really, that's what everyone's competing for. That's the dream, is to get up on stage. And once again, it starts here.
And of course, not only the wonderful prospect of getting to these live events towards the later periods of this season, but we've also got a load of cash lined up as well for just this season. And it is lining up to be an absolute beautiful prize pool of $50,000 as well. So here we are. We're just going to take a quick look at the breakdown. $20,000 for first place in this challenge season, $10,000 for second, $7,500 for third, $5,000 for fourth, $3,000 for fifth, and then $2,000, $1,500, and $1,000 for the last place. So even if you come last, you're still getting rewarded with some great cash into your pocket. Take a quick look at the qualified teams just shortly, but obviously we had some absolutely incredible open finals leading up to today with some really big upsets as well sliding in there also, especially that Mystic Esports roster that did take down Tribe Gaming to be able to qualify to this stage of the competition, along with Craze Clan, FA Panafresh, who also are known as Cutes in some different in some different competitions, Mystic Esports EU, Navi, Reply Totem, SK Gaming, and Team Queso. Obviously followed with Tribe Gaming EU at the end, just before I'm not forgetting those, because obviously we can't forget probably one of the favorites of region at this point, so it's definitely a good idea to keep those in. We'll take a quick look at the schedule for today's matches as well. It will be 4 games, and they'll be spread out quite evenly, but we do have an absolute banger lined up first that Ready Set did just touch on momentarily ago. Tribe Gaming versus Reply Totem in match number 1, followed up by Team Queso and Mystic Esports, Cutes versus SK Gaming, and also Craze versus Navi as that last game. Is there any particular reason, I'm sure, other than the obvious reasons, why this match number 1 is your favorite, Ready?
Well, I mean, Totem versus Tribe, it is just such a classic matchup here in EU. The other thing to consider is that Totem has, well, their competition has been catching up to them, and hot on their heels has been Tribe Gaming. They just took the win in that last monthly final. However, as you also touched on earlier, they got upset in the open finals, getting knocked down to the lower bracket, of course, by Mystic Esports, which we'll be visiting in with in match number 2. So both of these teams have had that competition catching up with them, but they've both been speeding ahead a million miles a second, accelerating and finding new strategies to improve their gameplay, no doubt. So I'm curious to see how these two face up against each other, because it's going to give us a good taste of how things look later down the line this year.
I mean, also, we have all 6 qualified teams for the World Finals in this phase as well. So it's really intriguing to see these guys get some great practice in some different competitions other than the Brawl Stars Championship through this league phase, because they're going to be facing each other when they're all absolutely wonderful teams as well. But obviously, I do still have my eyes on that Navi and Craze game at the end of the day as well. I think that will be an absolutely beautiful match also, and it'll be a real duel of fates to see who really is going to be coming into that World Finals into a great position, and also get some good points on the board for this phase as well. Moving on to the challenge finals, they're definitely going to be wanting to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, Navi is one of those teams that we kind of saw roll up to the scene a little bit later on in the year. Crazy exact opposite. They've been here since the very beginning of the year, but they had a bit of a rough patch towards the middle and have fully recovered, it looks like. And still, once again, on that trajectory to be one of the best teams in the region, kind of scraping above that, kind of top 8 that they are in currently, and now looking to take that into the top 4. Of course, they got to perform well in the challenge season in order to make that come to fruition.
I mean, as we said, we do have some great teams, but we've also got some absolutely wonderful sponsors. A massive shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who give us, the funds possible to be able to put on an event like this and give you guys the best possible viewing experience when winning matters. It's always with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because they always just give us such a great feeling when watching these shows. Isn't that right, Reddy?
Absolutely. I mean, it is such a pleasure that we get to watch Brawl Stars. This kind of continuation as well, getting things set up for the very next year as well, and having such a huge LAN event at the end of it. In fact, 2, right? LAN events, one qualifying for the next, and we get to see all our favorite teams from around the world, the tried, the tested, and the true, compete against each other in the objectively best setting, which is in person, and seeing everyone on stage as well is also a pleasure too.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what all these teams are here to go forward towards. It's not only just getting points for these LAN events. We've already seen one at Gamescom, and North America and PAX as well. You've got to get these, you've got to try win as many games as possible, even at those events and beforehand, because there's always the Masters LAN at the end of it as well. Quite far in the future, but you've got to always be thinking about it. You want to be getting points throughout this phase, getting points in those challenge finals, and make your way towards the biggest events where the biggest prize pools lie.
And that's what ensures also that even towards the end, when it looks like, well, I'm not even going to qualify for the LAN for this split, you still got to be putting your best foot forward and bring the most competition that you can, because every single point matters. Every single game here matters too. We looked at the prize pool just a moment earlier. The difference between first place and second place is $10,000. You can double your money if you just get that extra win, or maybe even the tiebreaker that it takes to advance to that #1 position.
Well, without further ado, we have a little look at the Reply Totem roster to see who will be playing in our first game. Huge things from this roster so far this year, and I don't think they'll be wanting to stop anytime soon. Joker, Maru as the players, and Inso slotting on the end as the coach. I'm sure he'll be willing to jump in at any time if he needs to replace one of his players, but the real big player in this team is Joker, and he's made the massive difference this year.
No doubt. I mean, Maru, these two, they're the duo. This is a very, very historical story in esports. You have the two guys, the two duo, that's Mari and Maru. They lock it down, and then Joker, he's the X factor. He comes in, he messes things up, he commits, and he's the mechanics guy. And Mari and Maru have gone on the record saying, sometimes Joker just goes in and we just follow him and it works. He just has the instinct.
I mean, it's just a dangerous roster all around, really. The synergy that they managed to accumulate in such a short amount of time when Joker joined the team was just absolutely ridiculous in the first place. But to add incredible mechanics along with that as well, and building the synergy throughout the rest of the year, they've really flung themselves into pretty much being worldwide called as the best team in Europe. Regardless of seeds and other things, they were undefeated in the first challenge season and the challenge finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And that just goes to show how much they do dominate these teams. I believe they were 7-0 in the phase, in the challenge phase, and then the challenge finals they went undefeated to win it all as well.
It's absolutely insane what Reply Totem has accomplished, but only recently have the teams really caught up to their status and their momentum as well. And I think it also reinforces just how impressive it was that they were able to stay on top for so long, and they're seeking to reclaim that position as well, because they've still been so impressive, but they got another team waiting for them across the way, Trev.
Well, with a great team, they need a great opponent, so we have that with Tribe Gaming. This roster really has been very solid all year round. I believe they slotted in at 3rd place in those challenge finals, but had a great challenge season before that in season 1. Drage, Lenane, Tom, and then a player who's been taking a bit more of a backseat recently, but definitely, as I said, the same with Enzo. He'll be willing to jump in as much as he can to get some gameplay going on. And to be honest, I think this team really is one of the only teams who can rival Reply Totem in this challenge phase. So I'm just really intrigued to see if they're going to be able to do it today.
I absolutely agree. Tribe Gaming EU have just been on a tear lately. They even won the last monthly finals of the year, might I add. But a few months ago, they did once again have some mid-year troubles there, and around that time is when they picked up Lina, which revitalized this roster and kind of brought them back to that success that they found at the beginning of the year. It's the same story, it's the same structure of a team as Totem, except they do have one more. Yoshi and Lina, they're both the mechanics guys, and Drage and Tom, this is a duo that's been together for a long time. They play the lanes, they know what's up, and Lina or Yoshi, those are the ones who full send when it matters the most.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, it's just a dangerous roster all around. I really do think that Lenane brought in a certain aspect that Tribe just didn't have beforehand, and he's really improved the roster massively. Along with Drage and Tom, who just have some wonderful synergy with each other, just pretty going without saying, to be honest. He really is that piece that was missing, and you know, Yoshi started, you know, he had some tough times. They had a really difficult run at MSI where they did end up going out last, well, in the 5th to 8th spots, should I say, but they needed a player to come in and make it that kind of difference and fling themselves back to that #1 spot in the region. But we'll take a little bit of a look at head-to-head stats between these two teams throughout the previous phases right now, and honestly, I think it's going to be pretty even. It is. Reply Totem do have a higher kill amount throughout these games, but Tribe Gaming have less deaths.
That's what it's about. I mean, Reply Totem, they have higher kills, they have higher deaths, but what does the scoreline tell us as far as wins? Well, they've met here, and Reply Totem also have had just marginally more success as well. The damage also looks a bit even as well. I think in this case, it might even just come down to playstyle. Reply Totem, they can play very, very aggressively, and Tribe Gaming EU historically have been super, super talented at this kind of control game. And I think this is maybe how I interpreted the way that Lina has brought something new to this roster just within the last couple of months. Is he's a very aggressive player, and Tribe Gaming EU try to flank him and follow him into battle when that happens. But still, Reply Totem proved to be overall more aggressive. You can see it in the kills and the deaths.
Yeah, and you know, Reply Totem are that roster. The statistics, you know, it shows their playstyle perfectly. They are a lot more aggressive, and I do think Tribe have been trying to slot into that playstyle more recently as well. You know, there's teams like SK who have been playing defensively all year round, and Reply Totem have proved themselves to be one of those teams who can take down the more defensive teams by using this playstyle. And I think that's something that Tribe Gaming have adopted really nicely as well. And you know, you said earlier, Lenane and Yoshi are these aggressive players that are the ones making the moves, whereas Drage and Tom are a bit more safe. They like to keep composed, and you need a player who's going to be able to do that, and Lenane was that person for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and also I want to emphasize that the same goes for Reply Totem across the way. Maru and Maru, these are the two. That's the duo that's been together for a long time. And then Joker came in, and it was like a completely different roster. It was a completely different Reply Totem than we had seen all year. And I think that this is a common observation that we can make in a lot of competitive teams. So it's a formula that just works. I'm kind of curious to see whether we will maybe see in the near future Lina and Yoshi in the same game, because typically these two are rotated out as the aggro, right? The really aggressive guy, the guy who just keeps his head down and makes it work while the other two follow. That's not something that Totem have the luxury of, because yeah, they have the 4th of Inso, but I don't think he's going to be hopping down on the battlefield anytime soon. So they really stick with their main 3 players here, which, if anything, might give Tribe a bit of an advantage in realizing the playstyles of some of these teammates and maybe playing more of a game of Brawl Stars against Totem than just a game of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, and you know, I think you've put it perfectly there. You know, I would love to see Yoshi come in, but the likelihood of it happening, especially against teams like SK, Totem, the more more forefront of teams in the competitive scene. I just don't know what the likelihood of that happening is, just because, you know, you've got to kind of have a concrete roster down for those more competitive games, and, you know, in these big competitions as well, with the SPS included. You've got to have a concrete roster. That's the team you're going to be scrimming with. It's the team that you're going to be performing the best with. And at the moment, that has been Tom, Drage, and Linane. And, you know, on the other side, Totem have just got the 3-person roster, so they have to make it work. If changes need to be made, they can't be.
It's an absolutely fair point, right? When you're scrimming, you can only scrim with 3 players in one game at a time, so that's absolutely going to come into play as who's been practicing the most and, you know, who's been the main person in game in these scrims. Let's also kind of acknowledge, right, that this matchup, I would almost rate at a 50-50 as to who comes out on top, because there's not a lot of like recent historical data for us to go by, with the exception of Queso. And in Queso, I believe we saw Tribe take a victory over Totem, this seemingly invincible roster within the last few months, which goes to show, I think, the skill level that Tribe is on is really rivaling what Totem has been having to offer over the last few months.
Yeah, and you know, it goes without saying that Totem are currently in a rough patch. They might have won Queso Cup, but in the recent monthly final, they did lose first round, and that really might have rattled them just enough for Tribe Gaming, who, coming off the back of a monthly final win, can just take them down in quite an easy fashion. So I think that's something that we need to keep an eye on, whether Totem seem shaken as of recent or not, or if they're just going to come out and be how they were a couple of months ago in those challenge finals, where they were walking over team after team and really making it not look difficult for themselves.
This is true. When it came down to SPS, those finals there where we saw Totem play, it just didn't seem like there was anything that could stop them. I swear at some point they were trick-shotting, but they did say, no, we weren't trick-shotting, we were just trying to get the goal in a creative way. In any case, though, we're just on a different level, and they're still looking to realize that same success as a few months ago. Let's see if it can start today.
I mean, you know, finding a creative way of scoring is just a nice way of putting, I was trying to trick shot my opponents. I think that's the best way of putting it. Out in the open will be the first map between these two teams, though the bans should be coming in momentarily. But with Knockout, you know, it's one of those game modes where you have to be passive, and that might be a bit difficult for both of these teams at the moment, because as we have literally just said, both these teams are incredibly aggressive. Whether or not that's going to play into one of the team's hands a little bit more than the other, we'll come to see. But for out in the open, you do have to have those passive moments as well as the aggressive ones, and we'll see if the teams will struggle with that.
Well, I can think of one immediate aggressive move that you can take on this map. Out in the open, you have a jump pad that you can use right into mid, and we sometimes see teams use this. The only downside is that it does put you all by yourself on that left side, or if your enemy is coming in, they're going to be all alone on the right side, so you have to be ready for that possibility. We will see some of the bans coming in, though. Fang going to be banned out by Reply Totem in conjunction with B and Penny. From the side of Tribe, it's going to be Bonnie, Squeak, and a mystery brawler we'll, I guess, discover later. But overall, more control-based brawlers banned out by Tribe. Some more aggro options, just in the form of Fang, banned by Reply Totem. And that's almost a dead giveaway that they don't want to face that as a last pick.
I mean, I think this Gene first pick as well is a really solid one. I think you've kind of got to watch out for this this vision gear, because it's difficult to remain unseen in this back bush, which Tribe Gaming are going to be trying to hide in, and I just don't think it's going to be a possibility for them anymore. Therefore, they might be going a bit more of an aggressive option, which they are going to with this Max, and we know how much Linane likes to jump on this, occasionally Drage as well. Tom is maybe a little bit off that kind of brawler, but Piper is another one that both Linane and Drage are incredibly strong on, and we might see them interchanging these brawlers between each other in different games, but honestly, I think Linane will be slotting on the Max here.
Yeah, and always a fan of the Piper pick as well. Just going to be a good all-around brawler. The only downside of Piper is that she can get countered out relatively easily, but that is going to be quite challenging for Totem if they don't draft something that is really, really creative here, because Piper, she's going to be weak primarily versus brawlers that can get in close range versus you. Now, Bonnie is already banned out, so that's not really a possibility. Fang's been banned out by Reply Totem, and they don't even have the last pick, but Janet can absolutely get the job done in that regard. She can land on top of Piper, but she's going to have to be one of the last brawlers left in order to get her all by herself.
Yeah, I do like the Janet pick. I think it's very good. It can get out of some unfavorable situations. If you're using drop the base, then you're going to be able to tank one of these Piper shots, possibly even a homemade recipe, and keep alive. And if you use another one, you've got that exit route anyway. If you do want to go aggressive with your super, it's always good to have that that other gadget in the pocket. But honestly, at the moment, I'm kind of liking what Tribe are bringing to the table just a little bit more. With Griff as the last pick, though, they are going to be maybe breaking up the map and obviously breaking up their home side as the first play, so that they can walk through and have an easier path towards the battle. But also, they're not going to want to break up too much more of the map because otherwise Piper's going to start thriving.
Another thing that speaks to me right here is that we have Gene and Griff on the same team. That means that Griff is going to be healing up a lot with magic puffs from Gene at his back and also healing up passive health without even having to stop from his star power. He's going to be pretty aggressive here despite having shorter range than almost all the brawlers on Tribe Gaming EU. Max is still going to be at a mild range disadvantage, but she does have the speed. Brock is, I'm going to really agree with this pick here because he can break open those walls. Once again, as we were saying with Griff, can give you easier passage into mid as well.
Yeah, and you know, I do like the Brock pick. I think if Totem are going to go for just breaking up their side of the map, maybe not break up Tribe's side, just to get the easier path through, I think Brock's going to maybe assist with that and overbreak the side of Reply Totem, which is always going to be favorable for Tribe, and they're going to remain in cover. Now, as we can see, the game already is well underway, and Tom has done some serious wall breaking. Linnea trying to get a bit of a flank around the right-hand side, but unable to do too much so just yet. Joker had to throw out a Vengeful Spirit to try and force him back, but Mori out in the open now, and he's doing a lovely job of juking up, and now he gets hit hard, followed up by another one of Tom, and he goes down.
3v2 here. Tom looking for some value around that left side. Joker trying to connect the Vengeful Spirits once again. It's a second for this game. 820 health remains as he circles around the right. Linnea doing the same exact thing. Breaking down this totem from Maori. He might actually suffer defeat here. Getting completely cornered as well. Down he goes, actually. Extremely aggressive plays. It turned out to not pay off. And now Tribe Gaming EU finds himself in a 2v2. As far as who has the advantage, though, Joker does have a pull here. And Tom does not have any escape mechanism. He can break open a wall with his gadget. Of course, they've already been expended now. Take down on Tamaru. Joker just needs some value here, but he already has a super. And there's no way he's taking down these two on his own. This round still gonna go to Tribe.
You know, you might think that Linnea didn't get value off that, but I think the opposite, to be fair. All he was wanting to do was relieve pressure off his teammates who know they're going to win this long-range brawl, and that's exactly what they did towards the end of the game there. Maru getting hit pretty hard early on and being forced to back up. Tom just adding to this map break, and it's really not looking good for Totem at the moment unless they can get a gene pull and turn this game around, but even at the same time, it's going to be hard to get in range.
That's part of the detriment of all these walls, or rather these bushes falling down, is Joker just doesn't have that speed to help him get his pull, but he might be able to use these on the right side as he advances forward as well. Linnea getting super aggressive, punishing Maori. There's the pull as well. 2v2 now. Tom trying to get some damage versus Joker at long range on the left side. He has a super in hand. Drage also hiding this bush, seeing if he can get some value with ambush there. Big tap onto Maru as well. He's going to need a couple more, and with Joker constantly healing up Maru with magic puffs, it's going to be quite tough to take him down.
No gadget available from Drage, though, which means he is going to have to try and connect some of these shots. Joker not going to take any fire from the Brock Super until the last connecting shot. Tom finishes them off, and Tribe Gaming take the first game of Knockout in quite an explosive way as they were coming out the gates fast.
Beautifully done and well broken by Tribe Gaming EU, because breaking open all of those bushes meant that there was practically no value for Gene there. He wasn't able to suss out any enemies in those bushes on the other side, and he wasn't able to use any bushes to his advantage, not only to hide in, but to use speed here. It gives you effectively more range on that super. It lets you hit those pulls at max range and really get people in tough situations. Really aggressive ideas from Totem here are not going to pay off as they all rush up that left side and get cornered by Tribe Gaming EU to start off that first round.
I mean, we brought up this point of Reply Totem maybe looking a bit shaky as of recent, and I think the gameplay they've provided so far is really backing up that statement, as they do take quite a hefty early deficit of games to Tribe Gaming in the first round of the last one. Of this one goes to Tribe as well. Tom coming in with another break, and the walls are already being completely destroyed. Mori trying to add to it over the left-hand side, and honestly, I don't know if that is the best idea. Joker sliding over the left-hand side now, but a speed pop by Linnea, and they're looking to go explosively aggressive. Homemade Recipe connects, and Mori's brought down to a one-shot. Can Drage finish him off? He can't. Joker's going to provide him with some healing puffs, and he does stay in the mix, but there's another Homemade Recipe, and Mori can't tank it, so Joker will fall.
there's the wall break as well. It's just Mary and Maru versus the entire world here. Big taps onto Mary. Really, he's just relying on his ability to dodge versus these two, which when you're in a long-range matchup, you're already outranged. It's so challenging. Here comes the super in. It's not going to find any value either. Mary and Maru both on really low health. It's go time, though. Maru has to get some value here. Tom falls, but he's going to land right next to Drage in the nah. This one is done. And such a confident set taken by Tribe Gaming EU in such a short period of time as well.
Confident and fast. That was just completely rapid. One of the fastest knockout sets that I have actually ever seen. And I think that kind of goes to show that Reply Totem aren't looking as good as they have been, and Tribe Gaming are looking to take advantage of that shakiness that they're bringing to the table, because Tribe are looking on top of the world right now. They're coming off the back of some huge wins, and they're backing it up once more with the first set of knockout going swiftly in their favor.
And I think this is twofold as well, because the mechanics, they were impressive on both sides. If you watched the Griff gameplay from Reply Totem, the dodges were just insane. You're a Griff, you're outranged, and you're facing versus both a Piper and a Brock, and you're still dodging out those shots reliably. And this is literally Tribe Gaming EU that we're talking about here. You don't just dodge these guys reliably as, you know, some average guy. Reply Totem have it locked down. What they seem to struggle with a little bit was the draft. They seem to be a little out-adapted, seem to be a little outranged when it came down to it. And I think the wall break played into that in a large way. And this is really just excellent planning by Tribe Gaming EU. And Reply Totem just falling a little bit flat in terms of the draft.
I mean, it's a rarity that the stats do back up the gameplay as much as this. 9 supers, 66,000 damage, and they may have healed less, but they weren't even required to heal. They barely even got hit. 28,000 damage, and they already healed 16,000 of it. Only leaves 12,000 on the table. And I'm not even sure if they got a takedown that Tribe Gaming didn't want them to get. Linane, in the first one, he went up, he relieved some pressure, putting Tribe Gaming in a good position to win the ranged battle, and that's what they did. The real only battles they did lose were ones that Tribe gave them.
This is true. It really did seem like Tribe Gaming EU was in the driver's seat the entire time, and any punishment was really just something that Tribe Gaming EU were willing to concede. That's just Knockout, though. I'm wondering how this is going to carry over into other modes, because Knockout, still, it's the freshest face in the map pool and the mode pool, too, if you will, and it's still a little bit fresher in our minds, and it's still a little bit less consistent, but I don't think you can really get more consistent in this mode than 2 games won in a row with both rounds each taken a victory. But as far as the draft, it didn't look as convincing to me from Reply Totem in the last one. Let's see if they can repair that in set 2.
Well, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon. Ban's already in of Colette, B, Otis. I like that from Reply Totem. Bonnie, Carl, and Crow from the side of Tribe. I believe that's a 6-ban game right here, and it's a rarity we do see this even to start with. Amber being the first selection from Tribe, and I do quite like that pick, burning up the bush, ensuring that some sharpshooters can't do as much as they want to. But then again, I like the pick, but do I like it as a first pick? Not too much.
Yeah, this is absolutely fair, because Amber, she still has counters, and those are just completely possible to be picked by Reply Totem. However, they have banned out one of the brawlers that Amber seems to have a lot of trouble with, which is Crow. So Tribe Gaming seem to be fairly intent on picking up this brawler as their first one. Here comes the Max across the way for Reply Totem, and this is already giving me just a bad feeling for Tribe Gaming EU, because Totem, they like to run super aggressive strategies that can punish you in a serious way. And some of the brawlers that we don't see banned out here are things like Daryl, like Gale as well. And this can be an extremely harsh thing to face into on Kaboom Canyon. You can have a jump pad that consistently puts you into mid, and you can also get a strong tank as a last pick. And it's, once again, very clear from the bans that Totem want to set themselves up for this.
You know, you see, at the same time, though, they have taken 2 picks that just, yes, Griff's going to do good against it. Max is going to be able to provide some speed to Griff and allow him to do what he does best. But they haven't really counted too much for the Gale Daryl composition. And they obviously do have the last pick, but now Tribe have 2 picks in a row where they can select this really, really solid combo. And I don't know if Totem have really got enough picks available to be able to account for it, with Colette and B out the mix, Otis as well, as you said. But they aren't going to really do it. They're going for the Lola as their second pick, and I think it's very good. It's good against Griff. You've got a lot of the ability to tank with the freeze frame and ego being thrown out. And I think they're going to be able to cover a lot of ground with both Amber and Lola. It's hard to miss any of your shots, and that might assist them quite nicely against a Max.
Yeah, and a lot of times also one of the counters we see to Lola is just anything with a piercing attack, so Amber absolutely comes to mind, but another one is Penny. Now, Tribe Gaming, they could pick this up for themselves, but they can also do something to deal with the possibility of a tank. There they go, going ahead and getting rid of Daryl and selecting it for themselves as well. Now, this is something that's going to be tough for them to play with because Totem can still absolutely pick up a tank counter here, but acknowledge that Totem really set the stage for Daryl to be picked in general, but they obviously wanted it on their side, and they're going to be going super aggressive here. The options, they're not ample. They could go for something like a Buzz, maybe something that gets in close range that could upset Amber, but versus Lola, she's pretty much a tank buster, and it's going to be hard to beat Daryl on any tank. Here comes the Gale as that last pick, and really what I'm seeing here is Reply Totem, once again, they're lacking on the range, and relying on the dodges, it worked to an extent and out in the open, but it did not get them any wins.
I do think at the same time, though, it's not like Tribe Gaming have those really, really long-range brawlers. Yes, they're going to outrange them with Amber and Lola, but at the same time, it's not like you with a max speed, you're not going to be able to get in range, you know? You'll easily be able to push up, dodge maybe a few shots, and you're going to be in range of doing some serious damage to them. I'm just a little bit worried about the Daryl for the side of Tribe. I said maybe there wasn't enough counters left, but Griff and Gale as a pairing should be able to do enough.
Well, it's going to come down to having Gale and Griff positioned perfectly in response to Daryl because they got to be waiting just at the edge of that water. It's a common strategy with Daryl to try and end your roll immediately over that water, and in that way, you're able to get a little extra distance on it and pretty much go across a third of the entire map in only one super. Drage is going to fall pretty early on now, looking to recover around that left side and get his roll out here pretty soon. Mary does have the super. There's a stun onto Tom, a roll forward by Drage. Some damage finds its way onto Joker, but he's simply outranged. We got to see some value from Lana at mid as well, but Joker and Mary combined forces to take him down. Still, though, Drage is in a strong position where he can't really be ignored, but Reply Totem don't seem to mind. They're going to go for it on the enemy save. It's a base race.
You saw Joker dash up there trying to tank the last few shots to keep the Griff alive, and he did just that. Maury's back on defense, and they've already got a big lead. And Lenane's going to pick up Joker as well. That's huge for Tribe, as he should be able to defend this Max on his own. I mean, the Griff on his own, and he did just that. Maury fall down. But now they're respawning. They're ready to take down Tom and Drage, and that they're going to do, and they're going to do it quite swiftly.
Tom just going for that last bit of damage. He knew he was pinched, and he just had to fully commit there. Reply Totem, though, still have a much better amount of damage left on their safe than Tribe Gaming EU. Just one more solid push from Reply Totem. It's all it's going to take. But Tribe is looking super dangerous here. Damage raining in from Lana and from Tom. Drage just needs one solid roll in here. That's all it's going to take. Mara doing his best to defend. Might be able to take down Drage. There's one kill for Drage, but he does eventually fall. Mary now jumping forward still. 13% left, but Totem have not managed to break past mid.
It's only 3% in it now, and Maru's got another super. Joker's coming aggressive. Lenane's too low to really defend too well. Drage is low as well. He's going to go down, and now all three members of Totem closing down towards the safe. Maru's trying to get a breakthrough. Maury might not be able to do it. The super's there, but the tanks are as well. He manages to sneak just a little bit to the right of the shot through, and Reply Totem take the first game of Heist.
Really, really close one, but well dealt with for them because that draft really did seem to go in favor of Tribe Gaming EU there. It looked like the Daryl pick was just kind of hanging out there, and Totem were just hoping that they would be able to get it for themselves because there wasn't really anything stopping from Tribe getting it for themselves, and they still managed to run away with it for most of the game. It simply came down to that last push. The Reply Totem now are seriously on a trajectory for success. It's similar to the first game where they got that mid control first and then started to work from there. But that first burn from Tom is going to come down pretty soon. That fire field is going to be burning open a lot of the bushes. He just has to get a little bit more health so he can fully commit to pushing it.
Joker does get burned up, regardless of trying to phase shift through it, and he should go down. He accepts that, and he tries to go for some damage, but Drage is going to get knocked back. Maru's not going to be traded out, as he's got those heals from the star power coming in. Lenane pushing around the right-hand side, pops the ego, pops the freeze frame, brings Maury to his knees, sends him back to spawn, and Maru's going to fall surely from Tom's damage as well. Just going to ensure it with a little sneak around the left-hand side and a bit more damage added by Tom. Totem are off to a good start, though. 25% damage dealt, and regardless of all going down, Tribe aren't in that much of a good position.
No doubt. They're having a lot of trouble getting past Mary every single step of the way. Doesn't even matter which brawler is faced against him. Maybe they'll be a little sneakier and face Tom versus him since he does have the range diff. Mary's still going to get another takedown here. Joker and Mary get to lay into the safe. It's just Drage playing defense. There's a roll on to Mary, though, to take him down. 330 health left for Drage as he has to reset around this safe. keep getting defense with Lena. Now looking for a pinch, but Mary's still going to get the takedown onto Drage on the left side. Not really too much pinch ability for Lena here, not all by himself. And with Mary chiming in too, he's going to get taken down. Reply Totem still have to hang on to mid, but with Tom and Drage pushing forward now, that's going to come to a close.
Yeah, they have to sacrifice some damage to try and relieve this pressure. Eventually, Lenane's going to bring down Maury, and he's going to be respawning and dealing some good defense as well. Maury pushing forward once more, but goes down. Joker burned low by Tom, but still does survive just that little bit longer. Lenane has this ego. Freeze frame still available as well, which is going to do some serious work, but only 30 seconds on the clock, and they're about 30% down.
Mara's going to jump forward seemingly by accident immediately into the clutches of Drage. Joker now commits forward. He absolutely had to after that misstep. Tom and Lena both confidently shooting down mid at this safe. They're almost just low enough, but they still have to play defense at the same time. Drage and Tom falling just to that. The Reply Totem get to wail on the safe. The DPS cannot compete from Tribe Gaming EU on the enemy safe, and that's going to be yet another victory in the last seconds by Reply Totem.
Reply Totem hitting back hard then. Heist is going to go in their favor, and Tribe Gaming, regardless of looking absolutely flawless in knockouts, are definitely looking the same in Heist, as that was extremely dominant from Totem throughout. Yes, Tribe had the breakaways, but it was the same as what kind of Tribe let them do in Knockout. They were leaving these brawlers because they knew they were going to be able to add more damage onto Tribe's safe just by leaving them. And Amber on his own is not going to be able to do as much as 3 members of Reply Totem rushing towards the Tribe safe.
And it's interesting to look at in retrospect, right? Because Tribe, no doubt, said, dude, it's easy. We'll just pick Daryl here. That's a clear choice. And we, too, went... I think Daryl might be the clear choice here. It doesn't look like Reply Totem were really prepared for this, but they absolutely were. This was the strategy, and this is kind of the same Reply Totem that we saw when it came down to the event at Gamescom. They were sort of setting these traps in draft, didn't really care if the enemy went for the Daryl themselves because they knew that they would be able to play into it really, really well. And this just once more reinforces that if you pick a tank or just any kind of close-range brawler that can be countered very easily, and you don't pick it last, you're just setting yourself up for failure unless you have specifically drafted it that way in advance.
Now look how ridiculously close these stats are. It's hard to even tell who's got more damage, but it is Reply Totem, I believe, just by the tiniest bit. The same amount of kills, 24 apiece, but a lot more heals from the side of Reply Totem, which is definitely because of their comp. Drage had to go in time and time again, and you don't expect to be able to get out of these big brawls as Daryl, because you are going to commit. You're going to try to get damage on the opponents, on the safe, and not survive it, because that's just how you play the brawler. But the other two, it's still quite surprising not to see them have healed that much.
Hard to agree here. I mean, if we just look at the healing, it's a big discrepancy in healing, but I think the comps can mostly account for that as well. And in terms of the damage and kills, it almost could not be closer. Both 103k, only separated by like a couple of pellets from Daryl, for instance, and 24 kills. An extremely even game in terms of kills and damage, but really the damage that matters here in Heist is the damage on that safe, and that's where Reply Totem were able to capitalize.
It really was, and the first game was definitely quite close, but the second just really wasn't so much that way. There was 30% left on the Totem safe as they were still swarming the Tribe safe, and they were definitely looking better. This is the kind of response that Reply Totem did need, as that first set just really wasn't it for them, and we were questioning them. Tribe were probably questioning them and feeling quite safe about the sets going forward. But with this, making it 1-1, they're definitely slotting back into how they used to be.
Yeah, and it's definitely more of a comfortable position for Totem as well, starting off kind of at a disadvantage, now evening things out as well, making this effectively a best of 3, just not on those 2 maps that we've already gone through. It's going to be just Gem Grab and Bounty and Brawl Wall from now on. And Minecart Madness is going to be kicking up here pretty soon. We already got the draft on screen as well. Reply Totem are going to be going with a Colette, Jean, and Janet. Across the way for Tribe, they got that Poco tank strategy going on. 2 tanks and a Poco. This is PDT. Once again, we have not seen this in a very long time.
It has definitely been a while, and I wouldn't have expected it to come out on Minecart Madness if any at all. Poco's been a pretty decent mid here, but you don't necessarily have to pair it with the tank. Lenane going aggressive early on, though, but Joker getting some good heals. Rage is going to join Lenane in this aggressive position, and he's going to carry on his spree of kills throughout. Tom's going to join them aggressive as well, and they're going to get a team wipe. Lenane's going to get some heals off this star power, and they're going to be in a wonderful position early on.
Here comes the push by Joker. He's still trying to get the kill onto Lena, but Lena just keeps on healing up over and over and over again. Big commitment by Tom on that right side, though. He is end up feeling the consequences. Joker and Mary now confidently push up that left side, too. Some attempts at defense from Poco, but he is going to have to fall back. Drage looking to heal up his teammates if possible. A little bump from the minecart there on a Joker, but it's no worry. He shrugs it right off. A kill onto Lena as well. Maru now controlling once again. Tribe Gaming EU seem to be having some trouble pushing through this choke, but if it can get some nice heals from Drage, that might come to an end. No way! Big pull comboed up with the super from Colette. Doesn't even get hit by that minecart either. This is a Joker that we've been waiting to see for a while. It's great for Reply Totem to see it come to fruition, but Tribe Gaming EU are still in it to win it.
Late heal from Drage there, and Lenane does go down. They've added another gem to their count as well, meaning Maru doesn't have to survive. Tom's going to go down anyway, and Reply Totem for the first time in this series are going to take the lead with a really nice game of gem grab. Wonderful pull coming in from Mori there to really turn the game around, even though it seemed to be going in their favor after that initial push anyway. It's nice to be able to guarantee it early on.
Yeah, and just seeing those pulls connect from Jean as well onto the perfect target, you want to be getting them onto Drage. He's on the Poco, and once you can get rid of that support, you can pretty much dismantle the entire enemy team. The reason that Poco double tanks works is because of Poco and the value that tanks get from healing. So on their own, tanks, they're just not going to be able to perform like we see right here. Lena and Tom both left high and dry here with an early takedown of Drage. As long as Reply Totem are not only able to prioritize the target, but make it happen as well. Get that pull onto Drage or get a kill, period, onto Drage early on. They will continue their domination so far. A pull onto Lena and some big damage onto that minecart. And Joker finds a kill as well around that left side. Still healing up with Gotcha. Maru now approaches around the right. Here comes a screeching solo in from Drage, it appears. Still not going to find too much value there. Reply Totem have all the gems, they have the control, but Tom taking things down around the right might be able to mix things up.
He needs to bring down Moru here. He doesn't manage to do it. Drage is the only one remaining on the side of Tribe. Lenane joining him eventually now, but they're going aggressive. What a pull again from Mori. Going in. Lenane tries to get the gadget off, but doesn't manage to do too much work. The last gem over the right-hand side will start the countdown off the Reply Totem, but then they're going to pick another one up from mid anyway, which means one of these needs to survive. Tom's going aggressive. He gets the takedown, but Drage needs to save his heal for Lenane. He does just that. They get the reset. The gems in Lenane's hands. Not the best hands to be in, but at the same time, a reset's a reset.
Mary can get a pull as well. He's not going to go for Lena. He knows better than that. There's a takedown as well. Long range with those knuckle busters, but now they're completely unreachable for Lena. He sacrificed a lot of damage and his ability to heal infinitely. Drage also getting pulled as well. The pulls are just on fire for Mary today, and the kills might be as well around that left side, continuing to defend. Huge pinch between Maru and Joker around the right, and this one's chalked. It's a Reply Totem game and set.
Not sure if the Poco tank strategy was really what Tribe Gaming needed to play there. Definitely didn't seem to play off as well. But I would like to mention what a great play from Joker at the end there to just swoop in with his super, get the last gem when Tribe were kind of neglecting it, waiting for Drage to come back up and pick it up instead of having another one in Lenane's hands. He took advantage of that scenario. He supers in, he picks it up, and he's straight back to the spawn to be safe.
It's wonderful, wonderfully played. Definitely kind of a mind game there as well. Just make it easier on yourself too. Knowing that your enemy is going to go pick up that gem and that it's going to be the easier kill for you can afford you some patience as well, and it can get you the win in the end. I think Joker was really one of the star players of this matchup for Reply Totem. He's like the main tank counter, and he really put those abilities, that kit of his brawler, to work. But Mary also, I think, seriously started things off on a good trajectory for Reply Totem, because if you remember early on in game one, Tribe Gaming EU, they were literally spawn camping Reply Totem. It just took some good pulls from Jean to get that ball rolling, and then it was just one after the other. One Jean pull connects on the Poco, then the next, then the next, then the next. It just didn't seem like there was much that Drage could do to stay out of his clutches.
I mean, we see here as well the kind of gems picked up to drops ratio, and Tribe only got 16 in total, and they dropped 13 of them. Whereas Reply Totem have come with 35 and only dropped 12. That's definitely a winning ratio in my opinion, but they've also got more than just about double actually the damage that Tribe Gaming did manage to get, which yes, it is kind of lining up with the compositions again. With Poco and tanks, you want to make that one play where you're getting a huge turnaround, but it seemed like the huge turnarounds were all on the side of Totem. 112,000 damage, a lot of gene pulls, some nice plays from Joker in there as well. It all aligns to be a massive win for them.
Big stuff. I mean, just really amazingly played by Reply Totem, and creative stuff from Tribe Gaming EU as well. I wonder why this is where they decided to pull out the Poco double tanks, but once again, I mean, kudos to them for being able to draft it and only really play into one hard counter, because they got Poco and they got 2 tanks out here, and all that was really there to counter them was a Colette. But Reply Totem, I think, revealed to us that you can still play into this if you just play it picture perfect. And I think every single pull, with the exception of one that was just to pull Sam into a minecart, found its way onto Poco. It connected and was able to find tremendous value from that play too.
Well, bans are in. We've got a pick in there as well. We'll just go over the bans quickly first. Penny, Sam, and Ruffs, the bans from Reply Totem. Tribe Gaming getting rid of the Squeak, Penny, and Poco. First pick came in from Totem, and it was Janet, followed up by a nice pick of Gene and Carl from Tribe Gaming. I like that. I think the Gene pick's always good for Tribe when Drager's got his hands on it, but at the same time, we saw what more he could bring to the table with this brawler in that last game of Minecart Madness. And it's worrying, so I'm not surprised they've taken it not only for themselves, but also taken it out of Reply Totem's hands.
Yeah, maybe not a brawler that you want to see across the way if your opponent is Reply Totem. So once again, great that Tribe have been able to pick this up so far. There's a bell appearing for Reply Totem. On Canal Grand, it's a bit of an interesting one because you can be facing into numerous tanks, especially when Tribe has already gotten Carl on their side. And they can get one more tank in here. There's no wall break either for either team. Maybe this is where Reply Totem will spice things up with that final pick. They have banned out Colonel Ruff, so that's one easy wall breaker gone. And they could just decide that they want to pick up a tank here for themselves, and there it is, Daryl. I wonder if Reply Totem are expecting to face into a tank as that last pick, though, because Tribe can absolutely go for yet one more tank. There's also the obvious option of going for some kind of counter, too.
Well, I mean, you know, they've picked Daryl because Carl. It was when Carl was really, you know, massive in the meta just a couple of months ago. Daryl instantly sprung into the meta as well, just as a perfect counter for him, able to roll through, knock him out of his super, and he just doesn't do enough damage with just that pickaxe to be able to warrant the pick if a Daryl is there. So nice to see them picking that a little bit later on. But Gale, as it comes back to Tribe Gaming as their last pick, I think that's nice as well. If they're going to be able to stun this Daryl out when he rolls in, it's going to be pretty much the exact same of what Daryl will be able to do to Carl. You're going to be able to push him back, you're going to be able to knock him out of harm's way and deal some good damage to him when he's stunned as well.
And you also got to wonder what kind of gadget's going to be run here by Gale, because what we've seen a few times is just how much value you can get out of using that jump pad to get some free positioning and maybe even catch an enemy by surprise. I can almost guarantee you, though, that Reply Totem, they are going to be keeping their distance. The main exception is going to be Daryl, but he does auto-charge that super. He gets it for absolute free, so he can just kind of lurk here in the bushes, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage as he's found out on that right side. With an early gadget in from Lena, too, they boast the advantage for now. Huge pinch onto Joker to start things off, actually. And now Tribe Gaming EU are now not just up by the blue star, but by a whole kill as well. Joker continues to take some damage on the bottom side. Tribe Gaming EU is looking for some kind of pinch here, but they can't because Mary is still shooting at them from that left flank. Some more damage onto Lena. He has to keep his distance from his teammates too, so that damage doesn't get reflected. And a super in for Maru. No kill just yet. In fact, he's on a roll, but does not get a second kill.
He is quite literally on a roll. I like that little pun if you intended it there, ready, set. But Tribe are out, and they're out fighting. They've got the stun onto Maru once again here, getting some damage in, and he shouldn't be too far off cycling that as well. Linane has his super in this bush also, and Drage looking for another one to add to the mix as well. But Maru's got a super, but at the same time, it's not really going to have too much use unless Linane chooses to go in aggressive onto him, because Tom should just be able to sit here and handle him when he rolls in, but he gets one, he gets two, and Drage is going to be the last one remaining. They get that one as well, and I can eat my words, Caster's Curse to an absolute T, because Maru has just popped off regardless of the Gale having that super and being there to defend his teammates.
I wasn't as big of a believer in that possibility after seeing the first time, but now Maru really gets it done. You're just up in your enemies' faces, stunning them out too, so your teammates can come in and help you capitalize on that value. Reply Totem now up by 4 stars here, a blue star on their side as well. Just one kill on Maru is all it's going to take. He cannot be too aggressive here. Maru almost gets the kill. and maybe a stun from Tom could shake things up. There's a kill and a pull on the Joker, too. 1 kill is all it's going to take for Tribe Gaming EU to bring this back, but they don't have the range. 2 of them are slowed down by Bell's nest eggs. Joker could get taken down, but he's not, in fact. Reply Totem rack up 1, 2 more kills, and they take this one to a match point.
Match point for Reply Totem, and Tribe Gaming looking increasingly worried, I will say, because they were looking quite good at the start of the game. They had a 10-2 lead, and it instantly got flipped to a 14-10 with no real repercussions on the side of Reply Totem. They just walked over them. I was doubting Mario. I was doubting the Darryl. I will say it. I'll own up to my mistakes right now. He comes in, he proves me wrong, and just absolutely pops off for the side of Reply Totem there. Great stuff, but it looks like a good start for Tribe once again, as they've picked up an early blue star.
We'll see if Mary can make it happen again. Some weakening of the enemies happening right now with Mary knocking them down from range. Also some pushes in from Darryl too. A gadget dropped in the back lines as well. Maru also coming in to get that kill. Now 2 stars in advantage already over Tribe Gaming EU. Lina is also marked up. Maru taking serious damage, and he is pinched, but he's just going to fully commit. He does end up getting taken down by Drage. Joker and Maru combine forces to pinch off Lina on the right side, and they will be in the lead just by a blue star to start off this game.
Well, the blue star could decide if Tribe Gaming are going to win their first game or not. Mori's going to get stunned, taken down. Lineade's going to come in for Joker. He should be able to get that one as well, but Mori on the top side might be able to pinch in. Can't get his super, which means Lineade can still dominate him in that position. They now take the lead, 13-10. Blue star in Tribe's hands as well, which means possibly 2 of them are going to have to go down to flip this lead back in their favor.
Mara with a roll forward does get pushed back a little bit further. Not as far back on the back lines as you want it to be. A great pull and a takedown between Drage and Tom on the left side. Lina's still completely alone on that right side, but that's exactly where he would like to be. He's solo versus Mary. He can totally get this kill, but he's got to be sneaky about it. Here comes the roll in, and he is slowed down. Could this be a kill by Mary? Doesn't look like it, but a roll forward by Mary is going to find some value. No, never mind. Lina with a gadget over to the left side. 9 and now 11 star advantage. A pull by Drage is not going to find its target onto Mary on the bottom left side. Mary's still awaiting on that right side. Doesn't have a super just yet, but it might auto-charge soon. They got to find value in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, the Twister's really stopping them from doing just that as well. Tom's got his knockback here. Can sacrifice himself to try and get some good damage down. Does exactly that. Goes in. Gets one. Maru falls low. He goes down as well. 15 stars are what separate Tribe and Reply Totem at the end of this game. And we saw one of them with 7 stars sitting up top as well. Tribe hold on to their last bit of hope. And they're going to be 1 game away from tying things out. But Reply Totem is still 1 game away from winning the entire series.
Problem identified, problem addressed. We did not really see much value there from Darryl, and that's got to go to Tribe Gaming EU because they played that so well. They made sure that Tom was always ready wherever they spotted Maru. This time, though, they're still going to concede an early game pick, even though they got that blue star. They have been able to get that blue star for free at the beginning of every single game, thanks to Lina having that flying hook, but they have not been able to hang on to it. It just looks like Reply Totem really know how to lay out their lanes when they approach mid at the beginning of the game, but Tribe Gaming EU can still bring this back. We're going to see Drage actually surprised around that top right side. Now a takedown onto Mari as well is going to take things back for them, and everything is bunched up on either side for both teams, especially with that Twister in mid, restricting access for Mari to that left side.
I mean, just like that, it's flipped around. Tribe Gaming in the back in the lead. They've got a Gene Pull. They've got a Carl Spin. It's looking quite good for them. But Maru has this super, and we saw what he's capable of when he has that as well. Tom just kind of accounting for this top side push, which is going to be coming down by being a little bit higher. They do need to be quite worried about it, though, because Janet can do some good burst damage. Tom managed to get his super knocked back. Drop the base was placed, though, which means Tom might be able to lose this matchup. But he doesn't. He managed to hold on, but there, the kill comes in from Mori. Not sure how that range was there. Gene Pull comes in and is flipped around once more to make it 9-7. 40 seconds on the clock, and Totem are once again behind.
Drage has to be very, very careful, though, because he is marked up. Lina is currently trying to play the front lines. Here comes the super, except it's not even going towards Mara. It's actually an escape plan, a takedown onto Tom as well. Only a 1-star lead for Tribe Gaming EU right here, and they're also falling back at the same time. Some reflected damage onto Drage as well. He's dodging out as much as he can, but he's only on 135 health. There's a takedown from Joker. Some damage finding its way in from Lina, but is it going to be enough to get the kill? Joker continues to live. Here's the pull and a lead for Tribe Gaming EU. Mari or Maru have to get the kill here. Only 5 seconds left to do so, and it looks like Lina is going to be safe and sound. Now just 2 seconds and just no KO potential for Reply Totem. 2 match points in a row, and yet in the face of this, Tribe Gaming EU are going to push us to set 5.
I mean, I might be wrong here, but I'd quite like to see if it's on the highlights. Maru may have been able to tank that. I'm not sure whose hands the blue star was in, but they retreated, and I think with the possibility of Joker going down actually being quite a prominent one, they should have just stayed in and tried for the fight, because Joker on his own with 600 HP is not going to be able to do anything. If Maru's there to help him, then yes, they're going to be able to try and at least put up a fight against that left-hand side, but Tribe Gaming do take it, and they force it to a set number 5, where we will see this being decided, and there's no better way to decide such a grudge match as this, with two of the titans of the region in the first week of the competition, the first game. We love to see a set number 5 between these two.
And especially a set number 5 on Brawl Ball as well, because we can get some draws here. We can push, you know, just how long this match goes, but I don't think that's really what it's about. Brawl Ball is just so entertaining to watch. And in some ways, I think it might be a little similar to how we saw this one played, because Canal Grande, yes, it's bounty. Yes, it's all about getting those kills, but we saw the match being played all over this map. And lots of times, players, they formed duos, they split off, and they looked for pinches as well. It was a very dynamic matchup on this map in particular, and it's something that I think we can expect to see on Brawl Ball. Just how much of a scramble this last map was, but it was more of organized chaos than just straight up pandemonium.
I mean, this is what we like to see. A bit more of an even statistic slide here. 53 to 44. Yes, Tribe Gaming had a lot more stars. It was probably due to, you know, that second game being so good for them. 44, I'm not sure about that. It's obviously 44 stars lost. But the damage is pretty similar as well. Totem did get a little bit more, but it's in game modes like this and Heist, where the statistics don't back up too much. Yes, you might have got more damage, but Daryl's got a lot more health.
That's true, right? He's got more health, and he's going to be rolling in all the time, so you're going to be racking up more kills for the enemy. You're going to be picking up more deaths on your team, but that's simply the play style, and that's something that we're going to see mirrored in the next map as well, because it's time for Beach Ball, and this, for me personally, has got to be one of my favorite additions to the game in the competitive map pool, simply because of the kind of gameplay style that this map encourages, and just how quickly it can go back and forth, much dissimilar to Backyard Bowl. And we get to see some also, once again, closer range brawlers really make you know, kind of make a reputation for themselves here. And we'll see the first pick of Colonel Ruffs to break open some walls from Reply Totem. There's the Carl, and there's the Penny again. A Gene reaction from Tribe. They have one more to finish this off, but already things are looking very, very solid. A Max could be, once again, a very solid way to finish things off, but they still have to be cautious about a possible tank pick by Reply Totem.
I do like what Totem did here to kind of respond against the Ruffs, though. Carl and Penny are obviously two good brawlers against it, being able to pierce through those sandbags and maybe even force him to bring down the other gadget, which is definitely not going to be as strong. Surge, however, though, is a very, very good brawler on this map, but you've got to be wary. If he doesn't get out of that level 1 position, you're going to be stuck in a really tough spot pretty much the entire game, because he relies so heavily on not only level 2, but level 3 on this map. You've got to have the range to be able to oppose a Carl, who you're going to be able to counter at close range, yes, but you've got to be able to get in range of him. Penny and Squeak all outrange him when he's in that level 1 form, and it's going to be difficult unless he gets it early on.
Just a few months ago, when Carl was literally the meta, this was a big discussion of the preemptive Surge pick, because you see Surge and you're like, well, I just really don't want to play versus a tank, and at the time it was Carl, and now it's just a tank, period, because Totem absolutely had that in the cards for them. And as you said, the main counter to this is just don't give him that next level, because the most that he can upgrade himself with his gadget is just to level 2. And it's very possible to keep him on level 1 for the entire game as long as you outrange him. Maru is absolutely cut out for this job because he has the range to make it work. He's still going to be trying to get things made at long range as well around the right side. Some wall break is going to help Lena actually get some value here. He's gotten a couple of shots in by the looks of things. Just needs to get that next super cranked up very soon here, and then he can upgrade himself to level 3 for some additional range with his gadget later down the line.
Nice stuff as well, and only one shot away, but getting hit hard, unable to get it just yet. Maru's going to retreat with that super rather than go aggressive with it to try and prevent this feeding as well. But over the left-hand side, it's all Totem. Tribe looking all right over the right, though. Gene pull in hand, and it's going to be on the Squeak to get the pull in, and Lenane gets his power up. Great little matchup between those two there to get the pull and get the damage shots and shots in for Lenane to get his supercharge. And he got a couple more there on Maru as well. Shouldn't be too far off a level 3, but that's when you've got to be cautious. That's when you don't want to be going down, and you have to stay up for the rest of the game.
Mara now looking on the right side, or rather left side for some value. Lena is finding a lot on the right side, a lot of damage in his face, actually. He's on that level 2. He's still trying to go for that level 3. No way! Mara's able to slip that around the left side. How does this happen? Drage, he was trying to get right in front of that goal, but he was just there too late, unfortunately. Now Reply Totem are up by 1 goal.
Tom now trying to get some shots around the right-hand side. Lenane trying to join him over the left. Drage still has this pull, which is obviously going to be quite useful if he manages to get it in and get some damage as well. Lenane going to guarantee himself level 3, but Tom having to retreat down this right side. Great pull from Drage through the salty barrel. He managed to get it through anyway. The gadget pop by Lenane, which is going to replenish his ammo as well. Maru's low also. He falls down. Pass to Tom and a goal should be the answer, and it is. Tribe Gaming bring it back to 1-1 and are not giving up on this just yet.
All tied up here. Only 1 super on each side. A very important one for Tribe at the moment. Lena has that level 3. There's not really anyone that he can jump on at the moment. Mari doesn't seem to be going very aggressive, but he is going to go ahead and upgrade. He has that additional range. Now he can really compete toe-to-toe with Maru on the right side. Mari on the left is still struggling in this ranged matchup. He does have the control, but there are not as many chokes that he can fire those shots down. He still has a super, can slow things down with the walls breaking down in just a moment. This could be very, very valuable. Drage is going to get taken down next to the slow. Mari now going for some kind of pass up to Mari. It's going to work, actually, and there's going to be that final goal from Reply at Totem to take them once again to match point.
What a play by them. I mean, the flying hook in, the pass through, precision to know where he was going to end up, and it just worked so well to be able to slot the ball in there. Great pull just beforehand by Drage, but he got taken down and couldn't really contribute on the defenses as he had fallen down just before that. The residue really wasn't doing him any favors, and at the same time, the residue's not doing him any favors now as he's already been pushed back.
Well, let's see how Tribe Gaming EU can respond this time. They were able to do it in the last set, too. Come back from a match point and reverse sweep of the set. Let's see if they can do it match-wise as well. Mari still going for control here. As long as these chokes are active, he'll be able to get massive control, and that is going to come to fruition, too, with that last tag into Lena. It's now a 3v2. Playing control around both sides of the goal. Ball in perfect position for a Totem to slot around whenever they so desire. A slow is going to find its way onto Drage as well. There's the kill once again by Mari, and this could be an opportunity to push in, as now they've taken down the entire team as well. One little pass from Totem is all it's going to take to put them in the lead.
Bit of a useless flying hook forward from the Carl on the right-hand side, but just rub it in. Why not? You know, you've got enough gadgets to be able to win this game anyway, and they are 1 goal ahead. Match point, so there's only 1 minute and 30 pretty much standing in between them and taking their first win of this challenge season. Lenane's going to go down. Drage is low as well, but Joker falls with a nice pull through. Mara's going to go in, and he should be taking down the trick shot through. Can't quite squeeze it in. Drage gets the save, and they're still alive.
Wow, But they were just looking for a different angle for the shot. That's all that happened. There was no trick shot happening there. It's all a strategy. In that case, though, it was actually a very near goal there, and I think it definitely a viable one to go for because Marin's going to be recharging that super extremely quickly. In fact, he already has it once again, and he's not going to be using it first as Lena. That is without a doubt, especially because he doesn't want to feed Lena that second level, which so far, Reply Totem have denied to him very, very well for the entire game. He does kind of move over to the left to try and get some free shots off of the pulled target, but it's going to be taken down by Drage just too quickly. Still, 30 seconds remain for Tribe Gaming EU to push things to the enemy side, but Reply Totem are already starting to switch up their strategy to defense, corner this ball and play hyper-aggressive and not give Tribe Gaming even an inch forward towards that goal.
I mean, Drage has been playing phenomenal on this Gene, but this game's pretty much over at this point. Tom can't push out. Drage is probably unable to do too much. Salty Barrel placed to tank that pull if it comes in. He gets that down, but Lenane still remains at level 1, and this is just going to be absolutely useless right now. 3 seconds. Reply Totem are going to be taking the first game of the challenge season against Tribe Gaming, a massive opponent to them, and this is going to be an absolutely monumental win in the grand scheme of things a little bit later down the line.
Brilliant stuff from both sides, I gotta say. And I think also we saw pretty much every single set go 2-0. There were some exceptions of like 2-1s here and there, but for the most part, once the teams got into a map and once the draft was decided, it was very confident from either team, which I think goes to show just how different the draft could be on either side and how it lent itself to victory. Here, though, in Brawl Ball, I would say it's a lot more even. It just came down to Totem having their mechanics down on this particular mode and being so impressive with it, too. That one play with the pass forward to Carl after the flying hook was probably the play of the day for me.
I mean, so far, so good. It's been looking very good for Reply Totem, and that play was absolutely on point. I will say, I just wanted to point out a few egregious pulls as well along the way. He made some great defensive pulls, some wonderful aggressive ones that put them in situations like this, which were really their only glimpses of some good plays throughout, because the rest of this Brawl Ball set was all Totem. You see, Lenane got an entire game in the second game without getting his super. They took an early lead, they kept the early lead, and that's what Bring Totem wins.
And I think naturally this begs the question, is Reply Totem on top once again? Well, we'll have to see some more games in the challenge season to really decide that, but for now they have taken a 3-2 victory over Tribe Gaming EU, and we always love to see it set number 5, but that's always just kind of how it goes when you're talking about some of the best teams in this region. As far as the stats though, I think they tell the exact same story as we saw from the scoreline in that matchup, a 2-0 on the set score, and some pretty dominant games in there as well. And in terms of damage, Reply Totem comes out on top, but not by a huge margin, roughly 20,000 damage. Tribe Gaming EU was still close behind.
Very close actually overall, but it just wasn't enough for Tribe Gaming to really fight back. And honestly, Lenane probably took the wrong gadget, because we didn't see him get that auto level up. We saw him bring the shield, replenish his ammo, and tank a shot. It's just not useful in this kind of situation. You need this level up gadget, because otherwise you're going to be chasing dreams the entire game, and it's just never going to end out well for you. Complete dominance from Reply Totem just purely because of that. It was a 2v3 pretty much.
Yeah, it felt like that a lot of times, and that's also just kind of the risk versus reward of picking Surge here, and I think that'll also be an example from some of the later teams down the line today, and also just in the future in Brawl Stars, not even just off of this one match, but all of the matches that have gone dominantly one way just because Surge was denied a super for the entire game. And the only area where I think that Tribe could have ameliorated that is when Drage got a pull sometimes. Maybe Lidna could have gotten a few more shots off of that target that was being pulled and therefore stunned, maybe a free target. But that's really the main area where I could see Tribe trying to fix that issue. For the most part, though, he's just a tough brawler to play. The draft, it didn't go so well for them, it looks like, but still, they played it beautifully. I love to see both teams in that game.
Well, we've finished off that one. Tribe Gaming versus Reply Totem. Reply Totem were victorious. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break with Team Queso versus Mystic Esports EU.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
crack, get laid down when you best that. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. We're in match day number 1, and so far we have seen Reply Totem against Tribe Gaming. Closed out in a quick, well, not quick actually, a very long 3-2 with Totem coming out victorious. Up next, we have Team Queso against Mystic Esports EU. What are your thoughts on this one, Reddy?
This one's going to be really interesting because this is not the Team Queso roster that we've been seeing throughout the year as well. Now, when it comes to Mystic, this is kind of a dark horse that we have not seen too much in the EU competitive scene until recently either, and they've really entered with a bang as well into the forefront of things with a defeat of Tribe Gaming in the open qualifiers.
I mean, Mystic Esports did look extremely good in that. It was a close 3-2, but Mystic Esports came out on top, and they are a pretty unknown roster if you don't watch the larger competitive scene with, you know, a few of the lower tier tournaments, but they made it big, and they've turned up to the SPS today, and they're facing a great opponent in Team Queso. Team Queso, as you said, though, it's not the roster we once knew at the start of the year. A couple of months ago, they got rid of 2 of their players who we will be playing a little bit later on today for FA Panafresh, and they brought in Boss. And honestly, I'm going to be brutally honest, it hasn't been going well. They've had 2 pretty early exits in BSC the past 2 months. They made it here quite easily to the SPS, but at the same time, they haven't been looking that good with their new addition of Boss.
Well, I mean, let me give you a little perspective as an NA guy. We have one team that went through a lot of roster changes throughout the year, and it seemed like with each new roster change, the team just continued to struggle, even though they were bringing in top-tier talent. It's just growing pains, and they're bound to go away at some point. So maybe today is when we start really seeing the success that Team Queso had prior, and that they, of course, want to see out of themselves.
Well, hopefully we'll be seeing a bit of a different Team Queso as they haven't been performing too well recently. Let's take a quick look at the roster. Three Spaniards on this roster. AliSSJ, their new addition Boss. Well, not new. 2 months ago is fairly new, though, in my opinion. And Javi, a seasoned veteran of the scene. A very, very solid team. And the start of the year was absolutely flawless. They didn't manage to make it to SPS Season 1 finals at Gamescom. But they didn't have a terrible season at the same time either. They just cut short. They're a pretty good roster. You know, what do you make of this at the moment, really, sir?
Well, once again, I mean, some of the same points that you raised as well. Team Queso, they did well in that challenge season for the last season, but they also didn't make it to that top 4. They just grazed that bottom 4 and were so close to going to land. And maybe this is why we saw kind of that roster change, but so far, it hasn't just been a complete success off the beginning of that roster change. It's going to take some time for them to get back up to where they were, but now they're back here in Season 2 for the next challenge season. Hopefully they're able to start things off with some confident wins here in order to qualify themselves for that top 4.
I mean, you do have to worry for them against the better teams. They've faced off against some good teams, Tribe Gaming in the monthly finals just last weekend, and they did get pretty much walked over in a 2-0 in those quarterfinals. But to be honest, they are being eased a little bit into the SPS in this Season 2 of the challenge phase, because they're facing arguably the least known team in the competition of Mystic Esports EU. And they really haven't been performing too well in these bigger competitions. They've made it here today. We'll take a quick look at who's on their roster. there is the roster of a few of you, and maybe a little bit unknown of them. Don't worry, quite a lot of us were too until they made their breakthrough into this season. Uncle X, Mebius, Arturo, and Nob to finish off the roster. They've been performing pretty well, and we have mentioned as pretty much their main achievement was beating Tribe Gaming 3-2 to make it to this phase of the competition.
That's not something that you do lightly, right? That is still Tribe Gaming. There's no, well, we tried less here because it's open qualifiers and because it's Mystic Esports, we don't really know them, so we don't put our best foot forward. That simply doesn't happen, especially when the stakes are so high. So to beat such a team at their, usual performance or maybe even peak performance, of course, we'd have to roll back the tape to really pick that apart, is a huge achievement, and it's really evidence of some big things happening under the hood and some immense skill that we're probably going to see unfold today versus Team Queso.
I do think their drafts are going to have to be ridiculously good if they do want a chance of taking down what we would call a titan of the region in Team Queso. They may have not been performing well recently, but I said the exact same about Team Queso. About Reply Totem in the previous one, and they came back, they surprised us, they took down Tribe Gaming after what has been a tough time as of recent, and they bounced back strongly, and I'm sure we might see Team Queso do the same at a certain, well, hopefully pretty soon point, as they've got a big competition of the SPS ahead of them and World Finals after this as well.
No doubt, and I think also the mention of their drafts need to be really on point is completely valid here, because there's a reason that Team Queso has accomplished what they have over such a long period of time. Even though they have swapped out a couple members and brought in a new member, Boss, there's a reason why they bring in Boss. They just have the mechanics, and they have the experience, and they have the game sense and the communication. And those kind of things, those can be defeated in the draft, which is completely agnostic to some of those mechanics and skills that get you to this stage. So if you're going to get the diff over such a well-established team, you have to make it happen in the draft to start things off. And I think we're going to be heading there shortly.
Well, as we've said, the draft needs to be on point, and this is where we are going now. We're seeing it at a hot potato, a heist map. And we are going to need to see Mystic pull something serious out of the bag here, because they are a heavy underdog in no matter which matchup they face in this league phase, in the round robin phase, excuse me. But it's going to have to be pretty solid. We should see the bans coming in shortly, but they need to be extremely good from Mystic Esports. We've seen some tanks being run here, a lot of control comps, and you need the right mix of the two in the ban phase to be able to get the perfect comp.
Well, it's also acknowledged that Team Queso is just such a well-documented team because of for how long they've been at the forefront of esports for Brawl Stars in this region. One of the more popular picks for this team is B just about anywhere. Javi loves to play this brawler, and pretty much anywhere where tanks can be a selection, B is going to be a very real reality for Team Queso. So maybe Mystic Esports can take them out of their comfort zone with a pick or ban of that brawler, as long as they can deny it to the enemy team. Anything to deal with what Team Queso usually likes to play, because if you can take these guys out of their comfort zone, you really take them out of that headspace that they're usually in. You can place them in an uncomfortable situation and then really start to leverage the draft in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's that leverage that they are going to need, I honestly think that going tanks wouldn't be a terrible idea. They need to just kind of swarm Team Queso and put them in an unfavorable position that they're not really expecting. If you take, Sam, Primo, which we've seen played a lot here, Bull, Daryl, these kind of brawlers, they're the brawlers who you're going to be taking your opponents by surprise with. And yes, you might be able to see them in the draft. It's not the same as blind picks was in the previous year. But at the same time, regardless of being able to see the compositions beforehand, you've got to be able to be ready to face them, and not knowing which lanes people are going to run down, not knowing who's going to be playing what and how aggressive they usually play is quite an advantage for Mystic.
Well, once again, Heist is really going to be one of those modes that can get things kicked off in their favor. Hot Potato, it has that stripe of bushes that goes right down mid. You have a couple lanes that you can work with too, and one of the more popular strategies that we've been seeing emerge lately is to have a Barley in the mix there somewhere, and also have a wall breaker on the same team. So some kind of wall breaker, then a B, and then also a Barley, so you can open up walls for your B to really go to town. And of course, in the draft phase, picking B makes it so much less likely that your enemies are going to pick tanks. And then finally, you have Barley to get rid of any of those things that that your enemy might be running that are squishy, but also pump out a lot of damage. And in terms of the bans, it looks like Mystic Esports are acutely aware of this strategy, already going ahead and banning out Barley, also getting rid of Sam, which you mentioned, and finally Colette as well. Just overall a tank counter, and the same goes for Team Queso, getting rid of 3 major tank counters on this map. I think that with the abundance of counters that it might even be possible that we see 1 tank per team minimum, and this is when we usually see Bull make his grand entrance on a heist map.
I mean, you know, we said Mystic needs to come out with a great draft, and I just don't think this is the way you start a great draft on Hot Potato. Bonnie is a very long-range, sharpshooter kind of brawler. Yes, it doesn't have much speed, which is going to affect it heavily here as well by not having the ability to use her range, not having the ability to have much speed. She's going to be hit hard, and honestly, they're not looking to be taking tanks on the side of Team Queso. So they've gone Ruffs, they've gone Gale, they've got those answers to tanks. Gale can push them back, stun them, and Ruffs can get a lot of supers off them, which is going to buff up his team, and in the long run, that's going to be what wins games.
No doubt, you have 1 tank counter and you have one that breaks open walls, and therefore sort of counters tanks. It once again opens things up for a long-range brawler to make do here. And Bonnie, I think, is really going to struggle as a result of that because she relies on those bushes to give her speed. Otherwise, she's just going to be slow and have pretty much the exact same range as Carl, so if you can go something that outranges her, that can definitely deny value. Team Queso can absolutely go for a B here if they want that value, but what they would be lacking on is safe damage, and that's not something that we really see Team Queso drafting towards at all. But when it comes to Mystic Esports, they have done it with a couple of brawlers, now bringing in Max as well. All of these brawlers can pump out massive damage on that save, Bonnie most notably when she's outside of her cannon form. But there's still one more pick that Team Queso can go for to start and get some ideas of how they're going to knock damage off the enemy safe.
Honestly, even with the Max edition, I really don't like the composition that Mystic have brought to the table. Carl's good, but I just don't know if Max and Bonnie are on this map. There's so much that's shut off. And it favors tanks. It favors Ruffs who can bounce shots around walls. Daryl is the last pick of Team Queso, and I really do like it. I think it's going to be able to walk over Carl, it's going to be able to roll on Bonnie, get some good damage down, and Max just isn't going to be able to provide enough mobility to be able to avoid it as much as they want to, with the walls still being there. And they don't have any wall breakers. They're not going to be able to, you know, kind of exploit that. Ruffs can wall break, but it's going to be wanting to keep the map shut for the sake of the comp.
No doubt, and I wonder if he's even going to switch to the other star power as well, but something tells me that that's just not going to happen. He's going to be breaking open some more of those walls that are more strategic for Mystic Esports than they are for Team Queso. We'll see Javi now rolling up mid. Also Nob going on that lane on the left side. He's going to get some entry taps onto AlaSSJ 1-2 already, in fact, and AlaSSJ has to back up, but Boss has successfully pushed up the entire right side. It's going to be up to X to try and slow things down around the right lane too. Some lane switches coming through here that are proving to be successful so far for Mystic Esports EU. A kill actually onto Javi and a jump in from Mystic Esports already. Bonnie all over this safe, already knocking down a significant portion of it too, nearly dropping it to 60% with the help of X as well. Team Queso, they have gotten their fair share of damage too, now already in the lead by 4%. X getting a kill as well. It's looking quite even here, but Boss is just not going to stop rolling onto that safe and getting massive damage every single life.
You know, Mystic have had all the control in the world, but Boss is just going and going and going, and that is what's winning it for Team Queso. They're 20% up now, and I don't think they've had any look at any sides of control whatsoever. He's done it again. He's gone forward, and his teammates are going to join him this time, and this might actually be the end of the game. Javi shooting shots, and to be honest, they've just left them as well. The super's there from Javi. The knockback is also. Team Queso take game number 1, and Mystic Esports look lost.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit lost there. It was, well, there's someone all over our safe. That's cool. You guys take care of him. I'm going to go for the safe, even though it's at 50%. It was a little bit troublesome on that side. Not something at all that can't be dealt with in the very next game, but this is also Team Queso just being at Team Queso and doing it TQ things, looking great. And we'll see Boss once again get that strut of the right lane already on that safe. Only 10% knocked off this time. Still a pretty good start, and it's not even going to compare to what Mystic Esports can knock off of this safe at the beginning of the game, but slowly but surely, we already see Colonel Ruffs firing away at that safe, also trying to get some damage onto Mebius as well. And there's a stun on the right side. Nob taken down. Mebius still trying to lane versus AlaSSJ. Boz once again all over this safe, and this is the story for the entire high set so far. It's just Boss rolling onto the safe and getting massive damage, and there's no one to stand in his way.
I mean, still nobody's standing in his way now. He's just going to go straight down the right-hand side again. He's got a Carl matchup, which he likes. He likes this matchup right now. Nob's going to jump forward, and he's just going to get knocked back. He's going to get killed. And Boss is on the safe once more. Little gadget there as well, brings it down to 6% with that final shot. They're just kind of running for it, which definitely wasn't the best idea from Team Queso, as they're in such a commanding lead. They can play patient. They don't have to make these dashing plays. And it's X who's just going aggressive again. He's left the right-hand side completely, even when they're going to lose, and they're just going aggressive instead of playing defensive, waiting for their time. They're 50% still unsafe, and they're just leaving a Daryl.
Well, do you really blame him? Because they just did not have anything to play into that Daryl. It seemed like, you know, there was possibility for counterplay if you really rally around him and completely focus him down, but that just leads to a kind of game where you're focusing the entire game on a single brawler and you can never really advance towards the enemy's safe. Definitely kudos to Mystic Esports EU for being able to connect onto the safe when they did and as frequently as they did, but it just took one pick from Team Queso to win that entire game for them, and it was Daryl. That was the main damage dealer. He probably knocked off about 80% of that safe for both games in the set.
It really was dominance from Boss, and there's just so many clean pathways through, time and time again. Teams like this, yes, you do leave them. You go for the damage if you're X, but there were times in the game where they just completely made the wrong decisions. That might be an experience. It might just be kind of that last stand where you just go for the safe and hope that it takes your opponents by surprise and they make the mistakes, but they didn't look bad. Look, we're looking at the stats. 15-8. They're just making the wrong decisions at certain times. They've got a lot more kills, which, yes, in Heist, it doesn't really mean a lot other than you should have more control. 69,000 damage, they have more damage, but less healing along the way as well, which is kind of just, I'm sure, due to Daryl just getting kills and them not really healing because of the constant aggression that Team Queso were putting forward.
And it looks like a large part of their strategy was to get some base races in there, which they were successful in some times, but at the same time, whenever they were all over Team Queso's safe, it was just Boss all over their safe. So even though you're 3 members, you know, knocking some damage off that safe, dipping 2 members of Team Queso, the most important one is on your safe. And I will kind of go out there and say that base race, it's always a viable strategy, and it's obviously one that Team Queso are considering because they know that Daryl can out-damage all 3 members of that enemy team, and that's why they're comfortable having just Daryl go for that enemy side the entire time. But it's going to be a much different mode up next, Shooting Star, and we'll see some of the same brawlers that we saw selected in the last one now banned out by Team Queso because they don't want Mystic Esports to bring them out this time. It's clear that they have a preference for both Bonnie and Max.
It does seem that way because that was exactly what they took in the first game, and
yeah.
We've got a little bit of a double bell pick here, but that is besides the point of the Carl and the B being there as well. The B, it's a good pick on Shooting Star. You're going to be able to account for tanks, and you're going to be very good against the Carl there as well. Not really sure which side does have the bell, but no matter which side has it, it's a great pick. I think it's that brawl that can provide you the range, and at the same time, you know, you're marking up opponents when they're coming aggressive, and you can also pinch lanes very easily as well because of the range that it brings to the table.
Well, last pick is here for Mystic Esports. What will they go for? They got to play into 3 tank counters, so that possibility of a tank for that last pick is just not really all there. Now, Carl can still get some value, but he's going to be mostly outranged by his enemies. It's most likely that he'll be able to get something versus Otis, or maybe even versus B or Bell if they decide to hang out around those bushes at mid, because Carl's very effective at clipping corners. Nanny, this is actually one that should have come to mind for me, but typically it's one that you see in the bans, or for that very first pick, it completely slipped my mind. This is usually the first brawler to be banned or picked in any game of Shooting Star because objectively it seems it's the best. I wonder why it's only being picked now.
I mean, you kind of always got to be cautious of, you know, other things being picked. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying because Max is banned out of the way, which has kind of just completely destroyed my entire point. I kind of completely forgot that Max was banned, and that's why Nanny might not be picked because of the mobility that it brings. But it is surprising to see it being picked as one of those last stand picks, and it is a little bit unusual. Gus is the pick. There was double Bell over there, so I think that's pretty solid, and we've seen EU adapt to it pretty nicely and bring it into their meta flawlessly at the moment, but they're pinned in spawn quite heavily. Got a little Honeyman Lassus down, and that might result in a kill on exit.
Well, there's that wall peek that I was talking about that Mebius has to offer. Might be able to get that kill versus Javi. It does come to fruition as well. Boss still looking for something here, but he has no teammate to pinch with. Now, Ala SSJ will roll up here, but they have to get him more of a 3v3 formation. No pinches just yet. Heal up a little bit as well before they can commit to a big push in once again. It looks like the or rather not the damage, but the range on the side of Mystic is lacking just a little bit. But it doesn't seem to matter too much because as long as they can afford to back up, Team Queso's range is effectively shorter. Javi's also taking massive damage. He's going to end up getting taken down by X as well. And this is just the power of Nanny that I was talking about, how amazing this brawler can be. But we have not seen a super used just yet to capitalize on some kills and some damage because it looks like they don't want to forfeit any kind of pressure that they're offering by constantly attacking, by instead trying to pop off a super from Nanny.
I mean, Mystic are playing hugely defensive, and it's working for them so well. Gus did miss a super there, not providing the shield to Mebius, but at the same time, he didn't even need it. They came in, they took Team Queso out, and now they're sitting in a pretty comfortable position. The super's coming in. Boss can tank that, though, and regardless of this 11-star lead with Blue Star as well, the turnaround possibility is still there. Nob's got 4. We see Mebius with 4, and just a team wipe will flip this one on its head. And it is a possibility as well. Return to send a pot by X, but if Moss is missing these shots, it's not going to be. Alias J shooting forward, and Mebius is muted as well. They need Nob here as well, but they need to play passive because otherwise they're going to overcommit for it. Javi trying to tank some shots. The return to senders pops as well. Mebius comes in, and Mystic Esports are going to be walking away with this one.
Unbelievable stuff from Mystic Esports EU. This is a completely different side of this team than we have seen so far in this matchup, but it's one that we can infer from their victory over Tribe Gaming EU, as they've now taken their first game versus Team Queso. We saw in set number 1, this is more of an aggressive mode, more of an aggressive map of Heist. Now we bring things into Bounty, and you noted they're playing defensively, and when they were playing defensively, they were just on fire. Maybe this is where Mystic Esports find their comfort zone. We can say the same thing for SK. They are incredible defensive players, and it's taken them a long way. We'll see if the same goes for Mystic Esports EU, and if they're able to turn this into a second win within this set.
I mean, it's kind of Javi just being completely dominated by this Nanny, which is understandable because of how strong of a pick it is. But you don't want this repeatable thing of just Javi going down over and over again, and the same with other members of Team Queso as well, who are just really unable to do it. You need to work as a team and just try focus down the other brawlers than Nanny, because it seems like that's just a kill that you're not really going to be getting if they carry on like this. Boss able to avoid a few shots, but Mebius is going to attach that shot to him there, get that double damage through. Javi has the slow, not yet using it, but going aggressive and being taken down once again. Just unfavorable position after unfavorable position, and the mistakes that just can't be made.
And he, I believe, ended up getting taken down with a ghost from Nob, actually. Goes to show just how surprising some of this brawler's abilities can be, Gus being the newest brawler in the game, because people aren't really used to having that muscle memory of facing into him and just instinctively knowing that if I push in here, he might explode me with his gadget. Still, though, Mystic Esports EU are in the lead. We could see a big pinch here by Team Queso. There's one kill onto Javi on the left side. Nob also silenced on the right, is going to get taken down. Boss, with some fancy footwork, is going to dodge out a lot of the damage. Mebius also trying to get some damage on a Boss, but he does have that shield up as well, which is going to keep him safe for now. There's the super coming in. The AoE is going to be enough to take down Boss, actually. Mystic Esports are still in the lead with 10 seconds left. They continue to play on the defense.
Still a possibility is there, though. Javi's trying to get some damage through. Alice Shea can't quite do it just yet. Boss and Javi moving forward. 3 there, but Mebius is just going to get it anyway. 13-16 ending, and Mystic Esports bring it back to 1-1, and it appears we might have underestimated them, but I think that underestimation was earned because of that first set just really not being where it needed to be for Mystic.
I think so too, and I think if this had been the first set, we might be almost prone or keen to underestimating Team Queso in the following sets, just because of how clean this was for Mystic Esports EU. 2 wins in a row. That looks great, but the way that they were able to do it too, just the dodges, I think especially from X, and the fact that Nanny was left open as a pick until the very end makes things a little bit questionable from the side of Team Queso, because the B just did not appear to work for them. This entire matchup was X versus Javi on the B, and I think this also can speak to just how good X is at dodging, because when we talked about what is Team Queso known for, I made sure to bring up that Javi, he loves his B, and this might be something that Mystic Esports focused down, but while they didn't ban it out and they didn't select it for themselves, they sure were able to dodge it effectively.
But they didn't even need to dodge it, that's the thing, because it just really wasn't getting in a dangerous range. Nani was handling it flawlessly down the left-hand side the majority of the time. And when he swapped over to the right-hand side, Nani didn't follow him, but they were able to just still consistently get those takedowns as, you know, just a factor of team play, and it really worked out flawlessly for Mystic Esports, who did bring more damage to the table, and I think it was pretty clear to say that the Nani did do the majority of that, with, yes, a little bit of help from Carl swooping in and getting some kills every now and again to relieve some pressure. But Nani really was the main player in that game, and you've got to either ban it or pick it early on. It can't slip through 5 picks and 6 bans.
It's really a trend that we see on this map in particular, on Shooting Star. Just Nani is such a fantastic brawler for any kind of long-range matchup, which makes her quite map-specific because not a lot of maps in the current rotation are just long-range oriented. So Shooting Star is going to be the perfect example. And more often than not, Nani takes the victory here pretty much all by herself, just because no one can really compete with her range, no one can really compete with her ability to wall peek, and you have a super that can one-shot enemy brawlers at extremely long range and doesn't put you at any risk of dying because it's remote. You're safe and sound all the way on your back lines. This is, I think, a big mistake by actually both teams to not pick out or ban this brawler earlier on, but it's definitely a good shout that Mystic Esports were able to pick it up later on. Center Stage is going to be our next map as well, and we kind of make a momentum shift from a more defensive map towards a mode that really favors aggression, and this is where we saw Team Queso profit on that very first map.
Yep, and, you know, you've got to be able to use that aggression to your favor. And it's just something that, you know, Team Queso need to replicate, because Mystic aren't going to act very nicely. They've got such a defensive playstyle, and we've seen it with SK and Reply Totem and stuff like this. When SK play defensive and Totem play aggressive, it's hugely in Totem's favor, and you've got to account for these kind of things on certain maps where aggression's going to just completely walk over you, and I think this is one of them here. We'll see if Mystic do kind of swap up their playstyle to fit the map, or if they're just going to be playing massively defensive throughout. Bans are in. We've got the Ruffs, Max, and Otis from Team Queso. Mystic Esports have gone for the Surge, Sam, and Squeak bans for themselves, and I quite like it all round. I haven't really seen too much of Sam on Brawl Ball, but just because of how aggressive he is, I think it'd be an absolutely wonderful pick, so pretty good ban.
Yeah, whenever you get rid of some of these brawlers that are strong counters, it's a giveaway that your enemy already has that last pick, and we'll see Janet as a first pick from Mystic Esports, which is typically going to be a fairly good first pick. There's not really much that counters Janet, and she also doesn't really counter a whole lot. She can get in close range, she can get on those backlines pretty effectively, but really Brawl Ball is not a mode where we see brawlers that are not effective in close range, because you have to be in order to get some goals scored in at the end. 2 of those brawlers that we're going to see already from Team Queso are effective in close range. Penny, she can throw down the Salty Barrel. Gene, he can also throw down that Lamp Blowout to get a free stun on an enemy, especially at the goal line. That's going to be indispensable. Also, you're able to suss out enemies in those bushes, get vision gear active, and get some good intel on where your enemies are. I'm curious to see where Mystic Esports takes this draft, because Janet, while she is a fairly good brawler in general, maybe not specifically on Center Stage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how the Janet does, but I just think against Penny, against Jean, who are just going to have such good visibility of these lanes, well, especially Jean with the vision gear, as you mentioned, it's definitely something that Mystic need to watch out for, and therefore probably can't take these brawlers that need to sneak, you know, tanks and stuff like that. Maybe need to try the more long-ranged approach that clearly Team Queso have adapted to quite nicely. If Mystic can go for that route, then they should do. They're going for Amber, which means the vision gear is pretty much going to be nullified, as there's going to be no bushes to see them in. So I do really like that pick, but at the same time, the burst damage on Amber's really worrying, and if, you know, a Penny with a Salty Barrel gets in your face, or even a Jean, which can knock you back and can beat you at that close range.
Not only that, but Amber is not going to be very effective in close range at all, and we're already going to see the reaction from Team Queso of Buzz, actually, and that's going to be one that can grapple in versus Amber at extremely long range, can get his super practically for free if you have Eyes Sharp equipped, and lastly, can be super effective once you get in close range and also stunning things. all three brawlers from Team Queso have the ability to score goals solo. We'll see another pick from Mystic Esports. Not quite sure what exactly that is just yet, but I'm sure we'll figure out once we're in the game. Maybe they've gone for Gus again and are looking to get some shield value there to help them score some goals.
Yeah, well, it's looking like it is the Gus. Not going to be slotting on the Gus, and I think it is quite useful. I believe Javi used a gadget in there, if not a super, if it already secured it off them being in the bushes, but he's making a great run up top now. The pass through as well, SSJ's there, the shots are as well. Can X get him down in time? The slot through, the ball just makes the pathway, and it gets in the goal. Great play from Team Queso, but that was worrying.
Definitely was a split-second difference there between scoring and not. And Mystic Esports EU have to make sure they keep their guard up for some kind of things like this, make sure they have good visibility inside the bushes as well. They're the ones inside of there right now. X is going to get taken down quickly, traded out as well as Nob takes him down. Boss also falls. A little healing for Nob as he picks up that ghost as well, and Mebius actually throws that ball back. They're not trying to score just yet. They seem to be wanting to go for some more control here. Here comes the pinch onto Javi, but he just grapples forward right into Amber. Luckily for her, he does go down. Boss still has a pull, though. There's not really any counterplay available here. A little preemptive turret there from Mebius. Once it falls, Boss is going to immediately punish him, but Mebius can just fly right away. But how much value will be able to provide on defense because he was in the air for so long. Good dodge of that super by Mebius, but it's still unclear who exactly is in the lead here as X falls as well.
Mebius now pushing up, the knockback's there, but nothing from Boss other than that. Javi on defense all on his own, and he can't even get the knockback there in time, but he does delay them enough for his teammates to slot back in and be able to have a good defense. 50 seconds on the clock and all control in the hands of Mystic. Worrying position for Team Queso, but they do have that 1-goal buffer zone.
And Boss still has a super too. Mebius has 0 gadgets left. He's going to take some damage from this turret as well. Nob and Mebius both pretty lit up on the left side. That turret is really putting in the work today. Boss and Ala SSJ can still advance up the left side. They're not going to commit too hard just yet, especially as Boss is on very low health. Javi, though, is going to be looking for that free supercharge with his Eyes Sharp star power equipped. Here comes the super, and almost a kill onto X. He does live for now. Throws up a little pin as well as he closes in around the right side, looking for some kind of pinch. But Boss is so secure right here. There's a lamp blowout, too. It just doesn't seem like he wants to use that pull just yet, and the patience appears to have paid off because it's a team kill for Team Queso and a defense for them, too.
Good stuff there from Team Queso, and it's honestly looking better, a lot better. That first goal maybe was a little bit worrying. If it didn't go in, then the game could have gone massively differently, and it probably would have done with the amount of control that Mystic were showing after that first game. But Team Queso take the win nonetheless, and the goal did go in, and they weren't able to follow it with another on the side of Mystic. So that was a little bit unfortunate of them in that late game, and need to focus on their early game just that little bit more.
And I'm almost willing to wager that Mystic Esports EU could have taken a victory had overtime actually come to fruition, but it didn't. And they have the long-range brawlers here. They just don't really have the counter to the close range. Javi continues to power through to the enemy side and grapple enemies for free. But now Mystic Esports, I believe, have identified the issue. They're focusing him down really, really hard. Here comes the pinch as well. Almost a team kill. It's just going to be Boss that they're faced against. They got to bait out that lamp blowout. They do it successfully as well. A clean walk into the goal for Nob, and 1 goal already for Mystic Esports EU.
Super's readily available from Team Queso, though. Boss has this pull. Javi's got the grapple around the left-hand side, and he's looking for Nob as his target. If he can get the stun off before Nob gets a super, then it's going to be a pretty convincing kill. But Alias SJ over the right-hand side not having a good time against X. The pull from Boss comes through, and it didn't really go too well with Javi's pinch there. As he'd got in, it stunned him, and then the pull came through, and it didn't work out too well. Full control from Mystic Esports this time. But unlike last game, they have the lead.
Well, let's see if they're able to keep it. Team Queso is looking pretty scary here, especially Javi with his super in hand. X getting pinched really hard. This could be the play. Javi's not going to use a pull on that, though. He's not going to just yet. 2 stuns for Team Queso around the left. Ala SSJ looking to work on that turret on the right. Here comes the pull and a kill by Boss. This could be the kill shot for Javi. Actually grapple onto Mebius, and a clean score here for Team Queso. Running down the clock for just a moment there as well. But there's not really much of a reason to. They're all tied up here, and they don't want to go to overtime. That is without a doubt, because Javi is going to be more vulnerable than ever once these walls break down.
Well, continuing this aggression as they were before the goal, as you know, overtime, as you mentioned, is not going to be too good for them. Boss needs to try and connect to Paul. Maybe he still has some of these drop the bases to tank it, though, so he's got to be cautious. Javi's going to go in, and the flight is taken by Mebius, but he's got to land at some point. The damage coming down is massive from him, though. Javi and Boss are both low. The pull comes through, and the drop the base can't tank it, but they are going to be kept low. Reset the heals. Push from the right side by X, and Alias Shea is going to go down. Javi's got the super, though. He's going to connect it onto X, bring him down, but Nob over the other side gets the kill.
Oh, no.
Can he force the goal in? There should be someone defending. Alias Shea's there, but can he get the damage down? He can. And Nob is not there. Surely a shot would have been a better approach to that.
Unbelievable. Just really a split tile difference there between scoring and not. And Team Queso will successfully defend that too. And it's now on to overtime. Javi does have the super though, and this is going to be a major asset. He still has to be able to hit X here, which is going to be super, super difficult. It's not a wide hitbox on that super that Javi has, and he still needs to stay in position. Here's some fancy footwork. Ala SSJ is able to pick up that ball, but maybe a supers it in anyway. Mystic Esports EU, they're going to tie up this set 1-1, and with a 1-1 match score already, this is the most tied this match can get until a double match point.
I mean, this could all crumble for Team Queso right here, because Mystic have that momentum from the last set, from this game, and they have turned it around massively. They looked a lot better in this one, but Team Queso, they need 2 early goals, because we said it before, and we've just proven it now in overtime. That is not where they want to be, but yet again, Mystic Esports are out the gates, and they are swinging.
And they might already be able to slot one in. Wow, and a trick shot as well. Had to make sure that he slotted that ball into the goal after a bounce onto the barrel. What a fast start for Mystic Esports EU. Just 25 seconds in, already a goal. And they might be able to do it again. They have to make some stuff happen on the right side. Boss is going to almost fall. In fact, he is, thanks to that burn. Javi on the right could get pinched relatively easily too. X is being extremely careful about keeping his distance this time. Mystic Esports EU, their mechanics have improved so much over the course of this set as they've gotten adjusted to playing into the buzz. X repeatedly in that first game was getting grappled, and now he's always staying out of range. We almost never see a stun here by Javi.
Yeah, Javi's trying to push forward again, gets burned down though by X, and nice pinch from Mebius comes in. They get the takedown there, but the mortar still remains, and it's firing some shots off, not getting too many connections, but what a pull from Boss coming in there, and that does get rid of some of this control that Mystic have, but they've got a long way to go. The stun from Javi, but the fly away from Mebius keeps him alive and keeps the pressure on for Mystic Esports.
Wow, Javi, he's just so eager to get these grapples, but at every single turn, he's being completely anticipated. I wonder, how is he going to be able to get any pulls from here on out? Because Mystic Esports EU, they seem to always have some kind of backup plan. He does have one more to use here, but he's just at 8 health. He'll be healing up a little bit for Magic Puffs, but he still has to stay on the back lines and heal up behind the walls for a moment here. X is also trying to lane him at long range. Nob might be the most valuable target right now that he can go for. There's the pull as Boss takes him down. Ball firmly planted at that scoreline. Javi just needs to grapple in, but he's not able to get the goal. And LSSJ is still able to get there. Couldn't be taken down by X and Mebius in time. And now it's all tied up with 20 on the clock.
It might be all tied up, but as you said, 20 on the clock, and overtime is looking bleak for Team Queso. Boss still has this pull, though, and needs to connect it prior to that, surely. Otherwise, this could be a dangerous scenario for Team Queso. Boss looking for it now, and X is over the right-hand side. Not really in the mix too much and not getting too much value out of his shot. Boss gets the pull, and he hits it on X as well. But the supers still remain on the side of Team Mystic. As now the pass from Javi doesn't manage to go through. The super shot does not get through, but the Alias J gets the ball. Can he slot it in? Goes for the mid, and it doesn't make it through. Supers galore from Mystic now. They're given the shield. Mebius, he sees the shot. He doesn't manage to get it in either. Javi comes in for the stun. Can't get the takedown, and Mystic are in control still.
That Gust Shield has provided so much value, and it might even be the kill shot. Never mind. There's the pull onto X. He's completely over here next to Javi. Nob receives a pass. Javi's still alive, and he has the super to complete it too. Still gonna get taken down by Mebius, but is able to push that ball all the way to the enemy side. So much progress undone by some clutch plays from Team Queso, but it's not over yet. Here could be the super pass in for Mebius. It is a wide open goal now, but there's no ball in hand. Boss has one gadget left. He can still get a stun. There it is. Pull not going to hit. A super in is all it's going to take. And there it is. A pass to Nob. And Mystic Esports EU will take this third set.
That is some massive stuff from Mystic Esports there, looking extremely good in that third game. Overtime, once again, is never going to go against them there against Team Queso with that buzz. And, you know, Gene, it's just so difficult to get some serious damage down. He got the knockback off, but the pull was missed, and that really cost them the game there. Because if that pull hit, they might have been able to delay it enough for the teammates to come back in and get some more damage down, but it was just not a possibility. And Mystic moved 2-1 up, and they're looking pretty good, I must say.
I completely agree. We saw some mistakes on the side of Team Queso, and I would almost argue more mistakes on the side of Mystic Esports EU towards the end of that last game, but they were able to recover so well, and it really came down to, despite the clutch stuff from Team Queso, they had the team play to make it work, and they already had that ball all the way at the enemy side. Here it was, like, some clutch attempts here came in, but still Team Queso was able to defend. Mystic Esports EU, in the end, were able to push it forward. Just great passing, great team play, and overall positioning, I think, was the biggest difference maker, besides, of course, the damage. Wow, almost doubling the damage that Team Queso had to offer.
I mean, that is just massive amounts of damage, really. 140,000 near enough from Mystic Esports, whereas Team Queso just above 75,000 with 76,000 there. It's not the position you want to be in. You know, the buzzers have soaked up a lot of that because we saw Javi going down over and over again, not able to connect these grapples, getting hit by Amber Fire, getting hit by shots from the Janet. And it was just not a matchup that they were able to win at all. There was just no real signs of them being able to do much whatsoever there. And it's just... Mystic Esports are just getting increasingly better by the set. The bounty set was really dominant, but the Brawl Ball, I don't know, they just looked in control. Even in the game they lost, they looked very, very good.
This is absolutely true, because they seemed to have some troubles at first with Buzz. It was just consistent free supers there for Buzz, free kills onto Amber, and then even throughout the second half of that first game, they brought the control, they were able to adjust, and in the second and third, they almost never got grappled there by Buzz, and when they did, they had a reaction for it with very few exceptions. Ring of Fire has kind of come up next, and it's going to be another one of those modes about control. This is not one where you really can afford to play a lot of defense. You have to be going for the strategy of just constant offense over and over and over again. And this is something we've seen Team Queso succeed at, because Hot Potato was all about Daryl rolling in one time after the other and getting value from there. And now your objective is not to sit yourself on top of a safe, but it's to sit yourself on top of a wide open point. The main difference maker, though, is that Mystic Esports have had the map locked down with control-based brawlers. We saw just how much damage they had to offer from the stat screen just a moment ago, and they could very much go for some of these same brawlers that they did in the last one. It might be wise for Team Queso to get rid of Janet here, because despite Janet not being like the best brawler in the game, she's very, very consistent, and it's one that Mystic Esports love. If Team Queso can take their enemy out of their comfort zone, it could be a powerful play.
Well, bans are in, and we do not see a Janet ban. We might see Team Queso with the first pick and therefore take it, though. Penny, Gus, and B from the side of Team Queso. We've got Squeak, Poco, and Stu from the side of Mystic Esports, and they're taking an early pick of the Max, which I do kind of like. I think it's pretty solid. You know, you're always going to have that mobility, the ability to just avoid your opponent's shots, and, you know, we saw the statistics being so one-sided in the previous one with 140,000 damage. It's not about dealing damage in Hot Zone, it's about avoiding it, and I think that's what Max does so flawlessly.
Well, let's see if they're able to double down on that, too. We have a big damage dealer coming out here from Team Queso. A big counter, too. You don't want to allow tanks in your bushes on your side. It can be one of the most frustrating things to deal with. And once again, I mean, I mentioned Janet, and she's absolutely cut out for this job. While she's not a tank, she can still be very upsetting to face against, and she can get into those bushes for pretty much free. Once she has her super, she can just decide, yeah, I'm gonna land in the bushes now, and you're gonna have to dedicate 2 people to come and pinch me to get me out. And that can be very frustrating to deal with, but you can always just get rid of the bushes as well, and that's what Amber is going to be here for. She's also just a fantastic lane in general, and when it comes to playing around mid, she lays down the fire fuel and denies a fairly large area. Especially with her star power, she farms up her super for free and can get those fairly consistently, so as long as you're able to play her correctly, she can be one of the most powerful lanes in this entire game.
And we saw in Brawl Ball, it was 100% played correctly. I believe it might have been by X or something like that who played it, and it played it very well. it didn't seem like they were really having too much difficulty on that brawler, and I think that's a great thing. Janet and Bonnie are the two picks from Mystic Esports. Oh no, sorry, I was thinking Mystic had picked, but I am completely wrong. I was looking at the logos wrong. Janet and Bonnie from the side of Mystic Esports. Now they've played the Janet, they've proven that. The Bonnie didn't go too well for them in the first set, and that allowed Team Queso to have this one set on the board. And they're going for it again, but this time I do feel like it's in a bit of a better place on this map.
I completely agree. I really do think that Mystic Esports have selected Janet in a place where pretty much anyone would select Janet, but the fact that they're comfortable with it and the fact that they can succeed with it on a map like Center Stage, which doesn't really lend itself too much to long-range brawlers, is, I think, pretty fantastic and pretty telling that they're set up for success here. Here's a Carl, though, and Carl's going to be fairly good versus Bonnie, at least in that long-range matchup. He can get up close and personal versus her as well, and the only thing she can do is super away. And I think that could provide some value for them, but overall, it's not really that much of a counter pick. It's just a solid pick overall, which might be a bit of a telling sign from Team Queso that they're really playing it safe more than going for something map-specific or trying to counter something out too hard.
Yeah, well, looks to be a little bit of a better start for Team Queso here as they have more percentage on the board, and Mystic Esports are looking fairly low as well. Great positioning from AliasSJ, but Nob on the other side of things looking good as well. Gets the one, and X is low. AliasSJ should be able to bring him down, but Boss cleans up on the other side. Jump in from X, doesn't yet go down, and Mebius is going to pick up the kill as well. They should be taking the lead, 16-16 now, and Team Queso have successfully backed them off. And now the kill from the Fat Splatter as well, as some good pressure from AliasSJ is looking quite good for Team Queso in return.
Amber's looking fantastic here for Team Queso. It's definitely worth paying attention to for practically the entire game, but some action's happening on the left side. Boss with the takedown of X. Javi also trying to make things happen at mid, and this is what you were talking about. Who needs to have health to take damage when you can just avoid it altogether? Great dodges from Mebius at mid. Nob also can close around the left side, but he's going to opt to hang out inside of this little nook of these three obstacles. He is going to end up taking so much damage from Boss. In fact, this guy is on a mission. 1-2 takedowns with that super. X now sent packing all the way back to spawn, and Team Queso leads pretty confidently here, now at nearly a double what Team Queso has captured, or rather what Mystic Esports has captured so far, and counting.
Yeah, we saw Bonnie looking for a jump in there, but a nice gadget from AliasSJ over the right-hand side did prevent that quite nicely. Here goes down Javi, and Boss is still alive. He's got that super as well. Should be able to stay down X here, and maybe even Mebius as well. Not quite going in for him yet, as they know they can just tank a little bit more, get percentage little by little, and bring it back even littler, because now Mystic Esports are getting control of the zone, but it should just be one last dive from Team Queso that gets it for them, but they don't get it just yet. And now Mystic are in with a chance, but down goes X to the fire, and it's just Nob remaining. Boss is going to do a little flying hook on, finish this one off, and Team Queso are now one game away from taking it to a set number 5.
Beautifully done by Team Queso, and I think beautifully picked as well, because I think this is also telling of just how long we've been out of the Carl meta. Neither of us said, wait, where's the stun to deal with Carl? Because there's no stun on the side of Mystic, and that's a big issue when you're facing versus Carl. And you saw that Team Queso knew exactly what they were doing by picking this brawler, because they're even running Protective Pirouette. They know that they're going to get value in close range when they use this brawler's super. They'll get free value just by popping the super and existing near an enemy. But he's still got to charge with that super to begin with. He's doing it so well with the wall peaks on the left side. An easy diff onto Nob to start things off. Team Queso already lead the second game very confident.
Team Queso looking good once again. The fire's not going to be connected onto anybody though, and this is where Mystic need to kind of knuckle down and get the damage through, and that they are doing quite nicely. Nob Mebius with some nice pinching and some good pickups. Javi going to use that Fat Splatter, which Mebius is going to dash out of with the phase shifter. Nob not able to connect this shot, but AliasSJ eventually does get hit by it now. Boss going in and wasting a super as well. Needs to take flight for the side of Nob here, but he's not going to do it. He does go down, and along with it, no damage on the opponents.
X is in a tough position right now. He does get to jump in, immediately silenced by Javi. That's the counter of Bonnie as of late, is just use Otis's super, but Javi doesn't have it now. In fact, he's going to get taken down by the combo of Mebius and Nob. AliasSJ continues to try and lane here. He has such long range, and these chip shots are going to keep his enemies from healing. Nob and Mebius still having some issues here, but Nob still gets the takedown with the super. Javi is still trying to stay alive. Nob lands right on top of him. Here's a super super from Boss, and here comes the value. 1, almost 2 kills, but Mebius and Nob are on super low health, and as Ala SSJ charges in once again, we could see a kill. No, they survive by like 1 hit each, and they're still in the lead percentage-wise.
Nob's got some great positioning as well here. X is going to jump in but get muted once more. Nob needs to try to do some damage, but Boss going to clean up. Alice is over the right side, get some damage through as well. Can Mebius get it? He does. And this is going to add a huge percentage onto Mystic Esports and maybe even put them on a match point if his teammates can join him. He speeds them up. They're going to go forward, but the Amber Fire comes down. 10% needed for Mystic Esports. The damage onto Boss is there. Can't quite get the finish off just yet, though he can take flight. Mebius is going to slot on, and it's secured. Mystic Esports on match point, and Team Queso 1 game away from a set number 5.
Unbelievable gameplay from Mystic Esports here, because we have seen them run the pretty much exact same brawlers every single set, and yet they haven't been banned out, and they've been doing so well every single time, and now it's all coming to a head, especially Janet, who we've seen so frequently, because she's just playing good on this map. Also very impressive has been their ability to take down Ala SSJ at long range despite him spraying them with so much damage, because they survive with just a fraction of health left. It goes to show that their game sense is on point right now, and they had the chance within this game to turn that into a match victory because they're at match point.
Maybe he's going to speed up as well, and they're in a good position. Nob managed to avoid that fire with some good maneuverability provided to him by the Max, as we were speaking about before. You know, you've just got to be able to avoid shots. It's not about hitting them in this. It's just got to stay on the zone and avoid them, and Mebius is doing a great job of that. Nob's going to join him now as well. He's going to tank it at the mute, I believe, as well, with his drop the base. Jumping from exit and looking for LSJ, and he gets the kill. Going to be traded out, though, but the percentage is always going up for Mystic Esports and Team Queso. They're not really putting up much of a fight.
Doesn't look like it for now, especially as Boss is being denied at long range. He cannot get those supers easily. It looks like Mystic Esports EU identified that Boss getting his super was a major issue for them. He does manage to super, and he was just 1 shot away from his super. He carefully concealed that so well. Double kill by Nob as well. Javi doesn't avoid that last shot of damage, and Mystic Esports EU are nearing the point of no return. Team Queso is going to have to get an amazing clutch to bring this back.
Nob's going aggressive, gets another kill as well, and he's just all about getting these kills before he goes down. X is going to jump in. Boss gets his super, though, and that's the protective pirouette needed. Muted on X, though, and now Nob's coming through. Boss is going to go down, drop the base was placed as well. Javi versus... now it's Alias J versus Mebius, and Alias J comes out on top. 9% needed, and this is going to have to be a massive comeback from Team Queso, and I just don't think they've got it in them.
It looks like it could happen, though. Mystic Esports EU are looking incredibly greedy right now. They just want to land on that point and get that last 9%, but they really only have this push and about 1 more left in the tank. Javi is 1 shot away from getting taken down. Nob wants that kill. Javi is going to get taken down, in fact. We just got to see X survive a little bit longer and get some good dodges on this point. Maybe even a super could be in store. The protective pirouette from Boss is going to take him down, but still, Mebius is able to make his way onto that point, and Mystic Esports EU will take this match.
Mystic Esports on a tear through the SPS, clearly going all the way through the upper brackets in the qualifiers, taking down Tribe Gaming 3-2, and now they bring Team Queso to their knees in a 3-1 in Challenge Day number 1. What a performance out of Mystic Esports. I underestimated them. I'm not sure if you did, Reddy, but they have proven themselves today, and they've proven they're here to fight.
I absolutely underestimated them. I can't wait for us to eventually roll back the footage of set number 1 where we were saying, yeah, I just don't really understand why they went for this. It's not successful. They got folded, stuff like that. Not exact terms here, but we were very critical at the beginning, and I think we really did get it handed to us. I don't think it's a Caster's Curse situation. I think this is completely up to Mystic Esports EU. They played it so well, and I can't wait to see what these guys have going on for the rest of the season, because they've taken down Tribe. They've taken down Team Queso. Who knows what could possibly be next?
Maybe we'll see them heading on to the next phase of the competition, the Challenge Finals, but they've got a long road of them before that. And they obviously dominated them here. Massive amounts more kills. 10 more kills in a game like Hot Zone is absolutely huge. Not too much more damage, though, which clearly means, you know, Team Queso were doing a decent job of avoiding it, but they also healed 10,000 more than Team Queso did. Able to stay alive, able to stay on the zone a lot longer, clearly, because of that statistic. And it does show quite a lot, the amount you can heal on a game mode like Hot Zone.
No doubt, and also just how well they played things at range, despite being outranged in some regards too. I think Amber is an extremely frustrating brawler to face just because how much control she can have. Her shots don't travel super fast, but they go for a long distance and can keep you off of an area for a long time. And in spite of this, they were still able to dip, bob, weave, dodge, and focus down targets, and also address issues later down the line in games. And I think just that adaptation from one game to the next is absolutely paramount at this level of play, and Mystic Esports have really nailed it down.
Huge stuff. We are 2 games down, and if you're loving the action as much as I am, be sure to join me in thanking our sponsors of Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because without them we wouldn't be able to put this competition on, and what really matters is getting the best stuff out for you guys, and without Snapdragon Elite Gaming we would not be able to do just that. It's been 2 incredible games so far, and I don't think we'll be stopping here really.
I don't really think it's going to slow down from here, because we've just had one banger to the next. Even with Mystic Esports coming up and stepping up to the plate too, I don't think I was really expecting them to pull off the same upset, and yet they did. So the entire day is really up for grabs for anyone now by the looks of things.
I mean, you know, in my eyes, it may have been 2 upsets in a row. With Tribe's recent form, I wouldn't have expected Reply Totem to take them down in a 3-2. And Mystic Esports as well, I don't think anybody expected them to come in here and defeat Team Queso. Even with their clear spell of good form and Team Queso's bad form at the moment, I still would have expected Team Queso to take it home, but they did not manage to do that. And Mystic Esports have started off the SPS Challenge season with an absolute dream of a win.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what else they got to pull out here, because once again, just 2 upsets in a row, and I'm kind of curious to see like what could be the next step up from here, because they've already taken down Tribe, and for Tribe to be the favorite over over Reply Totem is definitely a different situation than we saw in the last season of SPS here in EU. So once again, where do you go from here? Only time will tell in the coming match days, but we still got more Brawl Stars to be played today.
Yes, we do. We will have another absolute beauty of a game up next. But we'll just take a little bit of a short break. Got to rest our voices. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the phone.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Day 1. We've had two absolutely brilliant games down where Totem took down Tribe and now Mystic Esports with a huge upset against Team Queso. We have another absolutely brilliant match up next of FA Panafresh versus Titans SK Gaming.
Yeah, this is huge because we've seen SK just be absolutely on a streak lately. And for Panafresh, not necessarily so much because these players right here primarily were the players that were switched out from the Team Queso roster. Now, we've seen Team Queso so far today having some growing pains, but we get to harken back to some of the players that used to be on the roster and see what they're up to and see if they're finding success on a different roster now.
And I think that could be an absolutely brilliant storyline as well. Obviously, we're going to see them face off at some point during the season as well. So that would be really intriguing to see if Panafresh can take down their former teammates in Team Queso. Will be an absolutely brilliant one. But at the moment, they've got to take down SK Gaming. And it's a huge ask as it is, because SK are really performing quite well at the moment. They've had win after win after win. They did incredibly well in the last season where they came second, just short of Totem. But at the moment, we'll focus down on Panafresh. We'll take a quick look at their roster. We'll be right back. There you have it, the two ex-Team Queso players and an ex-Bax player in Jaime, Rafa, and Blacksea. Absolutely wonderful roster, but do you think they've got any chance of taking down SK Ready?
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really tough one because already on the Team Queso roster, they were having some troubles over the last few months. And versus SK, even an extremely established team like Tribe struggles to defeat this team. So I would say that they can absolutely get some upsets in on certain games versus SK, but the odds are seriously stacked against them here. Once again, like we said, even in the Mystic match, it's going to come down to the drafts, but as Mystic showed us, raw mechanics can make it happen too, so that's always on the table as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa, Blacksea, and Jaime, they do have those mechanics that are capable of upsets. We saw they took down Team Queso just a couple of weeks ago in the Queso Cup, I believe, which obviously is a massive storyline as well. But they have the mechanics. They're obviously very skilled players. Two of them played at the Mid-Season Invitational. None of these did play in the finals of the Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, however, though, so they do want to be making it to those further phases to have any chance at all, as slim as it is, to go even further in this competition to Masters.
Well, I'm curious to see how they play this one out today because it could really tell us just how talented these guys are, even independent of their previous roster, and it could maybe even lead them to getting signed by another roster in preparation for this season, the finals, and even the next year of competitive.
Well, we've taken a look at FA Panafresh. Time to see who their opponents are in SK Gaming. Three staples of EU competitive Brawl Stars in Geese, Chaos, and Semantic. And probably the #1 coach in the world, Pedro Guajaro, to help them along on the way. He does a lot in the background, but it's Guille, Chaos, and Semantic who really get the work done on the field.
No doubt. Pedro's the guy with the spreadsheets, and he does all the background research, but this team that they're facing against might be a little bit more elusive because they've only been competing as a team as of recently. It's going to take some on-the-fly analysis and deductions in order to make sure that SK stay on top, at least from the coaching and the drafting perspective. But Guille, iChaos, and Semantic, we talk about who's the mechanics guy on this brawler, right? Who's the duo, who's the mechanics guy? Every single one of these guys are the mechanics guy on this roster.
I mean, you got it exactly right there. Every single one of these players has the mechanics required to take down any team in the region. It's just been a question of, you know, they've had a very, very long rough patch during this year. They had an incredible run at MSI. They had a great run in the first season of the SPS, getting to second place in both of those competitions. But other than that, they've had a lot. And I mean, I think it's 4, maybe quarterfinal exits in the Brawl Stars Championship. But other than that, they've also had those incredible runs throughout in other months. And it's kind of just that back and forward. It's which SK are you going to get on the day? And to take down a team like Panafresh, you're going to need the good one.
You are going to need the good one to take down Panafresh, because Panafresh, this is still a team composed of pros from other teams, and they're going to be bringing you a really, really good showing, even if they've only recently banded together for their performance through the Queso Cup and now for their qualification for the challenge season here at SPS. SK, though, I think they got the tools to make it work, and I think that also they got to be showing us something pretty good, because Worlds is coming up very, very soon, and also just throughout this challenge season, they need to qualify for this next LAN in order to go to Masters.
I mean, SK already looking very good to go to Masters, and Panafresh are the kind of opposite. Even if they win this this split, there's a chance they won't go. And I think it's quite a high chance even if they do that, because they don't have anything prior to this season of them performing well in SPS. Kaboom Canyon, though, is the first map up, and we will have the bans in shortly and the picks following up after that. But it is, we've seen it already, it's one of those kind of sharpshooter maps. You play at a range, but also you do have those brawlers that sneak in if the composition lines up perfectly. The Gales, the Daryls, and even more short-range brawlers, mid-range brawlers, if the bans line up perfectly for that.
We'll see how it works out. One that comes to mind is absolutely Gale. Combination with Daryl could be super, super deadly, but this is going to be one that's solved in the draft as far as making sure that you can get 2 of these brawlers on the same team, and even then, it can be kind of gimmicky, so we'll have to see what those bans are first, and it'll be pretty telling what strategy either team might be going for just by assessing the bans. Some bans of tanks is quite good evidence that you have that first pick, and you're going to be looking to eliminate some things. We do have the Daryl ban actually by Panafresh, and it looks like we do see the Gale-Daryl combo, but it's in the bans for SK. They don't want to be upset by that at all. And a first pick of B as well, just to ultra shut down any kind of ideas of something close range on the side of Panafresh, because they know that when they're facing an underdog team, the underdog is going to be looking to get any sort of tricky stuff that they can. They're going to be looking to make the diff happen in the draft, so they have to dedicate a lot of effort there to making things as standardized as possible.
I couldn't have put it better myself. That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, with these bans, you kind of, is SK forcing the meta that they want, and the meta that they want is the most mechanically skilled. One of those metas that doesn't have possibility of an upset, and that's kind of what they've lined up for here. They've got the Carl as the first pick on the side of Panafresh, and I think it's pretty good. Wouldn't maybe be a first pick, but obviously with them having the second and third pick, then they are going to just interchange those anyway. Amber going to be another pick from Panafresh, and I kind of do like Amber. We saw it here before from Tribe Gaming, and it didn't really work out too well against Totem, but I still think it's got some legs, and I think it can perform quite well if played right.
You absolutely can break open some of those bushes at mid and help yourself get back up there. Another thing is that Carl, he has flying hooks, so you can immediately get up to mid. The only bad thing is that he could get pinched off very quickly by enemies, and we already have a second tank counter arriving from SK Gaming. It's going to be Griff here, and he can also break open walls. It makes entrance into mid extremely easy for SK. They're just not going to, by default, win that initial interaction, and the same goes for Panafresh, they're not going to by default win that initial interaction, but they will get to mid for free. They just got to be able to hang on to it. There's still one more pick for SK as well, and they got to make sure that they have something that can deal fairly well versus Carl, and here it is. Buzz, he's just about the next best thing when Daryl's out of the equation. Got to have some kind of stun ready for this guy so that he doesn't just go for free supers on your teammates.
It's a dangerous comp that SK have selected. I think it's pretty good. I actually liked it more up until the Buzz pick. I think that Griff and B at range would be able to just dominate Carl and Amber alike. But the Buzz, I think it's decent. I don't know if it's a pick that I'd go. It doesn't really give massive amounts of DPS. Yes, it does a good amount of damage on safe, but it's actually rare that he gets that kind of breakaway play. Nanny going to be the pick from Kaboom Canyon, and from Panafresh on Kaboom Canyon, should I say. And I don't dislike it. I don't like it. I think if they're under a lot of pressure, it's going to be very bad. But if they've got control, or you know, the grass is eventually broken up by the Amber in the mid, it can thrive quite nicely.
Well, it's going to come down to execution once again. Got to be able to line up those shots effectively, but I do like this approach from Panafresh because we've seen how well Nanny can perform in that sharpshooter matchup. What Panafresh is lacking at the moment is wall break, so they'll still have to play around that one wall that blocks them from getting to mid for free, but they can break open so many of those bushes with Amber. It's going to limit the effectiveness of Buzz, and it's also going to make it easier to lane versus B. Already, though, the lanes don't seem to be playing into that favor. Blacksea doesn't seem to mind, though. He's on the right side, outranging Guille. Big taps on the left side as Rafa takes down IKaos, despite being slowed down, actually. But still, only meager damage acquired by Panafresh on this safe so far. Big push in from Semantic. He ends up getting taken down, but he shut down that super from Carl immediately after he got started.
Why is he a Rattled Hive here from Chaos as well? He's not using Honey Molasses. He's going to be popping that Rattled Hive and getting some spinning stingers down around him. And honestly, I think that's not a bad pick, considering that there's going to be very few places he can hide this stuff. But the damage is not stopping coming down from the side of Panafresh here. And they've got some great control. Chaos is low. Jaime should be able to get this kill. And they're looking very good.
They're looking very confident, too. Push forward from Semantic. It's not going to find any stun onto Jaime, especially because it's impossible to see him inside of those bushes. He also has speed gear equipped, so he's going to be extra elusive when he's in there. Big super from Guille. It's going to find some damage on the Jaime, but he ends up getting taken down by Rafa in the end. Blacksea also with the takedown, and we could see some fire going towards that safe very soon. IKaos running the Rattled Hive once again. He's going to be stepping on top of that burn. He's not going to get burned up himself. Also, Blacksea immediately pops that super to take down Buzz as well. What a reaction. It was almost hard to process what exactly happened there.
SK are starting to get some semblance of control back, but now Jaime's going to go in. He's going to clean up, and he's going to get some damage on the offense. Great stuff from him once more. Semantic's going to go in to try and get some, even the tiniest bit of damage for his team. But even with it, it's 91-5 with 35 seconds on the clock. SK are going to need to rain down damage for near enough the entire game from here on out.
It is possible. It's going to have to mostly come from Guille and Semantic. They're already going to get exploded a little bit. In fact, there's a takedown onto Guille from Rafa. Semantic trying to hide around this corner, but he's completely pinched in by Rafa. Another kill could be coming to fruition on the left side. IKaos looking for some value versus Amber. Rafa with that one tap forward. It's not going to make its way onto that safe. Jaime just has to defend for a little bit longer. There's just about no way that enough damage can come through here. Rafa's not even going to try and stop it. They're just going to press their luck and hope that Semantic can't pump out enough damage in time. And it doesn't look like they can. That has to be so disheartening to know that you're all over the save and it's just still unwinnable from that point forward. Very well played by Panafresh. It really came down to them getting free mid control off the beginning of the game and hang on to it for a really long time.
I mean, it's looking, Panafresh are looking dangerous. They had such good control, such good damage early off, and if they're able to do it again and maintain this control once more, then SK Gaming could be a set down in such a quick amount of time. And Rafa getting slowed here, Blacksea fairly low as well, and SK are looking a lot better off the start this time.
No doubt. They got to keep Semantic alive, though. He's taking so much damage. Blacksea with that super forward. He is going to get taken down. Almost gets the kill. In fact, Guille VGX is just going to barely survive. Here comes the lane switch, too. Rafa, well, potentially not switching onto that right lane. Going to get stunned by Semantic as well. The follow-up kill from Jaime as FA Panafresh are really just trying to cling on to mid, but they simply can't. They're getting taken down here. IKaos now gets to lurk a bit in here, and as Semantic rolls up to these bushes, it's full control for SK. They just got to make sure that Semantic can come back very, very soon here because he's going to be the one pushing onto the safe most of all. It's going to be a 2v3 in his absence.
And they've managed to continue this control even in that 2v3 situation. Griff choosing not to break this aggressive wall, but Nani's going to go up. He's going to have the TP. Semantic's going to go in on Jaime, get the kill as well, and he's got another super as well. Goes for the damage and going to add some to the safe of Panafresh. Great stuff from him, and he's actually getting some value out of the pick this time. Nani's up top dealing damage, though, and it's going to be hard to deal with it when this wall remains.
Well, Blacksea has taken down Nani, but has she gotten down a super in the meantime? Doesn't look like it. Most of that damage was dedicated to the safe. Guille VGX is a little out of his depth here on the right side. Oh my gosh, big stun into Blacksea, and huge value there from Semantic, not only on his super, but his attacks as well, taking damage off the safe and off of Blacksea in the same go. 35% remains on FA Panafresh's safe. They got 45 seconds to bring things back. With a kill onto iChaos, they're going to be able to push forward on that left side, and no value there for Semantic on that first one, but he is still able to push through on the second grapple from his gadget. It's one less gadget that he has, but it's still 14% less than FA Panafresh has on their safe now.
Nani Peep coming through, and honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just leave that and go all out for the damage, but they are choosing to defend it, and it's going to be Semantic who's trying to do so. Gets the stun off and kills Blacksea. Jaime's coming in though, and Rafa behind him as well. They got 19 seconds left. They need to deal the damage, but also it's going to be a tough ask. Jaime's going to get pinched in now, and Chaos should be able to take him down, but he needs his teammates to come up and help. Nani's going to got the TP, goes up and tries to get the damage through, but Semantic comes in with the stun once more. Rafa shut down, and Semantic bite back, and they get it to 1-1.
Beautifully done by SK Gaming. I mean, it all came down to winning that interaction at mid as fast as they possibly could, because that is where they found trouble in game number 1. They were only able to punch through at the very end of the game, and this time it only took them about 20 seconds to rid the entire bush of FA Panafresh. We'll see if Semantic's able to do it again. Immediate grapple in. It's such an amazing prediction onto Jaime's position. He's able to get those dodges too. Immediately taken down by Rafa once he is spotted. iChaos also getting diffed by Rafa on that left side too. And now Jaime and Blacksea get to fight a 2v2, a more even matchup. An early takedown into Blacksea is going to send him packing. And Jaime on the right side can't really fight this 1v2 effectively, but if his enemies line up like that, he'll be able to get tremendous value off of every single main attack.
Semantic got his super once again, and it's gotten to Jaime. Can't get the super off in time. Nice from Semantic there to bring him down, but no damage came along with it. Guille VGX is burned up, and Rafa's going to be near enough finishing him off with just that. Chaos trying to fight this Nani, and we saw it earlier with the Queso game where it was just such a hard matchup for the B, and he's getting shown it here by Blacksea. Popping this super now and trying to go up, but great tank, not actually a great tank, hits both of them in there, and now they're going to have lost quite a lot of control of the mid. Semantic's the only one who can really do too much, but he's pinned in this top right corner.
Far less than ideal. Jaime and Rafa can totally make this happen. Never mind, Semantic's able to get the stun. There's the kill as well, and it's mutually assured, but it's still a takedown, and Guille follows up with a kill onto Rafa. Blacksea is still in this position on the left side, but Guille had great dodges up until that very point. Now a peep coming in and a potential teleport from Blacksea. There's the Warp Blast too. Semantic looks for a kill, but Jaime has the last laugh. Big pinch on a Blacksea on the left side and not too much damage on that save. Jaime is very tempted to move forward too because just 2% is what separates FA Panafresh from being in the lead, and SK as well from being behind. iChaos still though is going to stand formidably in this left side. Semantic looks for that tricky position on the right, but it's not going to work out. And SK Gaming get one more tap off of this save. It's going to be a super tight percentage difference in this game unless Blacksea is able to get super value here.
Yeah, we see him Blacksea surely with a TP in here, but he does go for it. Jaime now slowed as well. Chaos needs to try and bring him down before he falls as well, but all of them fall. It's just Guille remaining, and the damage is wailing down on the side of SK Gaming safe. Now they get the stun through, and it's 30% in it. There's still a chance for SK Gaming to come back here, but they're going to need to bring down Rafa right now. Super's wasted out on that as well, and they need to push forward, but Semantic gets brought low, trying to tank the peep, but can't do it. Even if it hits both of them, the nice TP in, the kill. Then Blacksea follows up with some damage as well. 5 seconds left, and Semantic's going to fall also. Panafresh go 1-0 up.
What on earth? Amazing stuff from FA Panafresh, especially there from the Nani. Crazy plays there, especially just slotting themselves in on that back left side where it's so tough to access you, and having the kind of survival as well. I think that this was multifaceted Nani gameplay, and it really lent itself to success here. It just goes to show that you can play this map however you like. You can go hyper aggressive, you can play most of the match around mid, but there's always going to be a counterplay. And especially once things are locked in for just a small percentage difference, that's when Nanny is going to have the most value.
I mean, Samantha was really playing it well at certain aspects, but there were certain decisions that just weren't right. Like, he went over-aggressive at certain times, but plays like this really were bringing them home that win in the second set. But, I mean, the Black Sea was just the real reason why Panafresh were able to score the third, constantly TPing up, constantly getting damage, always got the control against the B as well, and Chaos just really couldn't do too much against it. The same as we saw Javi against Mystic earlier, could not get the kills, and that's what brought Panafresh home the win. SK Gaming taking home an early loss in this series.
A lot more damage done by FA Panafresh throughout this set as well. I think a lot of that can be owed to Buzz being present on the side of SK Gaming, but it doesn't make up for such a huge gap of about 20,000 damage there, and that's got to be just FA Panafresh having it locked down when it came down to certain matchups. Especially Amber, I believe, was tremendously valuable, and SK Gaming just lagging behind a little bit when it came to those kills as well. On safe damage, though, we cannot forget that SK Gaming still took that second game. They're not out of this just yet, but FA Panafresh are absolutely here to fight.
Panafresh are definitely here to fight, and SK Gaming, I'm not sure if they were really ready for it, because that is not something that I expected, is not something that the community probably expected, and it's definitely not something that SK expected. Otis, Stu, and Max bans from the side of Panafresh. SK are going to get rid of the B in addition to it. Clearly weren't a big fan of playing that one in the last one and don't want to try and play it or play against it again. Max and Stu, which are double banned out from both teams on that side as well. Open zone, incredibly mechanical map, and usually the most mechanical skilled players come out on top. But I'd have said the same about Kaboom Canyon, and SK have just lost it.
This is absolutely fair. Well, we'll see what kind of elements get introduced here in open zone to up the ante, because B is banned out, and this is a favorite of the opposing team, being formerly of Team Queso fame. We'll see what else comes into the mix to spice things up. Amber is absolutely a valuable pick here, and so is Penny as well. So I think teams should probably be considering that one. There's the Amber immediately from SK, and this is probably going to deter Penny on the opposing side, which could open things up for SK to pick it last if they want to use it as a counter, but they can still use it for themselves. Since Stu is also out of the mix, they're going to have to get some ideas of what they want their mid lane brawler to be. It very much could be Amber, but she typically doesn't really play on that side of the map.
No, yeah, see, I wouldn't see it's Amber. You know, Bell's coming in now as well, obviously as that mid pick, and I think that's a fairly solid one. Amber definitely pinches in quite extensively once that bush has been broken up and it becomes much more of a mid-centric fight. But honestly, I think Janet's probably the best pick out of these ones so far, and it should be, considering it was the first pick. But now they are back to Panafresh with 2 picks in a row, and you know, they need a mid, but also, you know, they need another lane. I think Poco is always really solid here, especially with Max out of the way. Poco and Pam really wouldn't go amiss here, but they've gone with a Carl, and I think that's solid. You know, flying hook straight into an Amber, you get the super off on a pretty much a guaranteed kill when you're playing protected pirouette.
And a similar thing could go for versus Bell. You just want to make sure that you don't end up getting marked up in the process, but she doesn't have anything to stun you out of that super, so if you're able to find her in a vulnerable position, you can totally make the same thing happen to her versus Carl if things get into a bit of a pinch as well. But I think also they could absolutely pick a Poco here. As you mentioned, they're going to go for Bo, actually, as seemingly their mid-brawler. They got to make sure that they don't get outranged her, but even if they do, he can still throw down a totem, not only to block off a shot from Bell, per se, because she is likely going to be playing mid, but he can also get his super for free and throw down some mines. The thing with Bo, though, is you're relying on your enemy to make mistakes in order for this to come to fruition, because it's so easy to bait out those mines. The only thing that is tough and really tests your enemy's strengths is them having to call out the positions of the mines and not walk over them by accident. And SK have amazing team comms. Here comes the Colette to finish things off as well. Just going to be a solid response to Carl in general, and also simply a good lane because you can pop a gotcha gadget and move forward without any sort of consequences.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got to connect your shots when you're using this gotcha gadget, obviously, but against, you know, Bo, Carl, who you're going to be aggressing anyway, it's going to be a pretty solid pick, and I think Colette definitely is one of those last picks that's going to push SK's draft to be maybe just that little bit better, especially if they can force these matchups against the Carl, and obviously Bell against Bo. If you can connect those shots, it's a good matchup. Amber against Janet, probably not, but as long as you've got 2 of those lanes guaranteed, the game usually goes in your favor.
Well, Rafa is starting things off at mid, taking some major damage. Not going to get marked up by Aya Chaos, though. He's having to dodge out 2 enemies at once. Does finally get tapped up by Semantic, but the dodges were looking fantastic up until that point. Here's a hard counter on the left side, though. Not necessarily a hard counter versus Janet, but just a hard counter to being in those bushes and trying to use them to your advantage. Blacksea is going to rotate over to the left, and Semantic immediately follows. Beautifully lane swapped by SK Gaming, but Semantic is still going to fall due to a smart pinch between Blacksea and Rafa on the left. On the right, Jaime still trying to make use of some of these bushes, but not going to have too much success versus iChaos, who's playing the outrange game versus Rafa. Now, Rafa finally has his super, but there's almost not going to be enough time for those mines to be tripped.
Well, 67% done. Blacksea trying to aggress just that little bit more. Nice place from him, but Semantic's going to be just walking up to him. Gotcha Gadget, super to the face, and that is going to be it for him. Mine's going to be baited out now by SK Gaming, and Panafresh really not looking good at all. Burns there, but not going to connect to anybody at all, but 15% remaining. It's got to be done for SK at this point because Panafresh just aren't competing for this zone. 10% in the entirety of the game. SK walk away with it and have responded just perfectly since the last set.
This is interesting also because we see Amber kind of residing at mid, which is not where we necessarily expected her to be. She started off on that left lane, got her super, immediately burned things up, and then rotated over to mid, and Belle for the longest time was just residing on that right side. But it ends up working out in the end because this wide open area on the right side is so hard to fight into when you're versus 2 extremely long-range brawlers, and every single brawler from Panafresh is outranged by both Amber and Belle. We'll see if SK Gaming run the same strategy again. Gia is going to burn things up on the left, ideally go for a kill, and potentially rotate back over. We will see him moving over to mid. Rafa not quite going to get that kill, just 120 health left on Gia. This is what you were talking about, flying hook forward and a kill for Blacksea, and I think Panafresh take the lead.
Marked up though, Blacksea is not really in the best position, getting some hits on Semantic at range though, and can't quite follow up for the kill, but mine's going to be tripped out by, I believe it's Gia on the Amber, and it is. Rafa just avoiding some shots, got a nice amount of percentage on their early, walls broken up, which I'm not sure if that favors them or unfavors them at the moment, but we'll see as this game progresses. It's looking good for them so far. Chaos finally picks up the right-hand side, and Rafa doing some good work of avoiding these shots, but then as I say that, a mark and a shot follow up, and he gets brought low.
Well, Jaime now is on the right side to maybe get something versus iChaos, but it looks like Gia and iChaos both like to focus down the same target. Jaime and Rafa both falling to some of the fire. Jaime is still going to stay alive. He's high and dry, quite literally, on the left side. Still going to stay alive. A good super in from Blacksea. He's still marked up, but at least he'll be able to reside and lurk in these bushes to surprise an enemy. He doesn't have that super, but he doesn't really need it quite yet. He can get it for free if he can upset someone, though the smart lane swap of Semantic on the right is going to counter him pretty hard. One last shot is all it's going to take, and Semantic gets denied on that dash forward. Rafa and Jaime are doing such a good job of controlling around the left side. They just got to stick here for a little bit longer to secure a victory.
Blacksea manages to guarantee his super as well. Semantic's going to walk over a mine, and he should go down after that with a nice follow-up shot from Jaime. Blacksea trying to push in now. They guarantee the 100%, and Panafresh put themselves in a great position after taking a pretty devastating loss in the first game of Hot Zone to bounce back this nicely. Doesn't get seen that much, but it is absolutely really nice to see when it does.
Kind of a fascinating strategy when it came down to SK, especially because although Panafresh took the win, we could see SK cycling through a ton of different attempts at diffing Panafresh. We see how they've started off with Amber on the left side and Colette at mid every single game until now. Now they're immediately going for Amber at mid to start things off because they realize that they pretty much are going to get to fight this long-range matchup on the right lane for free off the beginning of the game. They won't have to work for it. Once they got pushed back later in game number 2, they weren't able to do this strategy where they just beam people down at long range, and there's just no one to stop them with this wide open range, and it's going to be 2 kills on the side of Panafresh already. Rafa could be next, but SK undoubtedly has that mid control.
Blacksea using super really to no avail down the right-hand side. Managed to avoid some shots, and some mines will push them back slightly. But Jaime's really too low, and he walks over the nesting as well. Samantha should be able to take him down, which he does. Chaos over the right-hand side, dominating Blacksea as well. He is going to go down, but he gets the trade onto Gear nicely. Only, I believe, maybe one gotcha gadget left from Semantic, and he's going to go down. Nice time for it to happen as well. Rafa managed to avoid that last shot, and Chaos should go down. Nest egg popped, and Gear is trying to aggress onto him. Can they get the trade out? The burn connects. Blacksea and Jaime are the only ones who remain for Panafresh, but it is a 2v2. Semantic's going to be doing some nice damage though, and instantly back on the zone, push back onto Black, so you may still have his shield, but doesn't have any of that super, which is going to be meaningful.
Rafa on the right has to stay out of this fire field. He's going to end up getting burned up and pushed into that pinch by Proxy. Semantic takes him down, immediately traded out though. Take down onto Guille as well. Blacksea burned up, trying to get something versus iChaos, but I think he realized a little bit too late that it was out of his depth, and SK are going to take this game as well. Wonderfully played by them. The set goes their way as well.
Great stuff from SK there, and it is a great response after that first set, and I believe we've seen it time and time again. Whoever wins this first set does seem to lose the second one, because I believe that's what happened to Tribe, it's what happened to Queso, and now it's happened to Panafresh. Maybe starting off strong isn't the best way to do things in Brawl Stars. Maybe just purposely lose the first one and then come back even stronger. But nice stuff from SK Gaming regardless, and Panafresh, they managed to get a game in there, and the game that they did get was really nice. But after that, and before it, SK Gaming with a team dominating.
No doubt. I mean, just the lane swaps from SK Gaming, I think, were some of the most impressive things to me. When it came to who had the best dodges, I think a lot of my attention was, in fact, on Rafa. He had no fear playing mid as Bo, where he was outranged by both of the brawlers on the right lane. He did get beamed down in this replay right here, but for a lot of the game, he was dodging and juking extremely well. It's just not enough when you're by default outclassed in terms of range. And SK Gaming, with their lane swaps, were able to enforce this a lot in Game 1 and in Game 3. Just in Game 2, Panafresh got the best of them. They were able to push up behind some of these obstacles and then deny that ability of outrange from there.
It was really nice stuff from SK, to be fair. When they had that spawn trap, it was really, really nice for them, and they could just, as you said, keep them at range and just walk over them, really. 31 kills, 80,000 damage, and 22,000 heals doesn't go amiss either for SK Gaming, where there was 19 kills, 54,000 damage, and 21,000. Close amount of heals for Panafresh and SK Gaming on either side of the coin, but SK Gaming walk away with it. And a lot of the time, Hot Zone is pretty kill-centric. If you get those kills, you're going to have control of the Hot Zone, and therefore, you're going to have the game in your hands.
Well, we're getting in the draft for Bell's Rock now, and the bans are already flying through from Panafresh, getting rid of their flagship brawler, Sprout, already, but I can't blame him at all. It's such a strong last pick on this map, but it's still not going to mean that a brawler like Tick can't be extremely valuable as a last pick, but a Gene first pick might even guarantee that that Panafresh can pick that up for themselves. It's now up to SK to respond with a couple of brawlers, but Gene's always a solid way to start things off. Something that we see a lot on Bell's Rock is actually Rico, and I wonder if that'll be making an appearance here from SK.
Well, we will see, but I do like the Gene first pick. I think it's very solid, and it's always going to have some good, you know, the ability to pepper people at range, just that poke damage to keep them low is really solid. Otis from the SK Gaming side, it's a nice pick. You're going to have, even when Gene pulls you in, you can take a couple of shots. If you survive, you can mute them and maybe get the kill on the other side of things, so it's always a good brawler to have. Yes, it's got good DPS at range, and I think it's solid, but the ability to really shoot around these walls and, you know, have the wall peak or take a 1v1 matchup against someone who has equal or longer range isn't really going to be the easiest strategy, or a thrower as well.
And a Brock as well, just to break down some walls. It was pretty clear, I think, that Panafresh wanted to go for a thrower here, and those throwers, they really do rely on walls, so Brock to break things open is definitely going to be solid, but it's still quite early on in the draft to be going for a brawler like this, because the counter to him is either to outrange him or just to stick within mid-range, because those rockets actually travel really, really slow, and they're relatively easy to juke. When you're versus SK, though, it's an added challenge, because they're going to be lining up those shots fairly well.
It is always going to be difficult. It is going to be difficult, but I think Bell's, it's good. It's very good. The range, the ability to mark, it's always going to be solid. Gus, I like it. I mean, I've always liked it. I've stood by Gus since the start. It's come into competitive, like maybe a couple of weeks ago, and EU have adopted it very nicely. And I think that it's one of those picks that, if played right, really does win or lose games, because you're going to be able to provide a shield, you're going to be able to tank a lot of damage, and in those closing seconds of a game, whether you have it or a teammate has it, it's going to be the decider, the decision maker.
And here's that last pick, a brawler that we were talking about, Rico. Absolutely wrecks this mid lane. Still got to play him very, very well, though. You have to make sure that you have the angles right. Another thing that he's great at is pinching off side lanes where you can ricochet those shots. Of course, that's the namesake of the brawler, but you can get great pinches with your teammates. And I think that'll be a quite solid strategy. I think an added challenge for SK, though, is that now they have Rico on their team. They got to make sure that they don't break open valuable walls for him and sort of trade things out smartly. More often than not, though, when Brock is picked, there's not going to be any thrower played in response, and that is exactly the case here. So Brock might not even need to go for any wall break. There's a fair likelihood that Guille is actually going to be running Rocket Laces here.
I think it's a possibility. Still, you do maybe sometimes want the option to break some of these walls if, you know, the Rico doesn't go to plan or something like that, and then you can just play it as like a Colt or something like that. But Rafa's going to fall low, and he's going to follow the Vengeful Spirit snipe over to the left-hand side. Doesn't manage to get the takedown. Blacksy's low as well, and Guille might be able to finish this one off with a nice follow-up shot. Just a slither of healing there from Blacksy as he was brought down, but Chaos now able to survive, and the reverse polarity did not connect from Jaime, which is going to be devastating, and this means SK is going to win the first round.
Great kill from Guille VGX there on the right side to finish things off too, because once again we saw just kind of the downside of Brock is that his shots are relatively easy to dodge. They do have long or fairly wide AoE, but Blacksy didn't seem to really mind. He was still dodging them just before they exploded, and now he's going to charge forward once again, not taking any damage from Brock so far. It was really the super that came in clutch there for Guille towards the end, and he's got to farm that up relatively quickly if he wants that kill confirmation once again. He cannot get too close though, and neither can iChaos either, as Rafa has that pull, and he can use it to great effect.
Yeah, Rafa trying to find a route through to get in range of hitting this pull. At the moment, it just doesn't seem realistic, and may be better off waiting till the end of the game to guarantee himself this pull and make sure that he's going to be able to connect it when the gas pushes his opponents in. Because at the moment, there's really no signs of him being able to push forward. Jaime's doing a good job of actually pushing over the left-hand side, but if Rafa joins him, then it's going to force Chaos to come over and pinch, and then they'll both lose control. Guille is going to throw out super, but Blacksy has one of his own, which should be able to tank 2 shots of Brock, which is going to be very solid. There go the 2 shots, and he's walking up in a straight line. Rafa is going to be muted, though, and Jaime going to get the kill, but Blacksy needs to follow up. He gets the stun onto one and follows up.
Wow.
But SK are the ones who come out on top. I have no clue how. Great move over the left-hand side. Great shots by Guille in the closing seconds. They managed to take this first game in knockout.
Crazy good maneuvers there towards the end. That was just played so perfectly, and also really had like ice in their veins here. Appeared that they had very, very cool heads there towards the end, especially iChaos certainly caught my mind there on the Rico. Just didn't seem like he really minded the fact that he was right next to the poison. He was still lining up those shots and those reflected shots as well as ever. Here comes the bouncy castle as well for iChaos at mid to keep himself alive, keep that sustained. Jaime and Rafa can't really say the same. Even with magic puffs, they're going to be forced back. Jaime does get 1 tag, but Semantic continues to force these guys back. With the tag on his face, though, he's not going to be as beefy as he was before. On the right side, also Blacksy forced back. FA Panafresh, they're completely with their backs against the walls, but it's not going to matter until that poison comes in, and it certainly doesn't even matter if Semantic is taken down, and now they boast a 3-2 advantage, or in fact a 3-1 advantage.
Nice stuff there, and they should get this kill onto Guille. Blacksy sadly can't charge his super along the way, as Jaime will just finish that one off nice and quickly. Panafresh fighting back all of a sudden now, have the pull once more, but as last time, you've got to be careful about that Otis pulling in, because if he survives or he gets the mute off just before you pull him, then you're going to be at a loss.
Well, let's see if they're able to avoid that this time. Takedown on the right side onto Guille. Now they get to really push forward. Good value there from iChaos on that super, but it's not going to be enough to drop Rafa below half health. There's a takedown onto Semantic as well. It's just iChaos, the one-man army. Emergency super and no value on that. He's going to get taken down as well by Rafa in the end. And this one quickly goes the way of FA Panafresh. We're now tied up with 1 set each and 1 game each in the 3rd set. This is going to determine who has the advantage going forward and who is just 1 game away from that match point.
All even at the moment, and this is going to be a pretty decisive match, because whoever wins this goes 2-1 up and can finish it off in the 4th, and Rafa getting hit pretty hard. Chaos going to follow with some shots. Can he continuously go forward, though? No, he can't. Semantic and Guille did swap lanes here as well, and I don't mind this for Blacksy. I believe he may outrange the Otis just over that right side just by a little bit, and that's going to be huge for him.
Well, he's still got to be able to play that to his advantage. SK Gaming just moments ago were pushed up very confidently with some big taps. Head on to the left side. They are going to have to fall back. iChaos has to be very careful not to get pinched. He's also avoiding giving any chip damage to Rafa, so he doesn't farm up that super for free. He knows that he loses all of his strength on that lane if he gets pulled, and there it is. 1-2 kills on the left side, beautifully pinched. It's just Black Sea left. Some damage dealt by Semantic as well to finish him off, and SK Gaming get this first round.
They're going to need another to finish this one off, though, and Panafresh are going to be out to fight for it. Jaime's got his mark, and Semantic trying to get some long-range shots at him, but they've swapped back. They've ensured that these are the matchups that they want, and clearly they are, as they are swapping and ensuring that these matchups are a thing. Chaos now getting some shots off on Rafa, and the fat splatter coming in down the right-hand side from Otis. Nice plays from him. Rafa getting hit hard, though, when the super comes in. Doesn't manage to get the finish just yet, but Brock Super will finish that one off. Broke some walls, though, which might not be too favorable for Chaos, as Black Sea starts to get into a good position.
Jaime still looking for that pincher on the left side, but he's got to be cautious of Semantic. There's one tap onto him, but this might already be done. Jaime's forfeiting here, just shooting at the corner and knowing that this one's already over. SK Gaming will be taking the very third set.
Great stuff from SK, and now they can close it out in the fourth, as that third set has gone to them to make it 2-1 to SK Gaming. And Panafresh, they honestly don't look bad. I think their draft was, you know, pretty good. I don't even think it was maybe even worse than SK's. I think pretty on par in terms of comps. But just looking at the gameplay, it's just all SK. Their team play's been better, and that they have been playing together all year, whereas, you know, Panafresh was maybe a bit of a throw-together roster over the past few months. They have been performing well, but just not good enough at the moment to compete with SK in this knockout set.
And I think actually there were some moments where Panafresh really pulled things out, especially on the Bell gameplay from Jaime. That was certainly impressive towards the end of that last map. This is not a great example. But SK Gaming, I think one of the main things for me that stood out was just how capable iChaos was on this Rico. It didn't seem to matter what situation he was put on. He was able to get spectacular pinches with his teammates, and in some instances was able to push up pretty much solo and rarely got punished for it just because of how slippery he was able to be and how cautious he was with his positioning. And I think really that iChaos stood out the most to me throughout this entire last set. I can't wait to see what he accomplishes along with the rest of the roster in the next set, because this is their chance to end out this match right here.
I agree with you. I mean, Chaos was the one in command there. He was playing pretty much all three lanes with the pinches he was providing, whereas, you know, his side lanes were just shooting back and forward in a stalemate on both of their lanes until Chaos made the magic happen down the mid. It was just a trade of shots and nobody really getting super or nobody making any moves whatsoever. And I'm surprised that SK don't really have a lot more damage than Panafresh did, more than 3,000 at least, because just by what Chaos was doing, it seemed they were the ones really making the moves.
I think so too, and I wonder how that's going to come around in this final set, because it's going to be Backyard Bowl now, and it's still going to be a fairly long-range map, and some of the same brawlers could reappear once again, but you still have to have that goal-scoring potential, and I also believe that wall break is going to be more important than it was in that previous one too. Now, is it going to be Brock? I can't say that for sure, but anything with the ability to break open walls is going to be fantastic on offense. And it looks like Panafresh are a little more focused on building walls, or the lack of building walls, than breaking down those walls, banning out Sprout off the get-go, and SK is going to be getting rid of Gene. That could be a particularly tricky brawler to face at mid, and even when you're trying to defend, because you're basically forced back into your goal if an enemy Gene has a super. It's just an added stress that SK don't wish to play against here.
You know, I don't want to play into the stereotypes of SK Gaming, but it's SK Gaming on Backyard Bowl. We know this is a strong map for them. Even if it takes 20 games, they'll still be putting the ball in the corner and playing the long route. Bell going to be the first pick from Panafresh, and it's a solid one. I think, you know, Bell's always that diverse, long-range sharpshooter that can be capable at short range as well. So, as a first pick, I kind of like it.
I think it's a very solid first pick from Panafresh, especially seeing as they were still doing very well with Bell in that last set. They were playing very, very confidently. The only thing is that that's only 1/3 of the equation, or at least it was in that last set. It was only 1/3 of the brawlers on the team. There's only so much you can do as a solo brawler, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't think the entire comp was broke in the last one. Now, though, we'll see that Stu come out. Now, will we see Stu Mantic today? That's a possibility. We could see iChaos on it, too, but it's going to come down to what those remaining brawlers as well. And now that we see the B coming out, maybe this is a bit more of Semantic's domain. There are a few ways of responding to this. You can always go for something that counters out those single target brawlers, but you would be sacrificing range in the same go. Colonel Ruffs isn't banned out, and there are plenty of other brawlers with spawnables, but some of them are just not very meta right now, so this might just be something that Panafresh have to accept. They're going to go 2 brawlers with spawnables, but once again, they sacrifice the ability to compete toe-to-toe with B at range.
Yeah, now I like the bow, I like the penny. I think, I mean, it's pretty solid. You know, penny's got the salty barrel, gonna be able to tank some shots from the B. And I think bow, once those walls are broken down by the mines and stuff, Stu's gonna have some struggles because speed zone is not gonna be able to be placed anywhere with much, you know, conviction, because it's just gonna get broken time after time after time. Squeak is the last pick though from SK, and I think this is maybe a little bit questionable when you put it on either a bow or maybe even a bell lane, where if it is playing on one of those, then it's going to struggle quite heavily. And I'm not sure if it's the best pick, but looking at the rest of the bans, there's not much left.
It doesn't really look like there's any possibility for Panafresh to get any sort of big movement forward, so there's no way for them to get right on top of Squeak. So as long as this is just played slowly and focused on those chokes, I think Squeak could be immensely valuable here. You can also throw that super relatively far and get some value on backlines as you wish to push forward, but more than anything, it's going to be about slowing any advances forward, and you can also play extremely defensively with it, and this is well known to be SK's greatest strength, is how defensively they can play here. And even you alluded to it earlier, they just throw that ball in the corner and run out the clock here on Backyard Bull. That's playing to win instead of playing to get goals and to try to get the flashy victory as well. We'll see how things work out though. Already big push in off the beginning of the game, and well, looks like we won't get to catch too much of that, but still. Okay, we're back. Rafa already pushing through. It looks like we lost some walls while the camera was turned away. I wonder how exactly that happened. It might have been some breakthrough or maybe even some ill-placed bow mines.
Yeah, so the front walls were taken down by the breakthrough, but after that, we didn't really see a lot, and I'm honestly surprised that SK didn't manage to score that. A lot of the team was wiped, 2 of the players went down, and a super was thrown towards Blacksea, and yet there's still no goal to show for it. SK Gaming, not really the best execution of a goal there, in my opinion, as that should have been one, but EA is marked up and can't really aggress too much. Semantic trying to just be, you know, confident for the both of them and go as aggressive as he can do, but Chaos now throwing out some shots onto Rafa and gets a double super onto Blacksea there and connecting shots from Semantic to finish him off. Rafa's still low, but EA's going to be brought down with a nice shot from Jaime there, and Semantic trying to compensate for that by going as aggressive as he can. Bowmine's placed to break open these front walls and a few of the back walls as well by Rafa.
Chaos is trying to push forward, and it's going to get some damage off on Rafa, but he's going to sacrifice a lot of health in the process. A big hole in SK Gaming's defense on the right side. Chaos is going to try to be the thing that fills the gap, and he's getting some good dodges too, but he's all marked up. They're the final shots from Rafa to send him packing. Some mines coming down as well. They're going to wait for those to explode. Semantic's forced back and attempted dash forward, but he's just shut down immediately by Blacksea, and already a first goal by Panafresh. This is not really on brand for SK, but really at the beginning of the game, maybe that sort of set the pace for this team because they weren't able to get that first goal, but now they're full sending, trying to get this as fast as they can.
Well, they're going to have to. 20 seconds remain. Semantic's low, and he needs some gas heal value here, but doesn't manage to get it. Shocks come through, though, from the B, connecting nicely, and Blacksea's going to be the one defending Chaos, and they do manage to do it now. 2 auto aims to the face, and Panafresh are going to be 1 game away from evening things out now.
Wow, in SK Gaming, likewise, they're just 1 game away from taking us to a match point, but Panafresh seemed to want to push this to a set 5 extremely fast. What a way to do that as well. To see that much value from bow mines is quite remarkable too. It looks like they were seriously focusing down Stu and derived a lot of value from there. We also saw just how Chaos has been playing the Squeak here. It's not how you typically see Squeak played. He's playing extremely aggressively. Once he has one of those gadgets locked down, he's moving forward. He's already popped off a second gadget as well. SK Gaming, this is their strategy. Get that goal extremely early on and then lock down the defense for the rest of the game. It seems to be coming to fruition for now, but they still got 2 brawlers to go through on offense.
Can Chaos get this one in? Jaime doesn't have the ammo to get the kills, and Chaos managed to force that one in. SK Gaming moving 1-0 up in this game. But let's not forget, they are still a game down. If this is a win, then Panafresh still have a chance And they still have a chance in this game as well. Rafa getting hit pretty hard, though, by Squeak. Chaos has got a super now, throwing it out, gets the connections, and Semantic with some nice dashes and some nice execution manages to pull off a really nice defense.
Blacksy on the right side, still getting some good taps, actually, versus Semantic, who wasn't able to escape, also avoiding a lot of damage from Squeak. Now kind of falling into that same lane matchup once again. He's been laning versus IKEOS for a lot of this game. A tag onto Jaime as well to set him back just a little bit. We've seen almost all the nest eggs drop down by Jaime as well, and they're all on defense, but really an offense is what Panafresh need right here. Rafa is still trying to defend this left side without giving too much value versus Semantic. There's a breakthrough and shut down of some of those walls. Only one box remains, but that might be enough for Rafa to take advantage of it. Jaime also lines up a great long-range shot, and this could be the value that we need to see from Panafresh for them to tie this one up.
Bone mines thrown out by Rafa, but a nice connection of the super last call and last stand from the Squeak before he goes down. And I'd like to see these mines placed a little bit more aggressive, but we've got a really weird placement on a penny mortar there, just instantly taken out by the side of SK. Now just defending for their lives with where the ball should be at the moment in the corner. Semantic getting some dashes through. Gear still goes 3k, but he wastes it. Semantic dashing now and gets the heal off and survives just a little bit longer because of it. And now they're able to kind of deflate this pressure a little bit. Not sure about those bow mines either. It's not providing much whatsoever for the side of Panafresh there, and it's just stopping SK from getting the ball, and they don't even want to get the ball.
I was thinking the same thing. It just looks like Rafa really wanted to use those mines for something, but couldn't decide on where to place them, and there just wasn't really a great place to place them. But Panafresh, they can still bring it back. They got to get a kill on the right side. Guille could be tripping that mine. In fact, he does go down, but it doesn't even matter. 2 members to defend, and FA Panafresh, no one on screen to get that ball. Very well defended by SK. It's just how they roll. They get that first goal in, and then they play defense for the rest of the game, and they do a darn good job, and they drafted for it too. We saw that B. We saw that Squeak put to work repeatedly in order to bring that to fruition.
Yeah, now SK on match point, and Panafresh 1 game away from evening things out, as I had mentioned before. Semantic starting off strong on the right-hand side. Chaos with a really aggressive residue early on, and now he's pushing forward once more. Blacksy falls low. 1 shot away from going down, and Semantic with a nice breakthrough gets it. Needs to try and get another super to be able to break through once more. They're passing it back, playing the slow game. Needs some tanks through, and Chaos is going to be tanking for them. The break of the wall in the goal mouth by Semantic, and Chaos forces it home for SK Gaming to be 2 minutes away from winning this match.
32-second goal right there. That's how SK rolls, but now they got to defend for 2 minutes, and it looks like already that breakthrough is going to be breaking down things on the right side, making things a lot more open for Blacksy. It's not going to be an open goal for him, but it very nearly was. If IKEOS had not rotated towards the back, it would have been a very real possibility for Panafresh. With Blacksy getting slowed down to IKEOS can charge forward and get a takedown. He did get stunned just a moment ago. He's also going to avoid damage from that turret as well while disarming that mine on the left side. Now Rafa challenges him and also challenges the existence of some of these boxes too, as 2 of them are taken down, or at least 2 lines of them are taken down. Things could be wide open for a shot from downtown by Panafresh, but they still got to eliminate the enemies in their way. And VGX is seriously challenging them right now, but Blacksy and Jaime are doing their best to beam him at long range. He's still playing very carefully, and IKEOS is threatening that left side with pretty much never being able to exit spawn.
3k connects by Guille through the turret there over the right-hand side. Jaime now trying to challenge him and does manage to win it, as he has been doing quite frequently throughout this game. The ball, as always, remains in SK's corner, keeping a nice firm grip of that, which is honestly where it should be at 1-0 up. An early goal, you deserve to be able to slot it in that corner. 40 seconds now for Panafresh to make something happen, and it's very similar to what we saw in the last game. They just could not make the play last game. We'll see if they can this time.
Well, there's plenty of time left. 30 seconds. That's enough time for them to make it over to the right side. Got to see Stumantic defend this, though. He is marked up. Just 1 shot could send him packing. Now it's going to have to be 2 as he continues to heal up. Mines placed on that right side. Almost a stun into Guille, but not quite. A pass over to the left side and a slot into the corner as well. Those boxes being broken open, that was absolutely crucial, but now they're all going to break down. Just 10 seconds remain, and who gets the advantage before all the boxes breaks down is going to dictate how overtime goes, and already Semantic is marked up once again by Jaime's mark. Guille still resides at mid. He has his super active. He can push forward, but he doesn't want to get too aggressive. Jaime is seriously challenging him here.
Yeah, well, nice super once again by Chaos. Gets the double connection. That's going to be huge. 2 follow-up shots on Blacksy should bring him down. Guille's got the super 1-on-1 in goal, and Jaime slowed. Can't get it. SK Gaming take it home, and Panafresh take an early loss in the challenge season with a loss in week number 1.
such a close one as well. Just one more win for Panafresh would have sent them all the way to set number 5, where they actually could have upset SK. But let's face it, you're talking about SK. That said, still kind of at the beginning of this, we were saying like, well, what do you really expect here? I think Panafresh did a very good job. To be able to go this far versus a team like SK is very, very telling of not only that you deserve to be here, but you're just a really good team and you can compete with these best teams in the region and have a good chance of actually going on to that next stage.
I mean, they looked very good, honestly. It was just this really nice super from Chaos here that tied it off in the end. Jaime still remained slowed when Guille's shot came through, and therefore that just kind of sealed their fate of a loss against SK Gaming. More damage, less heals for the side of Panafresh, though, and SK Gaming. They were honestly looking good. That just kind of shows how passive they are. They healed up near enough 10k more than Panafresh did, and you know, heals aren't a massive thing in Brawl Stars. Quite often you just go in, get the kills, and just go back to spawn because you've been killed. But they have healed a lot, and they play passive, and it works for them, so why not carry on?
No doubt. I mean, this was just stellar defense from SK, and this is why they are known so well for their defense. FA Panafresh, I still think they had very strong things to offer too. My eyes were on Jaime for pretty much that entire game as well, because he played Bell in the previous set, and he played it again here, and he did a fantastic job in both. So I'm looking forward to seeing more sharpshooter stuff from him, but obviously the win here goes to SK, and I think we don't have to pick out single brawlers here from SK. Overall, they played brilliantly, as they usually do.
I mean, SK, they're just on top of the world with them. I mean, they've had some great runs through monthly finals. They qualified to the world finals. They came second in the first season of SPS. They're looking good if they can get to another challenge finals for the Masters LAN, because they're going to have, you know, accumulated whatever it is that needs to get to the Masters LAN. It's got to be some kind of placements, and they're looking very, very good at the moment. But we do have to, once again, give a massive shout out to our sponsors of Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters, because without them, we wouldn't be watching this. Me and Reddy wouldn't be here, you viewers wouldn't be here, the players wouldn't be playing, and it's all brought together by this one sponsor.
Yeah, it's really amazing that we get to do this as well, and it brings us together, as you said, and the players together to really make something awesome happen and get some good Brawl Stars up on the screen and see amazing plays like we have seen it throughout the day, and it gets some amazing storylines wrapped up too. 2 upsets have happened today, and almost another upset as well. I can't wait to see what Panafresh has cranking up in the future, but we're moving past them for now. We have one more match of the day, and I think, once again, it's going to blow us all away because every single team here is just so insanely cracked.
Yeah, and you know, the teams who have won so far, they've been looking extremely good. They're looking to go on and continue their route. Mystic Esports, we underestimated them. They proved us wrong. I will say we underestimated Panafresh. They provided some great gameplay at the end of the day. They played really, really well. But up next is Craze Clan versus Navi, and I think that's going to be an absolute beauty of a game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be beautiful because Navi, this is a team that we've seen go to second place in the monthly finals quite a bit recently. Craze Clan also in the last monthly final for BSC, they qualified to Worlds. So both of these teams are going to Worlds. So we can say with confidence Worlds class teams because they have officially qualified. But Craze Clan, they are just now having their resurgence, and Navi, kind of a similar story. They're really on the come up, but they made it noticeably further than Craze Clan. So I think the big story of the day is there enough room for one last upset? Could Craze Clan take down Navi?
I think possibly so, but we are going to go to a short break. But if you want to watch some world-class teams play a world-class game, as Reddy said, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have had 3 games behind us where Mystic Esports, Totem, and now SK Gaming have reigned victorious and taken their first win in the challenge season. We are about to decide who will take our 4th game between Craze Clan and Navi. Who have you got ready?
Man, I gotta place my chips on Navi here because Craze Clan, they looked just kind of indomitable at the beginning of the year, and they were just the masters of the draft. But Navi, they've come back into the competitive scene here in EU, and have just been on this upward climb lately. Now, they've fallen just short of taking first place in BSC, for instance, numerous times, but in Queso, they look so strong, having a 5-2 record, and the same goes for here. I think we can expect a super strong showing from them, but wouldn't put it past Craze to upset them.
I mean, I do genuinely think it's a very, very close matchup. 55-45. I'm not going to say which way because, honestly, it could go either way. But I do think that Navi are going to come out on top. I'll just say it. I'll put it out there. Navi, they've been playing really well. Past 2 months in BSC, they have qualified to the grand finals, bear in mind. So they are a team who have been dominating throughout. Craze, they've had some good months. They've qualified to the world finals now. And as you said beforehand, these are 2 world-class teams in a world-class matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, as we mentioned, have qualified for the World Finals, and Craze was one of the last to qualify, but I think we can say the exact same thing for Navi. They've only recently been getting the majority of their points, and the same, once again, goes for both of these teams, but Navi has made it to 2nd place. Can't say the same for Craze. Let's see if they're really starting to get things prepared for the World Finals, and, of course, the challenge stage in the finals for SPS pretty soon.
Well, let's take a quick look at the roster who's going to need to be prepared because they're against a first opponent. Big roster coming out of Craze Clan, and they have had, similar to Team Queso, some roster change, a pretty monumental part of the year. Towards the later stages, they made this change, brought in Giro, and it's been working. It's been working a lot better. They haven't had the best results, but they came close to beating SK in the BSC. They've had some good results in other competitions as well, and they still remain qualifying 2 competitions, SPS, BSC, World Finals. Romra and Nawi are the 2 main players in this game. Giro has kind of just slotted in and been playing, you know, a bit more Phil.
No doubt, and hey, I would say if we're going to congratulate Panafresh for almost taking down SK, then we got to hand it to Craze Clan for almost taking down SK as well. These guys are no slouches, no one to sneeze at because they have made it happen throughout the year. Once again, just kind of had a rough patch through the middle of the year, made some roster switch-ups, and have qualified, but still have had some trouble getting out of those quarters and things like that. So a great way for them to start things off would be getting a victory right here and right now. This is going to be one of the most important matches for them because it establishes the momentum for the later days, and also it is one of those matches that it's not versus SK, it's not versus Tribe, it's not versus Totem or anything like that. One of those where the odds are seriously stacked against them, so this is going to be super important to take.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents over on the Navi Nation. There is the roster for Navi, MMA, Alex, Cube, and Angel Boy. And what is there to say about this roster? They really are a huge part of the Brawl Stars scene. They're 2nd in World Finals last year. They've made it to this part of the competition. I don't believe they were in the Season 1 of this of the SPS. But regardless, they're a massively influential team in the region, and you'll see it in Twitch chat, you'll see it in polls and stuff. This team has the most backing out of any in the world.
Yeah, even in North America, people ask when Navi are going to play, and it just goes to show just the reach of this team and how influential it is and how many fans are out there as well. So, of course, make some noise for your favorite teams in chat or wherever you might be, because Navi, they're coming up, and some fantastic players to back them as well. I, for one that comes to mind is MMA, just kind of an intimidating guy as well, especially on the Brawl Stars field.
Yeah, I mean, if on the Brawl Stars field and off the Brawl Stars field as well, let's face it, because he is actually an MMA fighter. So I'd be a little bit worried whether he's playing Brawl Stars or not up against me. But we'll take a quick look at the head-to-head between Navi and CrazeClan now, see who's got the better statistics. And at the end of the day, statistics, as we mentioned, don't matter massive amounts in Brawl Stars, but CrazeClan have got a lot of kills and actually not too many deaths. This is one of the better ratios we've seen out of a team in this part of the phase. They've got 27,000 damage on average as well, and Navi have only got a 1 KD. They got same amount of kills, same amount of deaths, first time I've seen this statistic as well, and less damage than Craze do.
That's like exactly the same, 2.46. Well, that's consistency right there, if anything, from Navi. But for Craze to have that positive KD is super, super important. But it is a little bit agnostic of some of the objectives in the modes, because having a positive KD is great in, say, a Heist, but it also means that you're more focused on getting kills on the enemy than getting that damage locked in on the safe. And this is where we see Navi prevail a lot, actually, is because they seem to always find a way to draft some heavy hitter brawlers. And that is, for one part, kind of their brand as a Brawl Stars team, and also one of the reasons why they've made it so far and so quickly.
I mean, that is the name of the game for Navi. Just pick tanks, pick some healers, maybe a little bit of a max in there from time to time, and just run at their opponents, because that is what gets them wins. The unpredictability in draft, the unpredictability when they're playing the actual game, it's just always so flawless. Maps are on the screen now, as well as the picks and bans shortly. We're starting things off and out in the open, and if we get all the way to the end, Beach Ball will be the decider, and as always, Beach Ball's a brilliant map if we get to a set number 5. Ban should be coming in shortly, but out in the open, we've seen it today already. We've seen sharpshooters, we've seen a little bit of wall break in there. Wouldn't surprise me if those are the bans.
Not at all. And also some tanks as well are ones that you have to be fearful of. Also, Jean can be very troublesome. Piper, also a brawler that comes to mind as pretty tough to deal with on this map, but it's one that you have to draft around pretty intelligently. And if Navi have last pick, I would definitely be cautious about drafting it, because she's particularly weak versus anything that can get in close range. Bonnie is also going to be a pretty valuable brawler here. Once again, a brawler that could be banned, and if not, probably first picked, but we don't see those bans on screen just yet. I want to rotate back to Jean, because he can suss out enemies in those bushes because of vision gear and just a widespread of his tag. He is going to get banned out, in fact. And for Navi, ban of 3 tank counters. What else would you really expect? CrazeClan also ban out 1 tank counter on their own, getting rid of B, and here's the Bonnie first pick.
Bonnie first pick, I kind of like it. You know, a lot of the time you'll see me criticizing Bonnie, saying she's not good, and I know Ark loves to laugh at me for this, but I do like it on this map. I think it's one of those maps where it can have a massive influence, because you can play at the range, then you can instantly swap to aggressive and go to that different form, get the damage down, and without Otis on the map, without Jean, you don't have the knockback, you don't have the mute. A lot of stuff that's actually good against Bonnie's aggressive form is off the table.
Yeah, and she's going to be able to get in close range versus brawlers that are particularly vulnerable too, but the question is whether Navi will run those at all. Here's Gus, and while this is a support brawler, this is once again on brand for them, because they can give a shield to someone who wants to get in close range and then kind of just run at their enemy. As you said earlier, this is the Navi tried, tested, and true strategy, and it's what they really specialize in. But in order to go along with Gus, it's going to be Max. Yeah, I guess have the shield and have the ability to run really fast to your enemy is going to be the strategy here. But CrazeClan still have a couple of possibilities for some brawlers they can choose that'll be able to react to these more tanky ideas.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the Max. I like the Gus. I think it's a pretty good pairing. You know, if Gus wants to just use the shield on himself, the Max is going to be able to assist that and just let him go aggressive. Or if the Max is the one who needs to make the big plays, or even their third brawler, Gus can provide a shield to those and make those big plays as well, if they're the ones who they're the ones who need to be the ones who make them. And I think that's just the versatility of Gus. You know, it's not just a super that affects you. That's the same with Max. It affects your teammates around you. And the pairing of those two can be really solid.
It absolutely can. And just a little update on what exactly is going on. They're just remaking the lobby here, so they're going to be going through the draft once again. Same exact stuff going on, but we can still speculate as to what exactly is the taking off point from what we've seen already, because we saw the Max and we saw the Gus already, and last pick belongs to Navi. So this is exactly the scenario where they want to be, because having that last pick is the most valuable thing when it comes to drafting brawlers that are in close range. The deal with that, and why it even appears as last pick most often, is because tanks are very easy to counter. You just pull out some tank counters as your picks. But once you have that last pick, there's no more drafting after that. You can't go ahead and draft. And you also got to be careful that you don't dedicate too much of your stopping power to tanks, because if your enemy doesn't choose one of those as their last pick, then you're pretty much dedicating that to absolutely no value on the enemy team. Gale's a perfect example of a brawler that can do well versus tanks, but can get outranged in a lot of instances. And I wonder if we'll see anything like that gone ahead and drafted by Craze.
You see, I do think that with tanks and even tank counters on this map, tank counters are usually, you know, mid-range brawlers, fairly short range, that have that burst damage at close, and it's unlikely that either that or also, you know, a tank could be played on this map, just because of the range that this map kind of needs to be able to be played properly. And I'd imagine we'll be seeing the same bans, the same picks up to a certain point, so we should get back to where we were very quick. Bonnie, Gus, and Max was what we had so far, I believe. And as I said, so far so good for both teams.
Well, some more reactions should be coming out here pretty soon. Here's a shield and the healing. Here's a speed from Na'Vi. There's just got to be one core brawler to tie it all together here, or perhaps even not. Even just a generalist could be pretty good here, because already having speed and having support is fantastic. And so far, we've seen Bonnie here. She doesn't pump out a lot of DPS, so really the main thing for her is that she just has a lot of health and she's long range, which makes her pretty difficult to deal with for sort of other brawlers that have long range, which don't pump out a ton of DPS. Piper absolutely comes to mind. Here's Eve, actually, and this, I think, is very, very creative in a good way. It all comes down to knowing that your enemies are going to be up in your face and being able to farm out those spawnables. Also knowing that Gus is single target, and you can seriously shut him down with those hatchlings, but it's not one that I particularly love either. You will be able to make use of the water on that left side and not have to break down a wall in response, though.
Honestly, I straight up hate Eve. I really do not like it. Like, you might be able to have the ability to travel over water. You know, you take that. I'll give that to you. But if they take one person who can break the walls and still be adequate in the game, then you're going to be in a pretty poor spot. And I wouldn't mind that being Brock here. I think Brock pick would be very, very solid. It's obviously not banned out of the way. It can break the wall. It can outplay Eve at range. And it can deal with the opposing brawlers like Bonnie as well. Because there's just no explanation for that. Just take it away. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. We talk about Na'Vi taking tanks, and that they shouldn't take it on this map. No, I don't know. I just don't know.
No, but Trav, we have to talk about it because it's about to be on our screen for like the next 5 minutes. So we can't just pretend like Frank doesn't exist here. And even played into a Crow seems to be the, I suppose, ideal pick. It's bizarre, but there are no stuns on Craze, so maybe it could work. If anything, though, this is just going to be entertaining to watch for Na'Vi, because this is just not something that's supposed to work, but in the hands of Angel Boy, I can absolutely see it work. Still, though, he's going to be marching over to that left side. He's just a big wall of flesh walking towards you, already helping pick up that kill onto Jiro. Now trying to stay in the way, getting in a little bit closer range than he would like to, and already Na'Vi stands at an advantage.
I mean, to be honest, he's gonna have about 15,000 HP when this Gus provides him with a shield, so that's one thing. But at the same time, another tank would have done just as good, if not a better job. And now, I mean, yes, they're walking over them, but I still cannot condone this pick. They take the first round, and they're trying to get a super to Angel Boy. He gets it as well. Super's all round for Na'Vi, and Crazy looking a bit bleak.
Yeah, this is the ultimate example of, like, these are trained professionals. Do not try this at home. They know what they're doing here, but it should not work. The question is, can they make it happen again? Well, they're going to be marching forward. There's the shield onto Angel Boy, and he has so much health to work with. Big wall break, emergency super up from Naui because he has to. Actually, a takedown of Angel Boy. Now he was able to pump out so much damage, and it is reduced to a 2v1. Still an advantage for Na'Vi, but Jiro can still slow this down in a big way. He doesn't really have the DPS to finish this off confidently, but it's not impossible.
I mean, they're just surely going to wait it out. They don't want to risk this play. They could just wait for the gas to push him in and then just deal damage like he's never seen before to them. Alex and Cube can just melt this guy down as soon as the gas pushes him in. But I said this the other day in BSC, and there was, like, I think it was Linane who almost made this absolute clutch play. They're just going to use the super, they're going to shield him up, and they're just going to dash straight for him. Super comes in from Jiro, but it's just not going to be enough, is it? There's no chance that he was going to win that, and Navi take the first game, looking very strong, and apparently I should never doubt Frank.
Frank is the big man. Frank is the guy, but usually you just don't see him play like this. I completely agree. There was not really too much of a reason for them to pick Frank over any other tank. Like Sam could have made this happen so well. He would have probably been able to make it happen even better because he would have been able to get so much speed by throwing the Knuckle Busters forward, had so much healing on his side too, but I think they just kind of wanted to play Frank and also not reveal too much of their hands as far as what brawlers are going to specialize in later on versus some of the top teams in this competition that have been dominating the entire year. So far, though, an early takedown of Frank is going to be valuable for Craze Clan. They have some of those hatchlings rolling out too, give some early troubles to Alex and Cubic. There's a takedown from Cubic as well. Doesn't seem to mind playing Ring Around the Rosie around the right side versus Rama, and Alex chimes in to get that final bit of damage and a takedown onto Rama. One more round till Natus Vincere can take this set. It's just going to be one round.
Nice stuff from them. Angel Boy now looking pretty meaty over the right side, but also brought quite low at the same time. Rama forced to jump out, and now the jump in from Nawi. Can't quite get the trade on the side of Navi, but they are looking pretty low, and this might be the first Craze Clan round on the board. As Cube's brought to one shot, Jiro finished him off there with a burn down damage, I believe. And now it's just Max in a 1v3 situation, and he should just hop in the gas as soon as it comes, but he's going to want his super as well.
It's just Alex trying to get his super versus the entire world out here. Nothing really to lose, as there's still one more round that Navi can afford to lose here. Yeah, just waiting for the sweet embrace of poisonous gas creeping in, trying to keep Rama and Jiro at bay as long as he can. Now he was the only one who could get a super anyway, so as long as he stayed away from Bonnie, he would be absolutely fine. Some supers on both sides are going to be valuable, especially for Rama, who has those hatchlings ready. Jiro, possibly not so much. You could still jump in versus Alex or Cubic. They're both looking pretty weakened here, especially Alex, but he does have that phase shifter ready to go. Hatchlings now spawning in, going to be taken down by Frank. Navi now taking a more defensive approach. Craze Clan trying to establish dominance.
Cube has this shield available, and the Ghost is sitting there as well, waiting to be either picked up for a heal or gadgeted for... Sorry, I'm about to cough here, but... or gadgeted for some damage. Nice from Cubic, though, getting some shots in at range, but... Shield not yet being placed. Angel Boy's pushing down aggressively. Nice stuff from them, but double jump in available from the Craze guys over on the right-hand side. Rama coming around the left-hand side to pinch. And now they do have these ghosts down, readily available to be popped or picked up. And it's not looking bad in the late game, as they do have a lot of that ability to tank with Angel Boy, and he's just going to use it now. He's going forward, the super in, but now he's going to go for a jump of his own. The jump in from Jiro now as well, and it's a 2v2 situation. The gadget comes in from Cube. The shield pops onto him as well. Rama the only one remaining, and surely he can't win this 1v2. He can't, and Navi take the first set.
Brilliant stuff from Navi, and I think interesting response there from Craze Clan too, because we saw Angel Boy throw the hammer down, get that big cone stun out there, and then pretty much on the exact same frame, both brawlers just jump up. It was Bonnie and Eve both jumping up at the exact same moment. It was kind of interesting to watch, but it was also the signal that this is the beginning of the end of this set. I still don't really agree with the Frank pick, and I think you can agree with me on that remark, Trav, but, I mean, Navi seriously put it to work. They still took a 2-0 victory, so kudos to them. Still, they didn't have to do this to Craze Clan.
No, I mean, they really didn't, but, I mean, they made it work, and at the end of the day, they took home the set with it. I'm not going to criticize their picks anymore. They love tanks. They work with tanks. Navi, do whatever you want. They did have less damage, though. Obviously, Crazy going to have more damage because it's just Frank getting hit, then getting healed, then getting hit, and then healing, and then that is just cycled. But Navi did have more heals, and there you go. That kind of backs up the philosophy that I was going for there, and a lot more supers as well. Well, not a lot more. 5 more, which is quite the difference maker in a game like this.
Yeah, part of me was also concerned that supers were going to be fed to Craze Clan like crazy, especially Eve, whose super is super frustrating to deal with for Navi. Maybe not so much for Frank, but for the others, those single target brawlers, it's very frustrating to deal with, but still more supers acquired and used by Navi than for Craze Clan. So that is a little bit worrying because Frank is basically a walking super battery, and we saw more supers acquired and used by Navi nonetheless. Now getting into the next set as well. Some tank counter bans by Navi, predictably. Some tank counter bans by Craze as well. One duplicate ban there as well, but already a tank counter pick for Craze. I just wonder why exactly Craze has decided that they do want to get rid of some of the tank counters here, because it's very clear what Navi have up their sleeve.
I mean, maybe they just want to try take Navi on at their own game, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. I quite like it, but they have taken like the one remaining tank counter there is, and Otis got good DPS, the ability to mute if they come aggressive, which is pretty solid as well. And if you leave an Otis on the safe, it's going to be like leaving a Gold on the safe, to be honest. It does like a serious amount of DPS, and people do seem to fail to realize that as well. Carl, the return pick from Navi there, and we saw Carl being played earlier. It worked pretty well. I mean, it's always just that versatile pick that can be used on pretty much any map, but it wouldn't be a first pick for me.
And Amber is going to be pretty valuable here on Kaboom Canyon, as far as a lane brawler and also as far as controlling that mid, making sure that no one's lurking there and sniping you from there. Another thing that we saw is how valuable Carl can be when he just uses his gadget into mid and it gets that early victory, but still it comes down to whether you can hold on to that control, because simply being there at the beginning of the game, it gives you that sort of first blood in a way, but it's control and just existing there for the rest of the game that actually gets you damage onto that safe. And here's a brawler that'll get you damage on the safe, Daryl, actually, for Craze Clan. And this, I think, is coming to light as exactly what you described, Trav. They're trying to beat Navi at their own game, which is maybe something that Navi has not faced against too much.
Yeah, and honestly, I do feel like what you've said there is very true. I don't see many people taking Navi on at their own game and bringing tanks to the mix and attempting to, you know, go head-to-head against them in that kind of sense, but they have taken the Daryl. They've taken a Crow as their last pick, which is very solid as well. Going to be decent against the Amber, get the slows off when Daryl rolls come in. More shots connected from Otis as well. Great pairing also there. But Navi have this last pick, and they're going to surely have to counter the Daryl. But at the same time, if you go like a hard counter on the Daryl, there's not many tank counters remaining, and also, whatever that is probably going to be good against Daryl, it's probably not going to be too great against Otis or Crow.
This is true. Nothing really comes to mind as far as a counter. Buzz came to my mind, but still is not really going to be that fantastic. It's not like you can stop him from rolling, and he can still stun you at the end of his range and pump a ton of damage into you. Buzz doesn't have as much health as Daryl. He's one of the squishier tanks, if that is not just a paradox in and of itself, that statement there. Still, though, he can get some decent grapples onto Otis, some onto Crow as well, and especially when it comes down to getting that position on the back left side of the map where you can just lurk for a very long time. It takes an entire two-man pinch to take you down. That's where you can exist, similar to pretty much any other tank in this game. So I think this is still wise by Navi. They took basically the next best thing. Angel Boy's just going to go right for the safe. Okay, why not, I suppose. Cubic's going to be the one taking up residence on that right side. He's silenced, but it hardly matters. He's still going to be taken down by that final shot, and it's going to take a little bit of time before Rama fires that one up once again.
Yeah, Craze got control now and rolling from Navi there. Cube trying to get the counter out, though, and gets the flying hook forward. Alex is going to try and go for it as well. Just leave Rama, and Giro trying to a little bit of help on defense over the left-hand side. I'm not sure about that. I feel like Alex maybe throwing that towards the safe would have done some serious damage, but still doing an all right amount anyway. Misroll from Navi, and now Alex gets another one and throws it on. That's more like it. Damage added to the safe, and Navi have control of the mid from what I can see, but Angel Boy is a short-range brawler, and Rama's not.
Navi, it seems like they're just speedrunning this because they are full sending every single push to the enemy side, and Craze Clan look a little unsure of how exactly to react. They're split between defending and still playing for control at mid, because while they seem to be in a good position to control mid, everyone's just rolling past them. You have the abilities that grapple you really far. You have the free pushes there with the super from Carl as well. Another push in, a final grapple from Angel Boy, and some more damage from Alex. A finishing shot from Cubic is going to take this down. Wow, what a speed run there from Navi. And there was just really nothing that could be done by Craze Clan, it looked like.
I mean, Navi are looking very, very good at this point. Always seem to be, you know, they did leave quite a lot. They just left the Otis in the start, and then they just go forward, deal some damage, and just accept the consequences. And the consequences aren't that dire, because you're not going to get comparable damage to a Carl and an Amber just by going forward with an Otis. And I kind of like the plays they made there, taking some risks, and the risks paid off.
Risk not paying off this time, though. Now he barely survives. Rama also barely survived his interaction earlier on with Angel Boy. There's a slow of everyone by Jiro. In fact, it's going to send Angel Boy packing. Big damage dealt by Daryl as well. Cubic now charging in. Angel Boy looking for a kill onto Jiro, but he's just outranged. And now he gets to set up on that back left side, but Angel Boy's going to help out Pinch, and Alex also is going to turn around to try and pinch out Naui. Naui, though, is not finished here. There's the stun and the takedown of Alex as well. Beautifully played there by Naui. A takedown by Rama as well. The tides have completely turned. Now Navi is at a loss.
Quite a hefty one as well. Rama's not going to get the mute off in time either, and maybe he just didn't want to. A little grapple back from Angel Boy going to be missed as well. That's a huge miss from Angel Boy there, as now Giro can just chill, sit in this bush. Cube going to go onto the Daryl as well, and that's not going to pay off well for him. 20% left on the save, and Craze is surely going to take this one. That they do, and they move one game up, their first game of the series, and it's quite a meaningful one.
Yeah, this game for Craze was even more dominant than that first game was for Navi, and it really seemed to come down to Navi trying the same strategy that they did in game number 1, and Craze Clan simply being prepared and being ready to kind of roll with whatever Navi had to offer. But Angel Boy is successfully going to get all the way to the enemy side this time. Cubic, much of the same. Big damage coming in. Alex also sneaking around here. Going to get silenced towards the end of his attempt at getting damage there. 71% left on Craze Clan's safe, and much less than that. Well, not too much less than that left on Navi's. Now, Jiro's still trying to play control around here. Now he gets to lurk in that position. He's been successful in for the entire game, and Rama gets to throw down a fat splatter and some more shots into that safe. Navi, once again, are several percentages behind Craze Clan. They need to be able to get some kind of mid-control, but that's not their strategy. Their strategy is to push all the way to the enemy side, but when the enemies are already versus them, they have to play defense first.
Nice rolls from Navi there to end up on his opposing team and get another one, and then follow with once more another super, and great damage through from them as well. But Navi, they're still in this. Angel Boy's on the safe, getting some really solid damage down with that damage gear. Now we're looking for another roll, but can't quite get it just yet. Alex coming forward, and that might be a bit too much of a risky play. Overconfidence there to go forward, but he gets the trade out on Rama. And now they brought it to 43. They're just leaving the Daryl. This is a really risky move. Angel Boy not able to get the damage just yet, 15%, and they're surely just going to finish it. The Daryl doesn't get damage, and now they're going to have to defend this with their lives, as Crazy are going to be pushing forward. I believe the mute connected by Rama, and that's going to be dealing damage by second onto him. This has got to be a finish. It is. Too much risk from Navi this time, and Craze take it once again to even things out.
And they've done it. They've beaten Navi at their own game here. We saw complete domination by Navi in game number 1, but even then, towards the end, it might have even looked a little bit unwieldy, a little bit shaky. Because if you were paying attention to how many gadgets Navi had there at the end of game number 1, how many was it, right? No more free abilities for them, no more flying hooks forward by Carl, and that means that they came pretty close to running out of steam, and it absolutely happened in game number 2 when Craze Clan kind of picked up on what exactly the strategy was for Navi, played counter to it, and then started running Navi's own strategy versus them, which they just weren't ready for.
Clearly not, and it definitely worked an absolute treat for Craze Clan. The first game it seemed like it was just going to be Navi with a quick 3-0 after that first one, and the first set as well. But Craze just said no. They win 2 in a row, they bring it back, they even things out, it's 1-1, and they've got some good stats on the board as well. 31 kills, which is just massive for them. Navi with only 16, pretty much half of what Craze got. A little bit more damage as well, maybe 14,000 extra, but Navi just not healing. We did see this, to be fair. They were just going in, they were going for the dive damage, whereas Craze at some aspects had more control in the mid, and we also saw Daryl heal up a couple of times over in the top left-hand corner.
It's almost comical how little Navi healed up. 6,000, that's like not even an El Primo. It's like a little bit more than Anita's worth of health there. So that's insane that they only healed up that much throughout the entire game. But we saw not too much healed up on the side of Craze Clan either, because once again, they were kind of running that tanky strategy once again, and it ended up working out. Now on Minecart Madness, I'm a little bit lost on how tanks fit into this one, but we saw the attempt from Tribe Gaming, and I think maybe even they were a little bit lost on how to implement it there. It's a Poco double tank there. It just did not work out in that matchup, and well, we could see it once again. We do see a lot of tank counters banned out here already. Bell, B, and Otis to mention a first Gus pick there of Kray's clan, which is definitely wise by them, as Navi would most certainly have picked up this brawler had it not been already acquired by Kray's clan. So now it's over to Navi's side to pick a couple of brawlers in a row, and we'll get an idea of the inner workings of what kind of draft they'd like to have here.
Well, you got to be curious if they're going to go for the route that I believe it was Tribe went early with a Poco tank on a map like this. Looks like they're going for the Bonnie. Bit of a tankier, more long-range brawler until she gets that super, and then she can go aggressive, firing out the cannon. Griff going to be the second pick, which I think is a really versatile one. You can play at that mid-range. You can break up the map if you want to. If they're playing something, you know, a bit shorter range, then you can just break up the map and try win it that way. But I think Griff's very versatile, and I think it's going to be very solid against Gus. Get rid of that shield quite quickly with the amount of DPS that it can bring to the table. And also, I just think that they're missing a bit of a mid that they could have picked there, and maybe with the amount of mids being banned, Crazy's going to pick up the last good one here.
Well, Stu definitely comes to mind as a valuable brawler here. Craze could pick it up, like you said. There's the Amber. She's going to be a fantastic lane. We even saw Amber run as a mid earlier, and it seemed to be pretty successful as well. We're seeing Craze pick up some of the brawlers that Navi have been running with for a lot of this match so far, and that could be a strategy. And it could just be these brawlers just overall being growing a lot in popularity across all maps in this region. Here's the Buzz once again, and once again, this is Craze Clan trying to beat Navi at their own game. Navi, they're going to have to play some kind of tank counter or trying to own the tank by themselves. There's no Daryl ban just yet, and they could make it happen there, but they could also decide that they're going to go something that has a stun and also can counter tanks fairly well, but they already have Griff on their side, so it doesn't leave a whole lot of options considering what has been banned out already.
I mean, Gus through the mid, going to be able to throw a shield to either side, and I think that's pretty solid for the lanes that they have got. You give Buzz a shield and just go in, and you're going to be able to pretty much win the majority of matchups. Stu was the last pick. You did say this is a pretty decent brawler here. You said it was going to be more than likely picked as one of these last two ones. You just got a question, though. Who have Navi got in the mid? You'd imagine Bonnie, but, you know, Bonnie's a bit delicate because the speed that she has in the mid, it's going to mean she's going to be caught in some unfavorable positions.
I mean, I sincerely do think that this is a Stu mid situation because Bonnie, she needs to be able to go extremely aggressive on that enemy side and get some upsets there. She's going to be extremely frail once she jumps out of her cannon. And Jiro's going to be playing mid here, and it looks like actually we'll see a Stu lane, so not a Stu mid. We've seen Stu mid growing a lot in popularity after it kind of started off and gained a lot of fame and fortune in East Asia, and now Alex is going to be taking a bit of a different approach. I just am curious to see, will Cubic ever use that super and go forward? There's a first takedown, though, that Minecart's going to be claiming a victim. Angel Boy around the right side, now trying to close in versus now he's getting some great dodges, in fact. Also has that super, but he's not going to use it just yet. Ends up getting taken down. Navi not at any advantage just yet. It's tied up 3-3. Minecart now heading their way. They're going to have to decide whether to retreat or to stand their ground and risk getting pushed into the minecart.
Well, they're choosing to stand the ground. A little wall, a fence break there from Angel Boy that you can shoot through. Now he comes in aggressively and he's going to get punished for it. Jiro still chilling in the mid. Not popping the shield just yet, but now with that Griff super pinching round by the left, is going to pop it and just ensure that he doesn't go down. Now he caught with some unlucky timing there. The minecart just came and blocked him off, and now it's going to be coming behind him. He's going to have to make the same decision. Does he go aggressive or does he go back? He goes aggressive, and he goes down for it, but at least he got the trade.
Rama around the left side, looking for some value versus Alex. He's completely trapped in this left side. He doesn't end up getting hit by the fire fuel, and he actually gets the diff on the matchup. There's a speed zone coming down too to help his teammates get out of there. Now he also denied on the offense. Alec is straight gliding versus Jiro as well, and he just doesn't show any signs of stopping now, but he doesn't have breakthrough. He's going to have to make use with no gadgets left at all. Now he still makes a huge advance forward on that left side. Alex trying to chain those supers together to get to the enemy side. Even if he went down, Cubic would have been able to pick them up. Now he has that super. He's going to have to train this one together, but he doesn't have it just yet. And Ice Sharp, it's just not long range enough for him to get versus these guys safely, trying to push in still, but it just doesn't look like there's enough time, and Cubic had it and escaped to get out of the way. Only survives with 378 health, and Navi will take this game.
It was a close one there at the end when we eventually got to see it. It was 300 HP remaining on Angel Boy, and that's clearly after he's taken damage in the cannon form, jumped away, and then just with that short amount of HP remaining as well. Buzz definitely got the super in time and was able to contest that there. And Navi now in a great position once more, but we saw this again. And Craze, they did not give up in the previous set. They came back, they won 2 in a row, and that put them in a good position.
We're going to have to do it once again. Already looking successful. Cubic, the slowest brawler on this team, is still going to make it all the way to the enemy side to pick up a single gem. Now minecart comes through. It's threatening Craze's clan's ability to push in. They cannot get upset by this minecart. Only one brawler is going to stay forward. It's going to be Amber. Rama, once again, is going to get upset. Takedown onto Naui as well on the left side. Craze Clan, they seem to have some challenges with deciding when they're going to push in, because both of those brawlers that were taken down just a moment ago decided to go in completely solo and got punished heavily for it.
Yep, now Navi looking on top of the world right now. The Ghost is there though, and the gadget's still available. Rama gonna get some good shots off on Cubic, and that's what I mean. He's too slow to be able to avoid a lot of this damage. The 4 consecutive hits on the minecart as he lands directly in front of it, and now Cubic, he's gone from being in some serious danger to picking up the 10th gem and guaranteeing this countdown being started for Navi. 10 seconds remain, and it's not looking likely, but Alex does stop there for a second and might have fed Naui a little bit too much of his super. The jump away is still there though. Naui is stopping, he's given up. Navi take the 3rd set, and they make it 2-1.
He stood there as if to say, hey guys, it was intentional that first time. Look, I'm going to do it again. Oh no, no, not the skill issue again. That really has to hurt the confidence on the side of Craze Clan. It was such a near miss as well. He was so close to being able to get that stun and completely turn the game around, but it was a split-second difference that ended up taking the victory for the enemy side.
Yeah, and you know, it could have been massively turned around because the stun there, he gets him very low and he's forced to jump away at that point. And then with a bit of spawn trapping, a bit of luck for Craze, the game could have turned on its head. But Navi managed to hold on, all thanks to the minecart sent from heaven as a massive reason why they did manage to win this one. And this one was just so close at the end as well. We didn't manage to see it, but it was obviously ridiculously close. We got a little slow-mo there on Navi's mistake, and yet again, minecart strikes twice.
Yeah, in case you missed any one of those 4, here it is in slow motion, just for us to review. Man, that is going to be a clip that haunts him for a while, but at least at the end of the game there, he took ownership, and that's really just the best way to go about it. Plus, you can't let it get in your head here, because Craze Clan, they were on such a good streak leading up to this set. This is really one of the first rough patches that they've hit within this match here, but the stats also, I think, reflect just how challenging this was for Craze Clan in this individual set. They can still mentally reset and head into the next one and be successful there, but the risks really have amplified because they just cannot afford to lose a game from here on out. Otherwise, it'll be a match point for Navi.
Yeah, Craze, they've just lost their lifeline, that's all it is. Like, they've still got 100% of possibility of them winning 2 sets in a row and taking this game by storm. But Navi, they're in a position of momentum. They're in a position, obviously, of having 2 lives instead of 1, and that gives them, you know, a massive benefit when it comes down to it. Canal Grande as well. I feel like this is a map that Navi would just dominate. Tanks galore. Just stick some tanks in there, ban out the tank counters, and that's the way to go. But the bans are in. Got the Squeak, Otis, and Janet not going for the main tank counters, I will say. You know, Otis is definitely a bit of a tank counter, but Squeak, Penny, and Griff on the other side of things from Craze. We'll see a first pick shortly. But I feel like these bans have kind of fed into what Navi would want to go anywhere.
No doubt at all. And in fact, actually a lot of tank counters have been left open, and I think deliberately so by Navi, because they've only gotten rid of Otis. And Craze Clan, they've only gotten rid of Penny and Griff here. So there's still ample opportunity to eliminate tanks and pick up counters. This could be Craze Clan bringing out a brilliant draft as well, but Navi could also just throw caution to the wind and decide, yeah, we're just going to do our thing here and try and counter us. Who cares? We still took it down at, oh my god, a Sam first pick. Wow. I mean, at least they've gone for B as well, but still, Sam already in this draft. It's very fearsome for Craze Clan, and it also makes you kind of think, like, they're going for it this early on, and this is a very important match, so they must be extremely confident, and they must know that no matter what Craze picks here, Sam's still going to be performing well.
I mean, I think Sam can perform against the best of counters, even at that, because you just throw out one of these knuckle busters and you deal serious amounts of damage. You can pull them together. It's basically a portable Jackie super in that sense. And talking about Jackie, here's Jackie. Yeah. But Jackie's going for the non-portable Jackie super. Craze Clan take that, and I'm not really sure how the matchup between Sam and Jackie goes, because I can't say we see too much Jackie in competitive to be able to judge it.
I mean, this is fair. I've seen Jackie a handful of times in North America, right? That's where we go NA bro, NA, and bring out the Ashe last pick, which I wouldn't really put past Navi, but they are playing into wall break here, but they're also playing into what could possibly be, I guess, wall build if Jackie really wants to go for that. Now, my doubts are high, but she can certainly combo with Jean and get like free kills there as long as Jean gets his super. The other consideration, though, is like Jackie, I've only really seen her succeed when she's with Max. Sorry, I stumbled a little bit because they're bringing out the Frank again, of all things. Really, I mean, if he's running noise cancellation, then he can not get knocked back by Jean and not get knocked back by Colonel Ruff's super and not get pulled in by Jackie. It's definitely a strong pick if you play it absolutely perfectly. But every time that I've seen Frank played on Canal Grand, it has never won.
Really?
Every single time.
I'm going to have to look at some statistics of that, because I feel like Frank's not bad here, and especially in this matchup, I wouldn't say.
I maintain that mindset too. It's just that it's struggled in those particular matchups, but hey, maybe it's just an NA bro NA moment.
It must be. It must be. We don't welcome those NA bro moments over in EU, so let's hope for your sake that they don't win. But it's looking good at the moment for Jackie and not for Frank.
Yeah, not so far at all. Alex going to look for some value here, going to slow down, and now he actually pulled them all in. Wow, and Cubic the kneel around that right side. Still, though, Angel Boy ends up getting taken down, but Navi remain in the lead. Alex over here, sticking on that right side, has his super ready to go. Have to be careful about pushing versus Rama and Naui. As soon as it looked like Craze Clan would actually gain possession of that left side, Angel Boy decided to break it open and immediately noise cancellation to make sure he doesn't get pulled in. And the wall build. So there's the wall break, there's the wall build. It's all out here.
I mean, to be honest, wall breaking and wall building doesn't really matter for either team. I feel like both of them thrive in either circumstance with certain parts of their compositions anyway. But it looks like Jira wants the walls broken, and it looks like Rama wants the walls built up by the looks of that supply drop. But Alex with a super here, and quite often Sam does have that. Cube with another one as well. Going to hit the 3K onto Naui there, and honestly, Naui doesn't mind pulling the Frank. He can waste those noise cancellations because later on in the game, with I suppose only 30 seconds left, they're kind of late in the game anyway, but they're going to be able to, you know, pull him and not have the noise cancellation be a thing, and then they can guarantee quite a nice kill.
Well, Alex is without his Knuckle Busters now as he went for kind of an aggressive super. Going to try and use some gadget with it, but it looks like he's trapped on this right side. Still getting chipped down, but now is in a better position. Still taking damage. Just hanging on by a thread. It's going to have to be a big push by Rama. He fully commits. Is able to pick up that supply drop as well. Big pull from downtown by Jiro. But Navi is still in the lead. Got to see more damage pumped out here by Craze Clan, but there's simply not enough time. And Navi have seriously covered their tracks on this right choke. It is going to be a match point incoming for Navi.
Huge stuff from Cubic there again. You know, we saw them being pulled. We saw the turnaround when the Frank got killed, and then we just saw B absolutely popping off. We got a slow in there, we got a 3K in there, connecting the shots, turning the game back around, and then it forced Craze to stay in an aggressive position that they didn't want to be in, and that's what kind of brought it home for Navi at that point. Great shots in there as well from Angel Boy, and some nice blue star pickup from Alex there, just using these Knuckle Busters to heal up.
Angel Boy still trying to make things happen on the left. He actually has a super now. Big pushback as well as those asteroids fall. Now he could maybe suss out some enemies here. There's the wall break as well. Now Navi really have to back up because they're missing that wall. All they can do is hide in these bushes, but what they do know for sure is that Cubic has the outrange ability versus all of these brawlers on the left side. 3K context. Now he's on very low health. Another super being farmed up, but with all the supply drops going to the right side, none of them are making it their way onto the teammates on Craze Clan, and that could be a missed opportunity. We'll have to see if anyone can even make it over there to the right side. If there's any candidate, it's got to be Rama, but he has to make sure that he doesn't feed too many abilities to the enemy team.
Angel Boy looking for the pull bait, and he's pretty much just hovering over his gadget at this point, throwing that power up maybe a little bit too far forward, put himself at a bit of a risk of getting 3K by Kubik there, and now he does get 3K by Kubik. Angel Boy not yet using his super. Going to use it now, break up a few of these front walls and a few of the front bushes along with them. Cube just trying to ensure that he hits the 3K, and he does. Misses the slow, though, and that's going to be pretty influential in the end game. But Jiro getting hit hard by Cube once more, and Jackie versus Frank up top, and Jackie is winning that.
It looks like he might as well. In the end, he did get pinched off by B as well, and here we see the pull as well. Crazy Clan now managed to get that blue star back. Now he can also pick up a supply drop here. Big stun. Now he's done for on this right side. Rama has to move in. No stun onto him either, as that active noise cancellation helps out. It's just Jiro versus the world here. Only a few seconds left, but even a takedown into Alex would not be enough. And everyone is frozen on the side of Crazy Clan. No one's moving. No one's bothering. It's a Na'Vi win. They'll be taking the victory in this match.
Big win for Na'Vi. Entry game is always a big one, and it's a tough matchup for them. It was maybe the most... well, what would have thought to have been probably equal to the Tribe versus Totem matchup in terms of how close the games were in today. But Na'Vi do manage to take it down in 3-1. We don't see yet another set number 5 in this one, and Na'Vi with a pretty nice win. And I'm sure they're going to be pleased about that one as well, because we know how, close things can get down the line, and getting some early big wins secured is going to be great for those playoffs prospects.
I mean, beautiful stuff from both sides. Crazy Clan, they looked so impressive today, but Na'Vi, they seriously stole the show, especially with 2 Frank picks in this entire match. And there were only 4 sets played overall, so you could say they played Frank for a good half of the match, which is seriously impressive what they were able to make happen with this brawler. Look at the damage dealt as well. So many stars acquired by Na'Vi and so much damage dealt by Crazy Clan, but still, it did not net them the victory. Na'Vi, they just knew that they could play so defensively with these brawlers, even in spite of some of their key walls being broken open. They just had the outrange. Really, the B is what tied this all together, and on the surface, it just looks like, okay, they're removing yet another tank counter from the enemy team, but really, B was the only thing that kept these tanks safe.
Yeah, the B was really doing so much work. When the Jackie wanted to aggress, it was slowed. When the Frank was pulled, B got the turnaround. And it was, a huge performance from B really there. Kubik really popping off in not only this set, but also the sets before it as well. And what a performance from him today. No matter what brawl he was on, he really made the cogs turn and everything work out really nicely.
I mean, it was just so awesome to watch, too. Seeing such unconventional brawlers be so successful as well. And even knowing, going into this match, that Na'Vi is going to try this, and still seeing it on the screen, seeing exactly what we expected was still surprising. At least it was to me, because I did not expect it to go that well, especially because Crazy Clan had the prior knowledge that this is exactly what they're going to try, and even that doesn't seem to equip you versus this roster. If there's any weakness to Na'Vi, it doesn't really look like anyone's found it yet, at least in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks very good. And Na'Vi, they might have some weaknesses. They might still remain uncovered, or undiscovered, should I say. I'm losing my words for a second here, but they remain undiscovered, and Craze are not the ones to find those secrets that everybody wants to know out, because I'm sure everybody in the European region would really like to know them. But we do, once again, I'm going to give a massive shout out to our sponsors of Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because we've had 4 absolutely superb games today, and none of it would have been possible without them.
I mean, really just seconding that. Like, this is so awesome that we're able to witness Brawl Stars on this competitive level, such talented players out here as well, and bringing in such a large audience as well to witness all of this going on. Such impressive gameplay, really, any way you look at it as well, and very talented players coming out here as well, and it's so entertaining to be a part of and to watch as well, and just would not be possible without Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Yeah, it's always entertaining to watch these kind of games play out, and when there's stakes as big as the ones at Snapdragon Pro Series, where you're going to be going to these live events later on down the line, later this year, later next year, whenever they're going to be, it's always good to be at them. And there's always cash lying there. There's cash lying at the open the challenge finals, and also the Masters next year. So there's a lot of money to be made, and all of it is possible because of these sponsors. So always a massive shout out to those, and massive congratulations to the teams who have made it today and who have got to that level above the rest with the 1-0.
Yeah, and hey, look, that's just day number 1 of 7 as well. And of course, starting off with a 1 win on the record already with a 1-0 is definitely a fantastic way to start out. But when we have 7 challenge days out here, that's several weeks of time that you can be making improvements, that the meta can change, that new discoveries are made, and that things can happen internally within teams. And it really just makes it an interesting journey to follow on the course of this month.
Well, let's quickly browse the leaderboard to see which teams, obviously, who did win are lying at the top because of sets won and stuff like that can really shake it up a little bit. We've got Reply Totem at the top, Mystic Esports just below them, SK and Navi all sitting on 1 and 0. Not too many storylines just yet, as this is only game day number 1 of week number 1. So obviously we're going to have some massive stuff down the line with another 6 game days throughout this season, and then the finals after that as well. But all Craze, Panafresh, Team Queso and Tribe all losing things out and ending on a 0 and 1 after play day number 1. Definitely not out of sight for them through the finals, because everything could turn around. You can make upsets happen, as we've seen today with many of the matchups.
This is absolutely true. Yeah, I think one of the most upsetting things is Tribe Gaming EU going down to Mystic Esports EU. Not upsetting in the regard that that I'm upset about it, but so unexpected, right? Because Tribe Gaming EU, they are coming off of a monthly finals win. They had to be absolutely on fire today. I mean, the confidence that it takes to play Poco double tanks in this great of a match has to be insane, but for Mystic Esports EU to bring such an impressive showing today was an amazing spectacle to watch. Now, to stay within the top 4, that's the main challenge. That's the way that you get onto the next stage of this. That's the way that you make it to land and get a whole lot of points for qualifying towards Masters. So that's the ultimate goal, and now they're up there in that top 4. The real challenge is going to be staying up there, because they don't just have to face Tribe. They have to face every single team here, and among those are some very storied names like Navi, like Totem, like SK, and more.
Yeah, getting there's, you know, I won't say the easy bit, but it's a little bit easier than maintaining it week in, week out. We'll take a quick look at our schedule for the next play day as well, which will be coming up on Thursday. Thrilled to see and obviously commentate over these games, because we've got some more absolute bangers, and look at these beauties. Match number 1 will be Team Queso versus SK, Craze versus Panafresh up in game 2, Tribe versus Navi, which is, yeah, as we know, time in, time out, a massive grudge match, and Totem versus Mystic Esports in match number 4. 4 absolutely incredible games coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, and I'm mostly looking at these last couple as well, because Tribe versus Navi, we are looking at a grudge match from that last monthly final, and Navi, they've been trying so hard to get first place, and they've run out of chances for now for those monthly finals in BSC for this year, but they might have the chance to get revenge. And then when it comes to Mystic Esports versus Reply Totem, this is kind of what we talk about, like, where does Mystic Esports go after beating Tribe? Well, I guess Totem or SK is a logical next step, and we will absolutely receive that for the very last match of the day. What a climax for the day.
Yeah, it's always something to look forward to. The Snapdragon Pro Series has always got the best of competitive Brawl Stars ready and lined up. So we always look forward to Thursday. Be sure to tune in at the same time that it started today on the Thursday. And without anything more to say, that is going to be it from the Snapdragon Pro Series today. Have you got any closing remarks ready?
All I gotta say is fantastic gameplay today for the teams. Thank you all for tuning in as well. It's an absolute pleasure to do stuff like this, and it wouldn't be possible without the people watching and tuning in and supporting all the players in the streams.
Yeah, definitely so. You've done half of my job for me then. I'd like to thank, obviously, everybody at ESL and the production team, all of the viewers, and also Ready Said as well. Big thank you to the sponsors also who make these kind of things possible. It's definitely really fun to do, and I'm pleased to be here for the Snapdragon Pro Series Europe and MENA. That's it from us, from me and Ready. Goodbye. Thank you for watching.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. 5 through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I'm don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting. They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me, love. You don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, saying y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah.